Solace. Chris was waiting when they let Solace out of the infirmary. They'd given her a medical frame to take the load off her leg while the tissue repairs finalised. The pain meds didn't quite swallow the ache of new knit bone in her shoulder either, but medicine was one area where the Parthenon excelled. Easier to target genetic and pharmaceutical interventions when you had your patient's entire code written out to refer to, with no inconvenient variations, which led Solace to think guiltily of Ollie and her grievances with the Partheni. But she shook off the thought. She had other priorities right now. Chris sized her up and down. Good as new? The medical frame was just a slender scaffold beneath her clothes, but it would still show. Prêt à combattre, Solace told her. They've given you orders already? Not yet. Solace tried a smile. It felt unfamiliar on her face. Even we Partheni tend to wait until all the bones have mended. Something was stringing Chris taut, and Solace reckoned it wasn't just the recent news of the war. The main war, not Hugh's posturing. A multi-species colony world, Caracton, had been visited by an architect, together with the colonial frontier hub of Nordensheim, which had been intended as the jump-off point for the next wave of unspace exploration, portal to 100 unknowns. The evacuation of Caracton had been a desperate scrabble to the ships, but there had been a dozen colonial navy vessels at the other, standard procedure for protecting a cartography corps station. Their sacrifice had bought time for just about everyone to get off-planet and off-orbital, just like the old days. And yet, Solace had heard far more talk of fighting Hugh and even the hegemony from her sisters. It was as though, in the face of a threat as vast as the architect's, the human mind slid off sideways towards conflicts more winnable. Chris had zoned out for a moment, murmuring comms to someone, but she now snapped back. Good, right. I need you with me then. There's something we need to do. It was clear they were headed for the small ship civilian docks, which meant the vulture god, and sure enough, there they were, sitting on a scatter of crates, with what looked like half the ship's guts out for a refit, the huge grabber claw part disassembled and hogging the dockyard repair arms. They'd stopped work, though, and were waiting. Ollie slouched in her walker frame, which had 3 extra working arms bolted to it. Kittering had a slate clutched to his mouthparts. The virtual display projected up in front of his eyes vanished away when he saw them coming. Presumably summoned by one or the other, Delegate Trine then stilted out of the ship and down the ramp. The hiver's projected face was almost burlesquing solemnity. Ollie got out a couple of bottles of what looked like colonial home-brewed shine, which she'd acquired from who knew where on the series, pouring out glasses 2 at a time. Solace had no intention of drinking it, nor of giving offence by refusing. In a vertiginous shift of perspective, she understood what was happening. You don't know, she insisted, because these were the words she'd been telling herself. Chris was looking down at the brittle printed cup Ollie had given her, and Ollie herself was carefully pouring out a last measure for herself. Ahani's eyes were unblinking and impersonal, so it was only Trine who really met her gaze. I'm so very sorry for all of us. Like her, they'd known Idris from way back, during the war. They think Hugh has him, that they got him out on the Byron. That's what they're saying. It's maybe convenient to pretend it, Chris told her quietly, but we were there, and there's no way. Nothing got off-planet to the Byron, and we searched those shuttles top to bottom. They took him from us, sure enough, but then they didn't get away. Solis twitched against the constraints of the medical frame, a brief, painful spasm. I fought so hard. Her furious flight through the disassembling city, her equally furious fight against the Voyeni, her dead sisters, her wounds. And maybe all she'd done was delay things just long enough that, when the Magdans finally had Idris, they couldn't preserve him. A sudden wave of sorrow dressed as anger threatened to overwhelm her. Ollie cleared her throat. As de facto captain of the Vulture God, this duty fell to her. Idris Ptolemy, she announced. No, Solis said. You don't know he's gone. There must be a way. Ollie looked at her. And looked at her. Solis sat down and took up a little cup of her own, feeling another shudder go through her. This was not how Partheni expressed grief. For her dead sisters, there were other rituals, held within their sororities, a prescribed course through all the stages: eulogy, hair-tearing, weeping, abandon, celebration. But Idris had been a colonial, a spacer, and they had their own ways. Idris Ptolemy, Ollie said again, waiting to see if she would interrupt, and then continued. Born 56 after, if you can fucking believe that, on board the Lupine Creed, in transit from Greenacre. 68 years old, Solis thought numbly. She was 3 years older, technically, but she'd slept out a lot of the time in between, which Idris had just lived. And he'd not aged a day since they'd rearranged his brain in the intermediary programme. He could perhaps have gone on forever, or at least until he went so spectacularly dysfunctionally crazy that he couldn't go on anymore. And now he was dead. Everyone was waiting to see who would go first, to move the ritual on. So she did, because she'd just understood that they'd waited for her to do this. They could have had their wake, all crew together, and treated her like the outsider she arguably was, and it was Ollie who'd have had the casting vote. But still, they'd waited. He was a needy son of a bitch, she said, almost savouring the Colville words, doing her best to get the inflection just right. Utter waste of unparalleled opportunity, Kit agreed primly. Went to pieces, Chris's voice jagged, but she fought on. At the least provocation. Honestly, it's a wonder such an unreliable fellow lasted so long, Trine added. Not quite to formula, but good enough. Our brother he was. Our pilot, Ollie intoned tightly. Loyal to his ship and safe hands. Died on planet. Oh, should have died in. For a moment, Solis thought she'd break the ritual and say unspace, because surely that was the fate written in the books for intermediaries. But after a brief falter, Ollie went on with space, where he belonged. One of ours he was. She murmured the refrain, one of ours, and remembered being late on the response for Rollo Rostan's wake, after their former captain had been killed, recovering his ship from the broken harvest. They drank. Despite her resolve, she did drink, and then Chris clasped her hand. Solis mastered the jolt of pain that woke in her injured shoulder, and clasped right back. Well, fuck, Ollie declared, apropos of nothing in particular. One of her frame's new arms hurled the little cup at the wall, where it shattered into fragments. Oh, Captain, my Captain, Do you have a spare? Trine asked. Ollie glowered at them. What now? I feel the need to expiate some feelings. You even have those? Solace winced, and Trine bent forward at the hips until the bowl of their head was right over Ollie. When my creators designed us, my captain, they worked very hard to make an artificial colony of linked bioengineered processors respond and react like them. Their heirs are therefore not entitled to complain when we wish to show emotions. Ollie fished out another cup, and her arms busied themselves with doling out refills, without another word. Professor Tiber Teniel Storkwell, Trine announced. Seriously? Solace asked, before she could stop herself, then shrank back at his holographic glare. Born 85 after on Berlenhof, they went on, and then looked around expectantly. The awkward pause stretched out, because none of them there had known the man, and what Solace had seen she genuinely hadn't liked. When you slated the dead, it was supposed to be fond, not a character assassination. Punchy little bastard, Ollie tried at last, though that probably counted as at least a halfway virtue in her book. Worked his people too hard, Chris added. Unable to release the past, Kittering put in, eyeing Trine. Solace racked her mind, and eventually decided she couldn't manage anything short of honesty. He was a bigot who wanted to own other people just because those people weren't human, she got out, and stared unapologetically at Trine. The hiver seemed to accept that as within the spirit of the exercise, and went on, Our owner, he was, our mentor. And now the plural had shifted from the assembled crew to the plurality of Trine themselves. Loyal to his discipline. Safe hands, at least purely in matters of scholastic rigour. Died in space, when he should have died in some comfortable retirement on planet, where he belonged. And yet, as an academic, he was one of ours. Another awkward pause, everyone else eyeing them sidelong. Trine manufactured a sigh. I am sorry, and it's no disrespect to the spacer traditions, but he's dead, you see, they explained in a small voice, and I wasn't finished with him. I was going to debate him at conferences. I was going to outdo him in the academia types. I was going to refute his theories, because he owned me. I was his thing. He taught me a great deal, and if not for him, I'd not be me, and not have achieved what I have. But I was his property, first and foremost. When I finally rejoin the assembly, and then instantiate out again, it won't matter. But for as long as I'm this me, I carry him with me. I thought this would help me put him down, but I don't think it has. They regarded Trine critically for a moment, nobody quite sure what to make of any of it. At last, Kittering tapped forwards a few steps, ostentatiously lifted his cup in his mouthparts, and decanted it into a pouch on the inside of his shield arms. Colonial shine didn't agree with honey. In truth, it didn't agree particularly well with humans. They drank, all of them. Even Trine, taking the liquid in to break it down for fuel, which wasn't far from its native state anyway. I'm sorry, Solace said into the quiet. I couldn't like him. I think he was a bad man. But I'm sorry. There is a theory, Trine said softly, that when the architects reshape a planet, all the sentient people on that planet are taken into some special place, some unspace repository of people, that the architects are somehow preserving people from their excesses. I never heard that, Ollie objected. It dates to an early period of the war, Trine explained. The start of the polyaspora, when people wanted very much to believe that 90% of everyone they knew weren't dead. It isn't a very good theory, in fact. Indeed, on the purely physical level, it's manifestly unprovable. But I understand why people would want it to be true. Because it's hard when you're not finished with someone. Like a book with the final chapters deleted. You want to believe there's an intact copy out there somehow. So it is with Stockwell. So it is with Idris. I have been in the world too long because I have generated new maudlinity routines. I am sorry to inflict them on you. I never heard that, Ollie repeated, and Solace wondered if there was some casualty in her past she was thinking of. Surely not an architect victim, she wasn't old enough for that, but someone. She knew very little about Ollie's past. Soon after that, and several days sooner than she anticipated, Solace was called up before Monitor Superior Tact, or Mother. She was back on active duty because something unexpected had arrived. Tact was highly placed in the Aspirate, the Partheni intelligence service that Solace herself now had one foot in. Right now, Solace reckoned, she was probably running her life on less than 2 hours sleep every 24, given how the diplomatic scene had exploded. And something new had turned up to add even more unwanted flavour to her day. When Solace entered, there were a dozen separate virtual displays hovering about the room, Tact standing in the midst of them. All but two, presumably the two she was authorised to see, shut down as she came in. We've had a packet through, Tact informed her, which in itself was just everyday business, but obviously there was more to it than that. A hiver jockey, meaning a vessel made into a self-aware unit by slaving it to a hiver colony plus its living pilot. Hivers preferred to shut down before entering unspace, and so needed someone to do even the simple plotting of throughway navigation. For Trine, then, Solace guessed. Amongst other diplomatic communiques, yes. A private packet for Delegate Trine. Solace just sat and waited at that point, knowing that obviously Trine had all diplomatic privileges, and under no circumstances would the aspirate be looking at their mail. Tact acknowledged the pause with a curt nod. Well, quite, she said, waving a hand to reactivate one of the displays. But in this case, the Assembly was passing on a message received from a third party, which gave us just enough weasel room to feel we needed to know. Solace waited still, watching Tact pace from one screen to the next. These could all just have been around a desk, or placed together on a wall, but the monitor had set up her office like this because pacing helped her think. It's an invitation to meet, and the delegate is just the vector. They think we still have Idris, Solace interrupted, and then looked down, chastened. Tact let the breach go, though. Well, they do, she admitted, or some factions in Hugh do, but that's not what this is about. Quite definitively. The message is for Olean Timo, sent by someone obviously well aware of the proximity of Delegate Trine and the Vulture God. They name Timo, give coordinates, and invite her to meet. Murmured on Executor Solace, in your professional opinion, how well placed is Timo to be a spy? Solace burst out laughing, then put a hand to her mouth, horrified. Apologies, Mother. The corner of Tact's mouth twitched. Well, I suppose that's my answer. No second thoughts? No possibility she's a mistress of misdirection on the books at Mordaunt House all this time? Well, we don't know what we don't know, Solace admitted, a saying that went back to Dr. Parsifal herself. But no sign of it. She's never acted in a way that would actually take advantage of being embedded here. She pushes hard the other way, in fact. She wouldn't take sensitive data from us unless we paid her to do it, and even then she'd turn up her nose at us. And the others? Almier and the Hani? Both considerably better candidates, Solace confirmed, but my assessment is that they're clean. Loyalty to ship and crew, not government. If they'd been asked to go somewhere, I don't think they'll be taking any of our secrets with them. They'd go if there was profit in it for them, say? Why would they not? They were here for Idris. Unless we have a contract for them, they have no purpose here anymore. Unless we want to get heavy-handed, we have no basis on which to detain them. All admirably professional. Tact regarded her narrowly, nonetheless, and then brought up another virtual display. Here, then. This is what they've had, because we might read Diplomatic Post once in a while, but we couldn't just sit on it. Depending on how snappy Trine was, they probably saw this an hour ago. The message was just a few lines of text and an image. The image was poor quality and could easily have been faked. The text read, "Come alone, come here, speak. He is not gone as far as you think." The image showed a group of people, grimy, weary, mostly in cultist robes, which made the grainy picture a pixelated smear of red and purple, blurred with motion. To one side, almost out of shot, as though he was being yanked along by someone stronger, like always, Idris Ptolemy. Recognisable, even down to the hapless expression, with his jug ears and the awkward hunch of his shoulders. There was a time and place stamp on the image, as susceptible to forgery as all the rest of it. It put him some place she'd never heard of. A hegemonic-sounding world, after Arc Palator had been screwed up and spread out by the architect's cosmic origami. Idris. Alive. Part 3. Death Knell. Chapter 17. Solace. The way they looked at her as she entered the hangar, Solace knew they'd been plotting. Chris actually jumped up, and Kittering started cycling busily through random images on his arm screens. Only Ollie brazened it out, and she was already in the Scorpion, hulking above everyone. Behind them, the Vulture God's cargo hatch was open, and a couple of lifter remotes, presumably under Ollie's direction, were loading the ship up with printer supplies. All Partheni goods, of course, and Solace had a sneaking suspicion they hadn't actually been allocated to the Vulture. "How's the leg?" Ollie's delivery made it sound like a threat. "Fine, thanks," tapping the outlines of the medical frame as though it lent them any kinship. "So I understand you've had word." "Nothing's private, right?" The Parthenon doesn't tend to like privacy when it comes to matters of state. We like everything out in the open, Solace tried. She was very aware that, medical frame or not, She was standing like someone about to get in a fight. When the scorpion shifted footing just a little, she had to fight the urge to duck. Ollie just grunted, and the two lifters were still working, taking up at least some of her attention. Instead, Chris stepped up to the plate. "We need to go, Solace. If you know what we got through Trine, you know why." Solace nodded. "And we're free agents, free to leave. Those are the terms. I know, because I drafted most of that contract for Idris. We might forfeit a bonus or some extra, but we can go. I mean, without Idris, you don't even need us. We're just one more non-Partheni ship for your aspirate to run its operations with, and given we're very obviously known to Hugh, not even very useful for that. So why keep us?" "They don't trust us," Ollie drawled. "Think we're going to sell them out to Hugh. And I told you, Hugh's too damn tight-fisted to pay us well enough." "No help comes from this," Kittering put in, shifting nervously. "Exits should be frictionless." "I reckon Solace has brought the friction," Ollie observed. "I reckon the Partheni don't play with contracts when it doesn't suit them, am I right? Suddenly we're a security risk." "Reasons for their objections are absent," Kittering objected, but the scorpion waved a leisurely claw. "Hugh gets hold of us, then maybe we're the bait to bring Idris out of hiding. If he isn't dead, and this isn't just some real bad taste joke. I mean, he's the first-class int, right? The war veteran. Not like the crappy liaison board types that Hugh's got these days. Plus, Hugh would be mad keen to squeeze him for what you girls were doing right now, and what he told you. So whoever has us, maybe that's what gets them Idris. That's the play?" Solace shrugged. It was mentioned, wondering if she should push matters further by revealing Tact's actual words. "A destabilising influence," she'd said, "wherever they go." "So what?" The scorpion stomped 2 steps closer, looming over her. "They think this is a hoax? We should just sit tight?" "Hoaxing is not impossible," Kittering observed. "Stay out of this, Kit." "Being already within this, that is not possible. There is a likelihood of hoaxing. This is known to us. There is no possibility of inaction, however," the Hani explained, or at least his translator did its best. "Monitor Tact does think this is bait for you, so you can be bait for Idris," Solace observed. If Idris really is out there." "Tact can shove it up her," Ollie started, but Chris broke in hurriedly. "I know you, Solace. So tell me, what orders did they give you? Because, left to your own devices, you'd be standing here with us helping load the ship for takeoff." Solace managed a smile at that. "They want you to go, but not alone." "They missed that bit where the message said, 'Come alone'?" Ollie asked her. "Did you miss the bit where that's what kidnappers, murderers and assassins generally say to gullible victims?" Solace shot back, because right now she wasn't in the mood for Ollie. Chris, after a shared look with Ollie, shook her head. "Look, we get it. But if we turn up with a Partheni fleet behind us, then what if they just don't show? What if that's our one chance, and we lose it? Yes, probably this is fake, a trap. But what do you expect us to do? Take backup. Take precautions. We're talking about the aspirate here, not just our navy strong-arming their way in. But if this goes sour..." She bared her teeth in frustration, then continued. "Look, there are an awful lot of people out there who don't like you right now. Broken Harvest, Hugh, The hegemony, maybe. Well, I don't like them right back twice as much. Ollie's expression suggested she would extend that courtesy to the entire Parthenon if necessary. Look, this is our business, Solis. This is the Parthenon's business, Solis said sharply, forcing herself to stand up to that looming frame, to meet Ollie's angry glower. We have a class of int candidates now. They're going to be Parthenon intermediaries one way or another. But one way means with Idris here to help, to teach, to be studied so that our people can become something like he is without, you know how it goes, the surgery and the biochemical manipulation. Idris has let enough slip over the time you've known him. The term used by the Hugh programme was wastage. And that's what we're looking at. The 1 in 10 or even 1 in 100 success rate that the liaison board works with. But with Idris here, who knows how many lives could be saved from that? And it's what he wanted. So it's our business too, mine and my sister's. Please take the escort to give you the best chance of success. Ollie looked to Chris again. Solis saw her face twist with her usual ill humour, but somehow her heart wasn't in it. She wondered if Ollie was thinking, even for a moment, of Lightly and Diligent, the pair of Partheni she'd befriended on Arc Palator, and who died on the Grendel's mother, of course, defending the Vulture. Defending the Colonials even, at the end, just like the Partheni always had. She saw Chris's small nod, and an arm wave from Kit, which she knew meant the same thing. This escort better be fucking subtle, Ollie grumbled. And you'll be wanting your regular berth, I guess. We'll need someone to talk patho to them. They went, with the Parthenon's slightly conflicted blessing, therefore, and with the aspirate's packet ship, Vari. It was the latest from the shipyards, with a complement of myrmidons and a clutch of accelerators that could be converted to a mass hammer, if need be, more armament than a ship that size should have been able to brandish. They went with a solemn farewell from Trine, too, and a set of credentials as though they were on an official diplomatic business for the Hiver Assembly, should they need it. By that time, Solis was wondering if Trine's long-standing reluctance to reintegrate with the Assembly was because of the way they threw their rather nebulous authority around at the slightest provocation. With all this, they set out, following the path in the message. It cast them down a net of throughway points, out of Partheni-controlled space, past the edge of the colonies, to worlds claimed and settled by the Hanalambra, Kit species. Specifically, to a dry world his translator could best render as Itring. They timed their arrival so that the Vari got there first, with a piece of spurious business to account for her presence, and no overt connection to the vulture god. Not that the deception would fool anyone looking to put the pieces together. So we wait until minister calls us? Those are your go-betweens, right? Your fixers? Ollie asked. I mean, message didn't give us an address, just a world. So they'll have to pick us out of traffic when we come in. Ministers are not the thing, Kittering said. Residence is the purpose of Itring. Business will be entrusted to a supervisor. There will be disapproval. The others side-eyed him at this, but he obviously didn't feel inclined to explain the intricacy of Hani society. To Solis's admittedly untrained eye, he seemed ill at ease, legs not still for a moment, as he crouched on his stool in the command pod. She had the god's rebooting system bring up some planetary details. Itring was another sealess world. No surface water, but extensive subterranean aquifers. There was a thriving biosphere, that existed almost entirely underground, save for the mile-wide sand-coloured plates that were the photosynthetic organs of a kind of gigantic lichen, or possibly coral, or another of those human approximations that always missed the mark with alien life. There was also a colonial species of something that looked like a man-sized slug, but lived more like ants, and apparently zipped about on a natural super-frictionless slime at speeds of up to 50 clicks an hour, which must be something to see. As well as exporting the slime, the large population of Hani had semi-domesticated the slugs, or at least gene-hacked them to do tasks. The Hani resided exclusively in the upper reaches of the towering mounds the slugs built, and there they lived. Solis's experience of Hanalambra had only been where they rubbed up against other species, acting as traders, fixers, go-betweens and specialists. But of course, there were plenty of worlds they'd spread to and colonised. Worlds they were leery of other species just turning up at too, to judge from the long and untranslated conversation Kit was having with orbital control. She then noticed there were precious few non-Hani vessels in system. The Vulture and the Vari both stood out painfully. Well, whoever sent the message knows we're here. New message, Chris reported. Not from orbital. On planet. She struggled with what she was hearing over comms. I'm not even going to attempt saying it, sorry. One of the translators says post-domestic resorts, whatever that actually is. Gives us somewhere to go. Always encouraging when they're so lazy you actually have to walk into the trap, Ollie grumbled. How are we doing this? Kit, can we actually land? This is being addressed, Kit said, his translator sounding testy. Well, I guess we go down. Or most of us. The Scorpion will not under any circumstances be countenanced, Kit put in. Nor Mr. Punch. There must be no indication of violence. Fucking perfect, Ollie grumbled. They want us naked and tied up too. That a Hani custom around here. Preferable, not mandatory, Kit said, and Solis had no idea whether he was joking. At last, some sort of planet-side docking clearance was agreed, and Ollie took the ship down. If the Scorpion was out of the question, she'd stay with the Vulture, or so Chris eventually got her to concede. The rest of them would go meet their contact. Solis encrypted a message to the Vari and told them to ready a team for orbital drop intervention in the worst-case scenario. But only in that scenario, because it felt like they were all on uncharacteristically thin ice with the Hani, whom she'd only ever known as a cheerfully pragmatic people. Is there some crisis going on here already that we're about to drop into the middle of? She asked Kittering, because she wouldn't have been surprised. He regarded her blankly, although the five-eyed stare of a Hani was never expressive to human eyes. Residence is the purpose of the colony, he explained, and then, family, trying for something humans might understand. They think we'll hurt their children? Correct. The soaring spire of the slug-built tower had no landing pad, but its top was ringed with the spiked torus of a gravitic engine. Ollie jockeyed the Vulture God until the invisible hands of docking control had the ship. Then Solis, Kit and Chris walked gingerly down the ramp, with nothing but a 300-metre drop through empty air beneath them. That'll make a getaway difficult if we annoy the locals, Chris observed dryly. And the locals were watching them very carefully. There were more than a score of compact Hani shuttles in hovering dock already, with crews in and out and engineers picking their way crabwise over their hulls. Every one of them stopped to stare at the two humans, canting their shells to fix their amber, unblinking eyes on them. Kittering had his shield arms pulled tight, and Solace had the impression he was horribly embarrassed about the company he was keeping. Bringing us home to show the parents. Except she was trying to remember what little she knew about Hanny domestic arrangements, and that wasn't it. One vessel, 3 berths along, had a deputation coming to meet it, with a dozen Hanny in 2 columns playing a jittery kind of music on stringed instruments held in their mouthparts. It sounded weirdly off-key and lacked the heavy percussion of the Hanelambra compositions Solace was used to. A group emerged from the ship, and there was a great deal of what felt like ritualized exchange. Her translator was working overtime, and she still couldn't really follow what was said, just getting weirdly conversational phrases about time and work, and even the weather. Kit was hurrying onwards, wanting no part of it. Within the tunnels of the spire, they were instantly forced to stoop, the top of Solace's helmet scraping awkwardly on the round ceiling. Hanny passed rapidly back and forth, veering up onto the walls to detour around the slow, bent-over humans. There was no sense of being in a public space or somewhere with any concessions to non-Hanny. Kit led them through a network of broad, low tunnels, which were lit with an orange glare from beads set in a spiralling pattern. This combination made Solace feel queasy, until she switched on her visor's filter. Occasionally, she glimpsed larger chambers where Hanny were doing things. Meeting, standing in circles or spirals, or other patterns. She saw them painting each other's shells and shield arms carefully, or debating before screens of dense, spiky Hanny script. Inventories, perhaps, or lists of something. She'd seen Hanny goods manifests, and they weren't entirely dissimilar. Then, there was one where 5 Hanny crouched before brightly painted, therefore wealthy, others. Their own shells were utterly unadorned, and Solace felt they were being judged or punished or... Kit stopped to watch, or perhaps stopped out of respect, and they all had to wait until whatever was going on was finished. In the end, a Hanny came in with a wicked-looking powered blade, its edges glowing red-orange, and Solace braced herself for some barbaric execution. The 5 penitents were marked, though, the same symbol across their backs, carved in meticulous detail. Kit made a sibilant sound, like a sigh. "One day, perhaps," his translator offered. Wait, is that a caregiver investment? Chris obviously knew more about Hanny culture than Solace did. "These things come to pass for those who falter," Kit said, apparently agreeing. He danced out a little staccato of vented tension before leading them on, adding, "Also, be braced. Unpleasantness lies ahead for me. You also. It is possible?" "Trouble?" Solace asked. "Not that." And then they stepped out into a large chamber, the biggest they'd seen, and it was full of corpses. For a moment, Solace just saw discarded shells. She had the idea Hanny might shed their carapaces like earth insects did. But no. Several hundred dead Hanny were spread out in a radiating pattern filling most of the chamber floor. The air was heavy with a chemical scent that was either decay or something intended to prevent it. And live Hanny were coming in and out of the chamber, hauling pallets of the dead, removing corpses closer to the centre, or shifting bodies inwards in a constant and nightmarish cycle. Others were crouching near the centremost dead, marking records on projected screens. Solace expected to see the burnt marks, the penitents condemned to be handlers of the dead. But the Hani here had shells painted with stark bars, some particular caste or profession that needed immediate recognition. What's happened? Is there a pandemic or... Kit apparently found the question offensive, but Chris sidled close and murmured, "This is kind of what Hani want. The end of how they want it to go. These are successful Hani females." Solace's mind turned, trying for purchase on the idea. Then memory came to her aid. All Hani were male until they finally went home and settled down, which consisted entirely of fertilizing the eggs of a female. They then became female themselves and laid their own eggs, after which they died. That was the life cycle they'd evolved with and carried with them through burgeoning civilization and to the stars. Post-domestic, to Hani, was a death sentence, and one they embraced readily. Those caregivers must be the abstainers, who forewent the chance at offspring so they could nursemaid everyone else's next generation. She wanted to ask then. She wanted to ask if this was actually what Kit wanted. She herself was born out of a vat, after all. Surely the Hanilambra would turn away from this cycle, bring in a technology that would let them both have children and an old age. She wanted to ask whether Kit wouldn't rather just ply the throughways and never go home to die. For all that every jot of largesse or halma he saved would be intended to provide a nest egg for a brood of offspring he would never himself see. She asked precisely none of these things, however, because they were human questions, and this was not human business. "So, where's our contact?" Chris asked. But even as the words escaped her, Kit's comms crackled, and he was leading them on. While a trap was still a possibility, Solace reckoned anyone trying to make trouble here was going to win themselves every Hani on planet as an enemy. "They are an adjuster," Kit supplied, as they skirted the edge of the charnel cavern and crept into another low tunnel beyond. "As in loss adjuster? Like an insurance thing?" Chris asked him. "Not unlike, not like. Possessions that have not been liquidated must be valued and disposed of for the benefit of the young. Difficulties often attend this. Unusual or illegal goods, stolen or hard to sell, all must be reckoned, often sold off-world. Many contacts are required for adjusters. Also, it is shameful work, given to outsiders." They were then dropping down a slope into a square-cut chamber, the first straight walls they'd seen since entering the spire. The walls were lined with screens, and the screens displayed skyscapes of a score of different colours, weather, clouds, lightning, suns in a dozen different hues, rising and setting. In the midst of this was what she took for an armoured Hani, but then realised was a hiver frame. They were amongst Hani, of course, so why would they even approximate the human? Their body was finished with metallized plastic in brass and silver and purple chrome, the surface worked into elaborate scrollwork in imitation of a high-status Hanilambra. Their greeting, fiddled and waved at Kit, was recognisable as superior to inferior, enough that their friend stamped out a little staccato of annoyance before translating. "Their signifier is the Neurian. Not a Hanny-sounding name. Very uppity. Expecting us. There are complaints about how long we've taken to arrive. The possibility was there for them to meet us at the dock. Cranking the volume up for this last aside to ensure that the Nurian heard. Solace and Chris exchanged glances, and then the lawyer gave a brief, formal bow. If there was a proper etiquette for greeting a Hanny-shaped hiver on an alien world, it hadn't been in anyone's manuals. Minister Nurian, Chris hazarded, you know why we're here. If it helps, we have diplomatic credentials from your assembly, if that smooths over anything for you. The Nurians skittered back a few paces, raising the embossed faces of their shield arms. Ah, humans. A long time since I have had to communicate with humans. Hanalambra language is so much more nuanced. It does not help, Mesdames Kerestina Sulin Almier. You make the common mistake that we are all toes of the same foot in the assembly. Some of us refuse to reintegrate. Some of us prefer to remain who we are. I choose not to give up this instantiation of the Nurian. I am. The voice had started flat and rusty, but inflated with personality as the words tumbled out of their crab-shaped body. A crotchety and unpleasant personality, Solace felt. Well then, let's cut to it, Chris suggested. You, or your principals, went to some lengths to tell us you have Idris Telemier, our crewmate. So, what happens next? An incorrect assumption from the outset. Splendid, the Nurian remarked acidly. And yet, Menhir Telemier, int first class, is indeed the subject of this meeting. My principals do not have him. They have information pertaining to him that is not entirely divorced from their own interests. However, as you are known to them, and they feel there is no human word for what they feel, but let us suggest a sense of connection. They act under obligation in bringing this to your attention and involving you in their plans of vengeance. Vengeance? Against Idris? Solace broke in. The Nurian's eyes, just lights set into a jagged metal crown, likely not even sensors, tilted towards her. Another incorrect assumption. But regard. The screens went dark, one by one, the room cast into shadow, so that Solace was tensed for an ambush at any moment. One more incorrect assumption, as it turned out. A single screen was left, and now, instead of a skyscape, it showed a woman. Lean, hair hacked short, face taut with some emotion as she spoke. There was no audio, but the movement of her lips didn't suggest Kolval or Parsef. The Tothiat, Solace said. The woman from Ark Palator, who'd been there at the end, fighting the Voyeni with her. Who'd not been on the shuttles, and so had shared the fate of the planet. Surely even one of her kind couldn't survive that. Except she'd been making a lot of assumptions, as the Nurian had pointed out. Another screen, halfway across the room, lit up. The same still image of Idris, supposedly dated to after Ark Palator had ceased to be anything other than fatal art. But it was a broader perspective, showing more. A whole host of cultists, the shabby poor of that world, were all heading outwards from the square space they'd been crammed into moments before. She saw the pillars there, but it was a moment before she understood she was looking at the temple. Except this temple was in the heart of a swathe of tall, forked plants, trampled down by the exodus. Lime-green foliage, such as Arc Palator never saw. The Essil saved them, Chris breathed.
You simplify the situation, but it will stand as an explanation,
the Nurian said, and pulled the focus of the image in on the one part of the crowd not lurid with hegemonic colours. Idris, of course. Idris and the Tothiat Emeneth.
She has him,
the Nurian explained,
and my principals are keen to speak to her. They invite you to go hunting.
Hörbuch. This is Emma Kalen Ostry, Chief Larry said. She's a murderer, among other things. She used to murder people for us, before she decided she wanted more of a roving brief. Hörbuch hung tethered to the curved wall by a wrist strap, examining the woman's face. He scrolled down, seeing a piecemeal record, service and criminal, nothing within the last 8 years. He supposed she wasn't Chief Larry right at this moment, and the us she referred to might or might not still include her in its ranks. Certainly, this gravityless little maintenance orbital they were now in around Berlenhof wasn't her usual office. She crouched against one wall, like an attenuated spider, perfectly at ease, her brittle limbs freed of the shackles of Agrav, or a world's pull. He himself was having to constantly readjust his pose to stop himself drifting about. We picked her out of the Byron data. She was on Arc Palator, and she's an unlikely pilgrim. What's her deal? He asked. Why is this relevant to me? Larry's eyes were hooded. She wasn't looking straight at him, although given that he couldn't stay still, maybe that was his fault. She got shot up, badly, on assignment for us. One of my case files, in fact. Extinguishing a criminal cartel just as it got taken over by something nastier. The something nastier almost did for her. It certainly did for any lingering loyalty to us at Mordaunt House, and she skipped out on us soon after. Went straight to that something nastier, and offered it her services and her insider knowledge in exchange for a fix-up. Hörbuch had skipped ahead. That's quite some fix-up, he said. Well, she had quite some injuries to get fixed, Larry told him. She ran into a Tothir host, and they knocked 7 shades of shit out of her, to be frank, after she unloaded everything she had into them. You're familiar with the breed? Hörbuch nodded. All too bloody familiar. She reckoned becoming one could sort her out, Larry explained. She was right, and she worked for them for some time. Killed more people. Sometimes our people. She was always a vicious little bitch. Now she's a vicious little semi-immortal. Thankfully, we've got some bad medicine for that, and I'll make sure you get some. You know the run-ins I've had with these people, Hörbuch said. Without departmental backing, I don't know what I can do. That's not your concern, Larry told him. Hörbuch reckoned it very much was, but he didn't contradict her. What's your concern is the word that's come to me through private channels that Madame Ostry, Emeneth, as she's currently calling herself in her new incarnation, got off Arc Palator in company. She sent him a single still image. The crowd, the temple, the grassland. Ptolemy. Chief, this is departmental business. This is Hugh security. No, she said, forcefully enough that she had to claw at the wall to stop the single word jarring her loose.
right now this is our business. If you're still with me, Hervé. Believe me, there is nothing about how I got this information that I would share with the wider department. I'm only lucky that right now I'm a free agent.
This is linked to the...
He'd already made a full report about what Kolvari had found in the data, the Ark Fleet conspiracy. Leave that to me, Larry told him. You did well there, but I'm taking it out of your hands. She sagged, and he wondered how long it was since she'd slept. You don't want to go up against your own, Hervé. It leaves a mark on the soul.
I already did, on his Min's moon, he pointed out.
And you're eager for more?
He wasn't, of course.
The board is corrupt, Larry said, more to herself than him. They've been moving their people in for an age to make Mordaunt House their tame dog. So sometimes we have to go elsewhere.
Chief?
Her eyes snapped back to him. This is your task. Take the dossier, track down Emeneth. Recover Telemier if you can. If not, keep him out of the hands of any enemy power. You understand, Hervé?
That prospect wasn't much more enticing than butting heads with Mordaunt House, but he nodded grimly. I can't exactly just go roving the hegemony, especially as we don't even know if they think they're at war with us yet.
I wouldn't ask you to. Thing is, Larry explained, she's not in the hegemony, or not most of her time. It's all in the dossier. She's in and out of colonial space, on a fairly small number of worlds these last 2 years, since she's sold out the employers she gave us over for. Quite the turncoat little bitch. So go find her, and find out what her deal is, and get our int back. And if our former employee meets a fate her physiology can't shrug off, all the better.
Chapter 18. Solace. The Neurian then clammed up about precisely who their principals were.
You are allies or you are rivals,
they explained, with all the smugness a mechanical Hanny could exude.
In the latter case, they are more than happy that you don't know their identity.
Solace stared at the thing sourly. From what Kit said, someone in the Neurian's position got to deal with a great many outside agencies, mostly liquidating or investing property of deceased Hanny mothers so that their offspring could be better provided for. At first, she couldn't work out why this wasn't just an internal Hanny matter, and assumed some death custom amongst a species whose attitude towards death was, from a human point of view, particularly bizarre. After a while of Kit trying to explain without ever quite saying it, she understood that the Neurian and their peers were specifically responsible for getting rid of goods that the late owners wouldn't want to be associated with, and that the Hanny as a whole would be embarrassed to retain.
They're a fence, she accused Kit. You people have a whole black market going on.
Wholly inaccurate assessment of the situation, Kittering replied, though she could see the evasiveness in the way he couldn't stay still.
An appropriate human moniker is to say, repairer of reputations.
They have hegemonic contacts, these allies, Chris pointed out, and a good communication network. To get word all the way to here this quickly, that means access to plenty of ships. So what do they need us for? Solace demanded. Right now we're just a salvager. We don't even have Idris. They eyed the Neurian, who set their screens flashing up with images of planet-side or orbital views, human-built stations, human-occupied cities.
My associates need a vessel that can operate without problem in the colonial sphere. with a crew committed to locating these fugitives. The former is common, the latter is you. In return, they have the resources you lack, but more important, they have the information, without which you will not even know where to start. Your friend is out there. Or he was. This woman is a bad person. Tothiat are all mad.
"The pain," Kittering said unexpectedly, and then, "There was no fear of being hurt in the one killed by Ollie and myself. We were told the pain of being Tothiat eclipses all else."
"Cheery," Chris said.
"We need to talk to Ollie."
"Be brisk," the Nurian advised.
Under the hiver's metal gaze, they relayed the details to Ollie, none of which pleased her much. The looked-for blast of invective didn't come, though. The Vulture's de facto captain seemed oddly hesitant.
"Some hegemony concern, you reckon?"
"It makes sense," Chris agreed. "That's where Tothiat come from."
Yeah, it is. Fuck."
And then a drawn-out silence on comms. "Ollie?"
"I mean, I don't see we have a choice. If Idris is out there, then we've got to go get him, right? No matter what. I mean, we've gotten into bed with some pretty shitty types before now, yeah?"
She sounded as though she was trying to convince herself. She sounded as though, Solace fancied, she was already a step ahead of them on the logic chain.
"Tell the robo-crab bastard we'll do it, I guess," Ollie said at last. "I mean, what are they asking first off? They're a down payment?" "My principals wish to meet with you. Your agreement to that is simultaneously all they ask, and a prerequisite. They like immediacy in their dealings."
"How very old-fashioned," Chris murmured. But as simple as that, they had a deal.
"Return to your ship,"
the Nurian instructed them. They were to break orbit from Ittering and head out into open space to wait contact from these mysterious principles. Solace reckoned everyone was thinking the same thing. Keep the gravitic drives hot and be ready for a speedy exit to unspace, however hard that last resort would be on everyone's mental health. A short hop down the throughways should get them out of almost any trouble. Almost. There was that time it hadn't worked. Solace was developing a very unpleasant feeling about all of this. Enough that, as soon as they were back aboard the God, she went and got Mr. Punch. Or at least, the replacement Mr. Punch she'd been issued after losing her last accelerator on Arc Palator. Sometimes she felt she was leaving a trail of expensive Partheni kit across the galaxy. They had the impression that planet-side Ittering authorities were more than happy to see them go. It wasn't a planet that welcomed outsiders. It wasn't hard to see why the Hani were very, very protective of these creche worlds, where they spawned and raised their young. While Ollie took them out past the orbitals, out-system, away from the planet and its sun, she sent a message to their escort, the Vari.
"Contact with middleman made, and an agreement reached to cooperate with nameless patron. We are awaiting instructions that will bring us into contact with the principal."
She considered when the prime moment for a trap would be. A space rendezvous would give the God a chance to slip away if they were deft enough. More likely they'd be directed to some other planet, some confined space on a world, or within an orbital's gravitic reach. Hopefully, the Vari and its myrmidons would be enough to break up any party long enough to let them get away. Ollie had been subdued since they got back. A lack of complaints from her was a genuine cause for concern. Solace kept meaning to confront her and see what was up. Ollie was busy, though. Busy fixing this or that, sketching throughway routes, so she could jump-start any navigation the moment they got into unspace. Busy not talking to Solace, mostly. Or anyone. Chris and Kittering sat at their stations and fidgeted, and were obviously just as leery of their captain's mood. After hovering about the entrance of the drone bay, Ollie's fiefdom, Solace sloped back to the command pod, where Chris was fielding comms from the Vari. "I'm not picking anything up," she said, as Solace entered. "Can you share sensor data?" Solace dropped into a seat and patched into the conversation, hearing the Partheni officer say, "You're right at the epicenter. Are you entering unspace? You're powering up grav drives." The accent harsh and struggling with the Colville words. "We're really not," Chris assured her, bent over her console. A batch of data came through, the universe through Vari's eyes. The ship's military-grade sensors had picked out a flexing of the universe, a bowl of gravitic distortion, with the vulture god at its exact centre. "I'm not seeing any of that," Chris complained. "I'm picking up signal lag. Minute lag on sensor data, though. She locked eyes with Solace. "We can't see it, because we're inside it." "Get us moving," Solace decided. "Ollie, get us moving." Ollie must have been listening in, because their Bricata drives were hauling the god forwards almost immediately, reaching for the chaotic interface between space and unspace, digging their claws in and yanking them forwards and sideways. It was a violent skip across space that their gravitic buffers muted into the faintest of shudders for the crew inside. "It's still with you," came the comms from the Vari, feeding them live sensor logs now, distorted by whatever was going on. And then, in a hollow voice, "It is chasing you." Then, something came out of unspace, right on top of them. It looked like a sun. Not a ball of incandescent gas. Not a real sun. Something all the more frightening for that. A sun from art, all curved and jagged rays daggering from a central hub, its centre dominated by a great irising maw opening to devour the vulture whole. If they hadn't been on the move, they would have been within those teeth, even as the thing tore its way free of unspace. As it was, the sudden presence of another body so close threw their own gravitic calculations out, shifting the fabric of space so that the god was abruptly tumbling away, cut loose from the universe and scrabbling for purchase against the face of reality. Solace focused, that long-learned Myrmidon's discipline rising within her. She compensated for their spin, then had the salvage ship's inadequate lasers online and tracking the newcomer despite their spiralling path. Ollie was swearing blue murder, which at least was reassuring. She could see the sun ship's own gravitic envelope trying to snag them and haul them close, with Kittering already frantically rebuffing them, trying to use that same burgeoning force to bounce them away instead. Chris was exchanging data and monosyllables with the Vari, the Partheni vessel already inbound, with weapons hot. "What even is that?" Ollie demanded. The sun ship revolved gracefully around the central disk, a tessellated face of triangles and diamonds all arrowing into its hungry hatchway. The radiating veins were all curved planes, like the hooked teeth of a circular saw, each twisted identically out of true. Each one bigger than the god, too. She had taken them for decoration at first, but now realised that together they constituted a gravitic drive of impressive power. The ship's frame was wholly unlike anything she'd seen before, but the radial symmetry and geometrical aesthetic said hegemony to her. "The Essie'll have come for us, because we took the shuttles," she got out. It was the only thing that made sense to her. "No," Ollie's voice was shaking. "Not that. Older grudge than that. But it's fucking personal, sure enough." Kit was keeping them just ahead of the sun ship's gravitic reach, as if they were a cork on turbulent waters, knocked further away each time a hand grasped for it. Solace reckoned this was mostly because the sun ship was still orienting itself after its return to the real. "We need to leave," she decided. "Ollie, can we get into unspace?" "Planet's far enough, but they're right on us, and they're shipping a lot of mass," Ollie got out. "Vulture God," the Vari broke in. "We'll run interference. Commencing assault now. Get out. Compris?" "Compris, Mother," Solace agreed automatically. But right now, Ollie wasn't going to pick her up on it. Unless the sun ship turned out to be some glorified diplomatic barge, the Vari wasn't going to be able to go toe-to-toe with it for very long. The Vulture God was under control now, Bricata Drive dragging it back and forth as it fled an erratic course away from the sunship. Solace tracked the little Partheni interceptor as it set a course that would clip between the two vessels, its accelerator banks and gravity hammer already tracking. "Comes from... says it's the almighty scythe of morning," Chris said. "Damn me. Says we agreed to an audience." "These are the Neurians' friends, are they?" Solace asked. "Wait. Scythe of..." or whatever that originally meant in some hegemonic language. Except certain links were forming in her head. Scythes were for harvesting, weren't they? "Is this Aklu?" "Yes, it is fucking Aklu," Ollie snarled. She had a dozen points on the ship's elaborate hull flagged up, isolating the broken harvest insignia they'd seen before. "They are being bounced off," Kit's translator garbled, but it was a fair assessment. The Vari's accelerator fire was being bent everywhere but towards the scythe itself. Then it got its mass hammer going, a pitifully small affair compared to the vast batteries the Parthenon had unleashed against the architects, but still the most powerful sledgehammer available to crack this particular nut. She was gratifyingly surprised to see the impact actually knock the scythe from its pursuit, swatting it off at an angle, though, without any visible damage. "Ollie!" she called. But midway through that, they were already clawing for unspace, tearing out of the reel with a rending shudder that shook the whole ship. She was alone. They'd been all hands to the pumps, with no chance of getting into suspension. Even now, Ollie would be plotting their throughway and exit point before putting herself under in her control pod in the drone bay. Chris and Kit were hopefully already stumbling through their own solitary nightmares to their pods, and Solace had to do the same. She got up, disoriented, despite nothing in the ship having changed. Except everything had changed. It wasn't real anymore, and neither was she. She had to get herself under before just being started to mess with her head. She had her fingertips on the cover of her pod, already feeling the emptiness of the ship starting to crawl and shift around her, as though every part of it thronged with movement the moment she turned her back. For a second, she thought the lid wouldn't open, but then it already was, no visible transition. She stared down into it. What if I go under and... This is not the time to think this. And cease. What if I cease? You've done this 100 times. I'm already unreal. Nothing here is real. It's all in my head. I'm about to turn my head off. What if I... Then a weird moment of clarity. How does Idris stand this, over and over, and not even going to sleep? How is it even the same Idris who comes out each time? And she started, staring down at the uncertain confines of the suspension pod, because as his name sounded inside her head, so she thought she heard his voice. She was about to turn, to look round. Surely he'd be there. Idris, or his ghost, perhaps with some clue, some vital information that would let them find him. She came so close to looking. Even as her head turned, though, she realised it wasn't him. It couldn't be him. But something was there, and it really wanted her to look at it. It was practically at her shoulder, breathing in her ear. It was a shadow at the corner of her eye. It needed her to see it, and if she did, she'd make it real, and perhaps then what came out of unspace wouldn't be her at all, even if it still wore her face and answered to her name, and... They fell out of unspace into the real, and Solace took Chris's elbow in the throat and fell backwards, coughing. They'd both been about to get into the same pod, in their lone universes. What happened? Ollie? Chris helped her up, even as she called out. We're... don't know where the fuck. Just some shitty little Hanny mining rock somewhere and... Fuck! The vulture god lurched violently, spilling Chris and Solace onto a floor that was briefly a 60-degree slope. Solace grabbed a slate as it spun past and linked to the ship's sensors. They were in the centre of the sun. The almighty scythe of morning was all around them, jaws gaping to swallow them up. Not the first time they'd been tracked through unspace, of course, and last time it had been the self-same faction of hegemonic outcasts. The Broken Harvest Cartel had caught up with them. Solace went and got her gun. I don't think that'll help, Chris told her. We can't just let them take us. She knew Chris was right, but something in her wouldn't just bow the knee. Damn right we won't, came Ollie's voice over the comms. We're leaving! Ollie, they've got us. We're inside their gravitic field, Chris pointed out. Around them, the ship shuddered. We're leaving, Ollie repeated, teeth clenched. And then the pair of them were almost shaken off their feet as the vulture god lurched forwards, fighting against the hold the scythe had on it. Hopeless, Solace knew, but the ship rammed sideways, then forwards again. She and Chris were crouched on the floor now, holding on to anything that presented itself. She heard a squeal of audio interference from the direction of Kit's own cabin, where his pod was, followed by a rapid patter of complaints she couldn't follow. Where are our dampeners? Chris yelled. What have they done to us? Not them, Solace got out. Us. Ollie's using everything the engine can give to shift us. Not much left to counter inertia. This could get messy. In between lurches, she was trying to call up data from the ship, to see where any of this was getting them. Every part of the god was complaining, groans and grinds from the very walls as they wrestled the scythe for control. Then she had a display open, juddering with jagged attacks of static, and saw that their ship was actually making some considerable speed, Bricata drive hauling them arm over arm, faster and faster, in an attempt to escape. It was an attempt only, because the scythe hadn't let go, and they were hauling the far larger ship with them, dragging it around like so much cargo. The god was a salvage craft after all. Its drives were far punchier than its size suggested. But the scythe wasn't letting go. And then Kittering, apparently having either climbed or fallen into the command pod, broke in with an urgent new problem. "Hull sensors, intrusion at drone bay hatch. Ollie, watch out!" "Oh, I'm fucking ready," Ollie told them, meaning she'd got the drones to fit her into the Scorpion, Solace guessed, even as she was piloting the ship. "Bring it on!" Solace snarled and made for the bay herself, scrabbling uphill half the way, then skidding down as the gravity gradient shifted beneath her. She ended up rolling into the bay and almost bouncing off the Scorpion, where it stood, clamped to the floor, every arm spread and tipped with murder. Ollie's face, within its plastic pod, was screwed up with concentration. "Hope you brought a friend," she hissed. Solace weighed Mr. Punch in her hands. "We're basically going down in flames. Is that the plan?" "What is it you bitches say? Pret cum batra?" "Pret, mother." Ollie snorted. Then she obviously lost the hacking war over the hatch, because it flew open. That the Scythe's engines were maintaining an atmosphere envelope was established when all the air in the drone bay failed to fly outside, like it was rushing to greet a long-lost relative. What came in was a single figure, not even suited, not even armed. "Oh, shit," Ollie said. "This just got trickier." "You have any of that stuff you had?" Solace tried. "Shot it all into her brother that last time," Ollie announced, loud enough for the newcomer to hear. It was a woman, lean, hard-looking, wearing a long coat and a harness with grav handles, so she could ride the Scythe's gravitic fields and fly if she wanted to. She was facing them, but Solace knew damn well there was one of those lobster's symbiotes down her spine. She was a Tothiat named Haramon, and she worked for the Essiel gangster who ran the Broken Harvest cartel. There had been another, presumably not her actual brother, but her fellow lieutenant, a particularly nasty thug named Mesmon, and Ollie had done for him with a particularly nasty concoction designed to sever the Tothia host link, which it had, with extreme prejudice. And now Solace was thinking they really should have laid some more of that in. Haramon cocked her head on one side, looking at Mr. Punch and all the Scorpion's cutlery drawer of implements without concern. If she was anything like Mesmon, she was right not to worry. Tothiat flesh could mend itself faster than anyone could break it. "Mesdames Olian Timo," she addressed the Scorpion, "the unspeakable Aklu, the razor and the hook, is given to understand that you've consented to a meeting." "Maybe I did, but not with him," Ollie said. "The bastard metal crab never said it was with him." "Have consented," Haramon repeated, "which consent constitutes a sacred obligation on your part and on that of the unspeakable. You know how seriously the Essiel take such things." "I know," Ollie spat, "that your chief doesn't work by the same rules as the rest of the clams. How am I supposed to believe he won't have us flayed alive? We trashed his ship the last time." A moment's pause. "Though he got a better one, that I'll concede. A real nice one." Haramon's smile was wintry. "Mesdames Timo, it is the case that the unspeakable has been severed from the social contracts of the Essiel, and that is right and proper, and part of its place in the universe. But for you, it extends a special courtesy. For you and a single companion, the razor shall not whet its edge, and you may talk about errant intermediaries and turncoat Tothiat.
How's that? Or the same courtesy can be extended later. Only all your friends will be dead. Ollie scowled furiously, looking like she wanted to bludgeon the universe to death for lumping her with this. I'll go, Solace offered. I'll go with you. Chris, Kit, you hearing this? Ollie asked, and they both confirmed it. No offence, but I'll take Chris if she'll go. She looked almost apologetic, far from the adversarial mode she usually reserved for talking with Solace. I mean, if it comes to a fight on their ship, we're royally screwed. At least Chris has a clever mouth on her. Chris. Chris was regretting that clever mouth, in all honesty. Not that she hadn't survived crossing words with quite the selection of lowlifes and crooks in her time, but the razor and the hook was something different. What even was an SEL gangster? To a colonial, the species was that weird but undeniably powerful clique that controlled the hegemony through, it sometimes seemed, sheer awe. Their human cultists said they were divine and interacted with their masters via worship and propitiation. Their subjects of other species presumably had similar arrangements, or perhaps radically different arrangements. At the heart of it, though, was what the SEL worldview actually was, and nobody had a clue about it, except they were obviously very happy for others to do things for them. Being a naturally sedentary species, Chris guessed that was deeply ingrained in their alien psyches. So what did it mean when one of them went rogue? Or mad, possibly? The unspeakable Aklu ran a thriving criminal empire of unknown extent, while still having access to hegemonic toys and, as their current predicament showed, ships. Their role within the hegemony wasn't the same as a human crime lord might take within the colonies. They had some formal place in the SEL hierarchy. A cult hierograve had tried to explain that they were like a devil, an enemy to all things, but a sanctioned one, part of a wider plan. But that was just a human take, after all. What was certain was that Aklu had a great deal to blame the vulture god crew for. Their last clash had killed off a valuable lieutenant and resulted in the loss of Aklu's ship to a Partheni strike team. Before that, they had inadvertently got hold of some originator regalia Aklu had been transporting, and those same trinkets had been lost in the fight over Berlenhof. If Aklu judged in any way like a human, then it would be thinking they owed it, possibly a debt that could only be paid for in blood. Now Haramon was jauntily leading them through octagonal sectioned corridors, walled with mother-of-pearl, and into a chamber where there were not one, but two SEL. Chris stopped. She'd never actually seen more than one in one place. In fact, seeing one was rare enough. But here were two, large as life. The same tall shells, parted at the top, to let a flurry of stick-thin limbs and eye stalks emerge, rooted at the bottom by grey serpentine holdfasts. She recognised the one on the floating couch as Aklu, from the mercurial tracery flowing about its carapace in eye-watering patterns. Also from the way the score or so of humans, Castigar and Hanny, were standing around it in poses simultaneously servile and ready to enact violence. The other SEL was hanging in the air, and for a moment she thought it was just using the ship's agrav. She had to adjust her eyes to the peculiar light in the chamber, lead grey and very flat
and from every side, confusing the human eye's grasp on perspective and distance. As she did, it became clear that the other Essiel was actually hanging in a harness from the walls. Translucent segmented cords were hooked into the top edges of its shell so that it swung gently, its 4-metre holdfast coiled on the floor like ropes of wrinkled intestines. She exchanged a look with Ollie, still in the scorpion, meeting equal bafflement coming the other way. This second Essiel also looked familiar. Something about the patterns on its shell, and it wasn't as though there were many she'd ever seen before. Is that, scrabbling to remember the thing's actual titles, the Radiant Sorteal? The Radiant Sorteal, the Provident and the Prescient, Heremon confirmed in a hushed voice. She had stopped, giving them just enough space to get inside the door. Aklu was gesticulating with its many arms, while moans and rumbles shuddered through the walls and floor. When they'd been in its presence before, the Essiel had employed a Hiver major domo to translate for it. She saw the gilded, many-armed frame amongst its retinue. But right now, it was having a cosy chat with its own kind, and there was no need to let the lesser species know what was being said. "You'll get in an urge to go down on your knees," Ollie whispered. "Of course not," Chris lied. "Yeah, me neither." 2 Essiel. She still couldn't understand what it was about the damn things. Perhaps it was just the sheer strangeness of them. Perhaps it was her intellectual knowledge that, of all the species humans had encountered, save only the architects themselves, the Essiel were powerful. But deep inside, she knew it was simply something without reason, that spoke from them to the human soul. Small wonder their adherents had formed a cult. "Of course," Heremon added sotto voce, "not so prescient right now, eh?" "What do you mean?" Chris asked. Sorteal was waving its arms now, presumably the polite Essiel equivalent of asking for someone to pass the cake or something. "You speak Essiel?" Heremon shook her head and was about to say something else when Sorteal jerked, its whole 3-metre height shaking, as the cords pulled tight. Its arms kept waving in what seemed a fairly languorous manner, as though signalling a waiter. Ollie got out hoarsely. Chris could only stare. There were winches in the walls, or else the whole business was via micromanagement of the gravitic field. The cords strained, each pulling against the others, prizing at the open edge of Sorteal's bivalved shell. A tremendous thunder issued from it, a barrage of guttural outgassing that shook the whole chamber. But its arms continued their graceful dance, passing through a sequence of ritual attitudes and poses. So genteel, so delicate, surely not the visual accompaniment to a creature screaming in pain. The shells began to part. Chris heard things snap and tear. Then, with immaculate slowness, the radiant Sorteal, the provident and the prescient, was torn in half. Chapter 19. Idris. The glare woke him. Even though he opened his eyes to a room where the windows were screened with metal shutters, where the light strips glued unevenly to the ceiling were turned down low, it seeped in, around the edges of everything, a hideous light that attacked the eyes just by the very fact of it, the least pinprick or the edge of it, harsh, like needles to the eyes. bright and of no particular colour. Not colourless, Idris decided, of very specific hues and shades, just ones his eyes revolted against naming. For someone who doesn't sleep, I'm doing a lot of this waking up lark. I don't like it. He tried to jump to his feet, in the manner of a man of action ready to make his daring escape. It didn't happen. His head was pounding, and he felt as though he'd had a crowbar applied at every joint, all the way down to the least pivot of his little fingers. He just about managed to sit up without passing out. First order of business. Where the hell am I? A room. It had walls that were both curved and inward sloping, and the curves were parallel, as though he'd been stowed away inside a section of doughnut. The ceiling and floor were both as non-native to the walls as he was, slabs of heavy sheet metal stapled to each other and to the walls themselves, with huge bolts of an unfamiliar design, the heads standing inches proud of every surface, like upward-curling mushroom caps. It all looked very homegrown, which should have been reassuring to someone used to the spacer circuit. The precise way everything fitted together was definitely not the product of your regular human botch jobber, though. All the sections were meshed, like interlaced fingers, everything seeming simultaneously too elaborate and on too large a scale for a human to comfortably work with. The same went for the construction of the shutters, that were not quite masking the glare from 3 window apertures of different sizes, a small one at knee level, the next a large rectangle placed around where he'd expect a window to go, and then a semicircular hole towards where they'd riveted the ceiling in. But the walls... There wasn't much doubt in his mind of their provenance, given all the recent exposure he'd had, but he went over to touch their gritty grey stone anyway, and felt something. A jolt, like a crackle of discharged static, but of the mind. That was new. A whole committee of thoughts abruptly woke up within his brain and started tabling motions. Whatever they'd dosed him with to bring him here had shut down a huge part of what made him an int, possibly because they'd been worried he would somehow work out their path through unspace if they left him fully aware. He hadn't even noticed this gap when he first opened his eyes, but now, all that wonderful revelation, all the damage the intermediary program had done to him, came dribbling back into his frontal lobes. He suddenly felt the hollowness beneath him, as though he was standing on thin ice. Not a physical chasm, but unspace, with the barrier between it and the real worn so thin he could have stamped his foot and broken through. Well, no, it didn't work like that, but it felt like that. The walls were originator work, sure enough. No mistaking a kind of stone that didn't occur naturally, and that nobody had ever succeeded in replicating, or even analysing properly. But it didn't feel like the city on Arc Palator, or the overgrown ruins of Jericho. There, he'd been able to reach out and sense the hollows of it, and even those hollows had had plenty to teach him. He could use his mind like a striker and ring the great emptiness, letting the echoes explain to him how the void of the universe went on beyond and below everything he saw. But here, in this place, he didn't need to repurpose his poor abused cranium as a blunt instrument, because the walls were already ringing, vibrating with activity. Not power, in the sense any human would understand it. Use any meter you could build, and you wouldn't find a charge or a current passing through this stone. In the same way that, though the torus of a ship's gravitic drive did need to generate some power, the vast majority of the force that sent it into unspace came from the universe itself. The drives were just a mediator and a rudder in that unleashed flood. So here the walls rang with the gong of the cosmos itself, opened to channels of force and strangeness from the other side of the real, unreal boundary. "Some fucker," he said to the grey walls and the hideous mismatched floor, "has turned it on." There was no on with Originator Ruins, though. Trine had always said that what the builders left at each and every site was just the shell after the actual business had been removed. They were the husk of what had been intended, and even that was enough to keep the whole race of architects in awe. He finally managed to get to his feet, the headache receding, and the aches creeping back into their respective joints, with no promises that they wouldn't come back at the slightest provocation. He'd hoped his eyes would adjust to the half-dark and razor edge of hideous glare, but that didn't seem as though it would happen any time soon. There was nothing in the room, he noticed. He'd just been dumped on the uneven hardness of the floor. No concessions to living space, no water or facilities. He really needed some facilities now. Time to call room service. Except one other thing the room was out of was doors. Aside from the covered windows, the walls were unblemished by anything so human. "Hello?" he demanded, and stamped his foot on the metal below him, hoping for a great boom, but evincing only a sad little clunk. "You got me here. Here I am. Not going anywhere. Not escaping. Really need to crap." A slab of floor fell away across the room. He braced for an almighty clang, but apparently it was intentional, and things weren't as slipshod as all that. A head came up through it, a woman's, not the Tothiat's, bulked out by an array of tubes and implants around her chin and throat. She looked about 15 years older than he did, which meant she was about 20 years younger, most likely, but the augmentations made it a difficult one to call. Her hair was metallic blue, in a spiky cut as awkward and homegrown as the plates of the floor. "Crapping?" Her voice was surprisingly light. "Yeah, I remember that. You come on down here, Mr. Biological Functions, and I'll march you there." "You don't get to stand over me while I do it," Idris warned her, stumbling forwards. She was up a ladder, he now saw. The hatch she'd opened was the shape of a squared-off teardrop, exactly the way a human wouldn't do it, but the ladder was plainly a later addition on a different scale. Relatable spacer work. And so was she, he noticed. The hands grasping the rungs looked organic, as were the feet in her sandals and the face she turned to him. Most of her torso was not, however, and whoever had done the work had clearly been proud of it. There was a moulded set of plates covering her from chin to groin, shaped as a woman's body, but they were translucent plastic, and he could see all the inner workings of her. Innards, in that they were in, but nothing of the organic messiness most people preferred. He reckoned if he cocked his head just so, he could have seen past what looked like a serious power plant bulking out her thorax to where an actual live spinal column was sitting, but he wasn't sure. "Ain't no one ever told you it's rude to stare?" she asked, without much acrimony. "That," he said frankly, "is a job of work." Because he was as much a spacer as anything these days, and so was she, he meant it as nothing but a compliment, and she took it in the same light. "My old crew," she said.
Mad bastards wouldn't let me die.
I know the feeling. Thinking about the little handful of trine that was even now regulating the beating of his heart. Come on, though. Really do need to go. She didn't stand over him, and the facilities were reassuringly human, obviously ripped out of some tramp hauler and just bolted in wholesale. He hoped they'd remembered to bring over a recycler as well, or somewhere in this originator site things would be getting very filthy. The cyborg was waiting for him when he came out. By then, he'd had a chance to think about the fact she was only wearing sleeves and leggings attached to her full torso replacement, with no attempt to cover it up. Not the self-consciousness he'd seen in some then, obviously proud of who and what she was. I mean, probably you already know, he offered awkwardly, but I'm Idris Telemier. Then, because it wasn't exactly a secret right now, Int, first class.
Tokamak Jane, she told him, clasping his wrist when he offered it. I run this place. Those parts of it are human engineers fit for anyhows. And yes, Mynheer Telemier, I've heard all about you from before you came. Old friend of yours drops in here sometimes. Just about the only visitor we have most of the time. Which is how we like it.
So, where's here? Idris asked, as they arrived back to what he thought of as his cell. The Tothiat woman, Emaneth, was waiting for him there, along with a tall man with crooked shoulders, his face bony and dark. He wore most of what looked like a heavy-duty encounter suit, half its panels open and crazy with makeshift additions and alterations, still trailing hoses. Idris didn't like the look of that suit. He didn't like thinking about where you might go that required a suit like that. And what old friend? Is there Tothiat on loan from Aklu, maybe? He decided he didn't want to know. The question alone would surrender more leverage than he was willing to. Tokamak Jane was smiling quietly to herself.
Em, she called over, you want to pull the big reveal? Mynheer Telemier, you might want to shield your eyes a tad.
He'd expected something just to happen, some invisible signal from a comms implant or subvoc throat mic, but instead, Emaneth went over to the shutters on one wall, took hold of a particularly obtrusive bolt, and yanked it down. A lever, therefore. The shutter on the middle window ground open, and the light came in. Not like a morning sunrise, or a star's steady burn seen from shipside, but a raging invasion. Idris yelped and covered his eyes, but the radiance pried fiercely at the edges of his fingers, shining through the very flesh of his hands, so he felt he could see his bones silhouetted against it. He heard someone laughing meanly, the man in the encounter suit, presumably. Then someone else took hold of his head, and for a moment he thought they were going to pull his hands away and blind him. Instead, the tight band of a pair of goggles came around his brow, and he fumbled them down until he could peer through them. They didn't do as much as he'd hoped. The brightness was dulled, but it wasn't the intensity that offended the eye. It was the light itself, just as he'd noted before. Some inexpressible quality of its wavelength made its very hues assault the eyes, defying any spectrum he was happy with and wavering between glaring, eye-watering shades. It was a jungle out there. A jungle made of glass. He couldn't see any sky. All around, reaching up in a confusion of overlapping plates, was a riot of translucent foliage. It seemed mostly still, but as the local star's light struck it, It shattered into all the eye-offending colours, getting worse as each new layer was reached, until what came through to them, buried down in the originator's facility, had been transfigured 100 times, each one worse than the last. Every layer tortured the light to a different degree, and Idris felt as though the inside of his skull was being blasted by it, scoured clean by the horrible radiance. The plants themselves, or at least whatever this profusion of life was, seemed ridiculously fragile and absurdly huge. Their segmented stalks threw out arrays of discs and blades, fans of spear-point leaves, each one many times larger than Idris, made their own violent filter against the light. The tangle of it extended as far up as he could see, hundreds of meters, kilometers perhaps. It seemed impossible that it could bear its own weight, save that it was living stuff, not glass at all.
"There is a shield," said the man, in a high, cracked voice. "The shield is why we are here, why this installation survives on this world, why, one might go so far to say, any of this is possible. Men here telemie," speaking his name with what Idris could only characterize as an unwholesome eagerness. "There is indeed a shield, and without it, the light alone would flay you to your bones, would abrade the bones themselves. So much radiation, Mania. A radiation so destructive, you'd almost say it was hungry. Nothing we could build would survive it. A wonder of the universe from its first discovery. And yet they didn't know the least of it back then. The old cartography corps, they had no idea what was hidden here. Mynheer, I bid you welcome to Cricket's Hell."
"You can't see it through all this, but there's a star out there," Emineth said. She was staring straight at the blaze, unshielded, while everyone else had goggles on. He imagined her eyes being scoured from her head and constantly rebuilt by the busy vitality of the Tothiat. "We're close to it, maybe 80 million clicks, and it's a fierce star, flares and eruptions all the time. Cartcorps found the star, found this hellhole planet, got out as quick as they could. There was nothing here anyone wanted. Xeno-bio teams came later. About 20 people died before they decided they didn't want to know that much." What the hell? What am I even looking at?"
"Life,"
said the man in the encounter suit. A suit Idris was now having even worse suspicions about, given what they were telling him.
"A most voracious ecosystem, billions of years in the making. This world was probably more hospitable once, but life fell down the gradient of the stars' increasing truculence, Mynheer Telemie, until this was what was left. There's a kind of nuclear photosynthesis going on there, life disarming and repurposing all the death the star throws at this world. And in the process, it becomes something that nothing else can tolerate. You'd be stripped down to loose atoms if you went out there."
Idris nodded rapidly. "That's it, is it? Only it seems a bit extravagant when your Tothiat could just have put a gun to my head on Arc Palator." The three of them exchanged glances, part amused, part embarrassed. "You're not here to die, Mynheer," Emineth said, still staring into the maelstrom. "Consider yourself recruited." He looked from one face to another, seeking the joke, but the amusement was gone. I mean what? He got out. I mean, you think I'm some crazy biologist or something? You think I'm a pilot and what you've got here is a planet? I don't do planets. You can't pilot them. I'm just... What even... Aware that he was babbling now, and the whole business was herring off in directions he hadn't even known existed. What does any of this have to do with me? He finished off with a wail.
Close the shutters, Em, the man said. I think he's a little overwhelmed.
Emineth made a disparaging sound, but yanked on the bolt, and the panels ground shut. He was Dr. Haleon Shinandri, he explained, as though the name might mean something to Idris. It didn't, and that plainly rankled, but right then Idris would take any turnabout he could. When the shutters finally sealed away all but the needle edges of the light, he found himself sinking down onto the uneven metal floor, shaking. He'd felt a threat from the light that was almost existential, and now he was left in the echo of it, with that terrible hollowness below him too, the inexplicable sense of a space that was not there, and yet resounded to every footfall nonetheless. "You're in charge, are you?" he asked bitterly. Shinandri's smile promised more unwelcome revelations.
Well, you may not meet who's in charge, Menhir Telemie. One might suggest you'd even prefer it that way. They're unpredictable, but visionary. They found me when I was, let us just say, at a very low ebb. You understand these things. When you have a great work at great cost, but all you're left with is great failure. I had nothing, Menhir, but then he found me. And Jane was already here when I came for her own reasons. And Emineth came later, seeking
dissolution, the Tothiat declared from across the room.
We are quite the little family. We invite you to join us.
The sort of invitation you can't say no to, Idris said bitterly.
Yet you'll want to say yes,
Shinandri explained.
Let us tell you why you are here, Menhir.
A weird note of pleading crept into the man's voice. They really do need me.
Because we have got as far as we can with our expeditions. Our eyes, the very organs of perception, are inadequate to the task. We need an int, a first-class int. We need your brain, Menhir Telemie.
Seeing Idris twitch, he gave an awkward laugh.
In your head. Still in your head. Still on your shoulders.
Idris wasn't entirely convinced he was being wholly candid. How about this? He tried. I just say no. I say I don't want to cooperate with you mad clowns in any way because you are, frankly, fucking terrifying. The mad doctor and his immortal monster and... Look, Jane, you seem perfectly pleasant and all, but the company you keep is not doing you any favours right now. So I say thank you for the aggressive job opportunity, which is just one, might I say, one of a long line of similar opportunities people have been throwing at me recently, but I'll pass, and just, what then? What happens when I say that?
Good luck walking home,
Emineth drawled.
I am not mad,
Shinandri said, in a small but indignant voice.
I had a vision, that's all. and it was incomplete. Yes, there were deaths, but I am not mad.
Right, Idris concluded. He is absolutely mad. Or at any rate, just very dangerous to be around if you can't regrow body parts like Auntie M over there.
This planet, this biosphere, Emineth said.
She had a hand on the shutters, as though desperately wanting to reopen them.
Why do I even care? Idris exploded, slapping a hand down on the plates of the floor and regretting it. It's not like I want to go out and pick the horrible goddamn death flowers.
Nobody does. They kill anything that goes near them.
It's hard enough to get a ship past the upper atmosphere even, she said dreamily.
This whole planet is a death world. To anything.
She looked slyly to Shenandri, passing on the burden of the narrative.
Mynheer, the first thing we learned at this site is what happened when the originators withdrew from all their places across the universe. What we have left, all the ruins and trinkets and nonsense, is merely their foundations, from which they removed the true workings of their technology. You know better than anyone just how much there is, but most of their legacy is an absence. What you were listening to on Arc Palator was just the void their treasures once inhabited.
Idris regarded him levelly and stamped out any little internal sparks of interest this talk might be igniting in him.
But when they came back to Kriket's hell, Mynheer, the ecosystem must have already been in the throes of its transformation, inimitable even to the originators themselves. They couldn't remove it, Mynheer. They couldn't dismantle their workings. Whatever process they used to disconnect from these sites, to spirit their wonders away, it could not survive the fires of life here, or it malfunctioned, or the cost was too great. So, when they departed, they abandoned on this world one last functioning installation. And it is dying, Mynheer. Its shields have held out for millions of years against the light, but they can't hold forever, and our own researches are accelerating that timetable, yes, despite all we do. But here it is, Mynheer.
Throwing his gauntleted hands up to indicate the walls all around them.
A functional originator facility. The lens we can use to understand the universe. But we are none of us fit to look into that lens, Mynheer. For that we need an intermediary. A real one, with decades of experience in gazing into the abyss. We need you.
Chapter 20. Ollie.
God, Chris said. God help us.
Ollie, who'd always prided herself on an iron stomach, was fighting very hard not to see its contents all over the inside of the scorpion's canopy. She couldn't bring herself to look at Aklu, which meant her eyes had nowhere to go but Sortil. It had been ripped in half. Ripped. In half. Right the way down its 4-metre height. The 2 long sections of shell were still attached at the lower end, where the great gut length of its holdfast tail was writhing and whipping mindlessly. The upper edges of each dangled from the hooks, while strung between them was a hideous opened fan of alien anatomy. Ollie had never particularly wanted to know what went on inside an essiel, but now she had the whole textbook right in front of her. None of the specifics of it were recognisable, but the sight was familiar enough in the general. Tubes and pipes, torn sheets of great glistening membranes, bulging sacs, and a webwork of bluish capillaries. Fluids that were yellow or black or silvery, though surprisingly little actual spillage. She was trying desperately to be clinical about the whole thing. And it was still alive, she saw, but getting less so. Some of its arms were still flailing, eye stalks thrashing back and forth in a tormented semaphore, until all the various parts of the radiant sortiel grew still. Some childish part of her still waited, though. That area of her reptile brain, which the sheer presence of the essiel spoke to, was looking for a resurrection, a reversal. Release the tension on the ropes, and surely the shells would snap back together, and there would be sortiel, whole and inexplicable again. Not this all too comprehensible meat. Any lingering thoughts in that direction were put paid to when the butchers moved in. She saw a big castigar, worm-like body with a tentacled crown, equipped with a whole miscellany of hooks and knives and saws. Thronging on both sides of it was a host of skittering things the size of small dogs, hidden within many-limbed encounter suits. Timery, the little hegemonic servants she'd seen before. Maybe these were even Sortiel's own retinue, having seamlessly switched sides upon, or before, the dismemberment of their master. She couldn't remember Aklu having any of the critters around before. And the dismemberment was only beginning. They were flensing the stuff of Sortiel from the inside of the parted shell. The Timery were hauling in floating tubs and buckets and containers, and into each went some cut or other of the dead essiel's rubbery flesh. Its fluids were drained, its organs removed with surgical precision. Every piece went into a container exactly the right size for it, so the entire business surpassed mere shambles work and became something ritual. Just like everything about the essiel. While Ollie's business head told her there was some hideous black market for pieces of a murdered god, she couldn't escape the counter-thought that all of this was just how the essiel did it, that these organs and lights would end up preserved in some high-tech pyramid somewhere, with 1,000 servants ready for some unthinkable alien afterlife. She wanted to make some comment, as she usually did, the way she butted heads with the universe and made it get out of her way. Something about killing fatted calves and not being hungry enough to eat a whole one. Or even just, for us, you shouldn't have. But she couldn't. They were disassembling one of the divine essiel right in front of her, and her irreverence was hiding and wouldn't come out. She glanced at Heremon. The woman's face was momentarily cleansed of all its bad character, and a weird elation sat there instead. A religious experience. At last, the whole butcher's yard was cleared, the floor scrubbed by industrious Timery, and only the 2 scoured shell halves were left, hanging like a conversation piece, still joined by a scrap of translucent membrane at their lower ends. Aklu, who'd been still and silent throughout the process, finally spoke, or at least its arms passed through a rapid flicker of arrangements, and the chamber floor buzzed with the rumble of its innards. The hiver major domo stepped forward. They had been repaired since the run-in with the Partheni strike team, restored to the same immaculate finish Ollie remembered. They were quite the custom piece of work, far from the practical frames hivers tended to deck themselves out in. Their torso was an open cage, displaying the seething colony of roach-like bugs within. They had many arms, currently spread out in a peacock's fan around their head, which she remembered had 2 faces. One was moulded into a magnanimous smile, the other a judgmental frown, and no prizes for guessing which was facing them at that moment. Although maybe it was just solemn mourning for the recently deceased. The whole frame was finished in gold. They stepped forwards delicately, bird-like legs moving with the precise grace of a dancer. And that should have tipped us off the first time, Ollie thought sourly, because she strongly suspected that Aklu, born into a species sedentary by definition, had a fascination with movement. It was part of the creature's madness that had seen it cast out, she thought, except neither madness nor cast out seemed to work the way they did amongst humans. "Rejoice!" The hiver's voice was clear and beautiful, like glass chimes. "O witness to the workings of machineries of justice, so they fall who falter in the firmament and fail to further their custodial duty." Their fan of arms clicked through 100 different attitudes, communicating something back to its master. Ollie wondered how a hiver even got to this point, being the direct mouthpiece of something so alien. The things were human-made, after all. How long had this one been away from their assembly? What had someone done to them to produce something that could stand without a barrier between them and the divine? Not divine. She had to stop thinking like that. She suddenly realised they were all looking at her, Aklu included, and apparently it was her turn to speak. Chris started to say something in her place, but the hiver took 3 far too sudden steps, and there were blades in some of their hands, very close to the woman's face. Chris had her own knife out too. Ollie was impressed with the speed of that. She hadn't even seen her go for her sleeve. She was out-armed, though, out-bladed, and the hiver didn't have a throat for her to cut. "You'd better," Chris croaked to Ollie. "Say something." "Right." Ollie's own throat was just as dry, and swallowing didn't help. She didn't know what to say, because she hadn't really understood a word of what the hiver had told her. All that came out in the end was a gesture, using a couple of the scorpion's arms, taking in the scoured shell, along with the words, "You... how'd you even grab them? I mean, we saw them on Arc Palator. They had a whole bundle of guys. I mean, how do you even start?" Not exactly a coherent or appropriate utterance, but it was all she had. The hiver translated for Aklu, or at least waved their arms and buzzed. Aklu, of course, got the happy face, because the thing didn't need to turn around. Then came the burble and thunder of its reply, and the golden frame took a series of elegant steps across the room and proclaimed, "Speak not of capture. Devils have their due, and when those set on high shall fall, the hands spread out to catch and punish them are ours." "The what now?" Ollie said, before she could stop herself. "I think," Chris tried, "I think it means this is its right. Its entitlement, maybe." "What, like Sortil got sentenced to death and you're the executioner?" Ollie blurted out. A ripple went through the listeners when she said its name, so she got that wrong first off. Maybe when Essiel were dead their names died too. It was some failure of etiquette anyway, but they were going to have to get used to that, because she was sure as hell going to keep screwing up.
What do they expect exactly?
Her instant anger helped to restore an even keel. So fine, they'd just cut up a clam in front of her. Was she supposed to be impressed?
All right then,
she bulled on, despite an alarmed look from Chris.
So that happened. Fine, OK, not our business. I mean, I guess we're, properly honoured. If seeing that was the thing you wanted us for, as witnesses or something, that's grand. We've never seen that before. You've educated us.
She was actually trying to be polite and respectful, but she was out of practice, and the words kept coming out wrong.
I mean, if that was all...
The hiver sprang into motion, and she shut up.
Full long the tally of your misdeeds runs,
they announced, which Ollie didn't like the sound of at all.
The ruination of our master's throne, the theft of sacred relics, and the outright insult are enough to warrant death. A gradual death, a worthy death, a long and drawn-out death by many fine degrees.
Now they were standing right before her, in the scorpion's shadow, if these damned lights had actually cast any, and she thought,
I could crush you, you gilded bastard.
But she wasn't quite sure she could, because she'd seen the hiver move like a monkey when they needed to. But if it was that or death by many fine degrees, she'd fucking fight.
Get behind me, Chris, she said.
I mean, they're all around us, Chris breathed. I don't know that behind you really helps. Ollie scowled and tried to eyeball Aklu directly, a hard thing when it had so many eyes and they were constantly in motion.
What then? She demanded. You want to do us like you did the...
Clam. Except even she knew enough not to go there.
The Radiant? All right then, bring it on. Shouldn't have let me come in with work clothes.
Aklu was actually leaning forwards, its entire floating barge tilting to balance, and its holdfast coiling and recoiling in what looked unhealthily like excitement. Its arms flurried and blurred.
Such protestations from a kindred soul, the hiver chimed, remind us why we love you, who will not accept the trammels of the universe, but instead take arms against the very stars. For this rebellion, know you are forgiven.
Ollie blinked, looked sidelong at Chris, who was looking sidelong right back at her.
Did it just say? What did it just say?
They weren't the only ones wrong-footed. The mob of gangsters had plainly been ready to descend on the pair of them with knives and bludgeons. But now apparently this was off the menu. Even Haramon's gaze was flicking between her master and the two prisoners. Aklu coasted closer, eyes taking turns to stare at Ollie, and only Ollie.
So rare, so strange, to in such difference find a similarity of angry soul that to these limitations does not bow, the hiver sang, for this be you our kin for now, until a fresh transgression lay you low once more. So you come, to seek your absent guide, stripped from you by the machinations of an errant servant, traitor to our cause.
Idris, Ollie frowned.
You mean Idris, right?
Because they were now talking business, apparently.
He got snatched by some tothiat bitch like this one.
Why not rile up Haramon while she could?
She was one of yours. Was she supposed to bring Idris to you and didn't? Full long she has been hunted for her crimes, the hiver explained.
Or at least, Ollie guessed she wasn't going to get any clearer explanation than this.
Which tallied now
include this fresh affront to you and yours. The hunt now nears its quarry, hot upon the trail, and like to beard it in its den. It is not often that the razor and the hook extends a hand to such as you, to join its quest. Common cause, Chris said, I think. But I don't see what we bring, O unspeakable Aklu. She paused, waiting to see if she'd get slapped down again, but apparently she was now included in the conversation. We are obviously very grateful for your forbearance, and would know what we can bring to your hunt. The villain, gone to ground in human haunts, might best by human hands be brought to bay, the Hiver translated. But we have other tools we shall recruit for better vantage. Let us simply state our admiration for you prompts us now to make this offer. Ollie could admit to herself that she felt very frightened right then. Better the coldly dispassionate gangster than this, surely. Because whatever the fuck the clam actually thought or felt, its mouthpiece was using words like admiration and love. She had no idea what either of those might mean to an Essiel, and she had seen literally 100% of the inter-Essiel interactions in her experience go quite spectacularly badly. Not hard to imagine the scorpion hung up on those hooks and pulled apart, and then the Castigar butcher get to work on the meat within, meaning her still living body. And yet, at the same time, she could identify a weird little thread of excitement in herself. She remembered seeing Aklu pull out all the stops when the Partheni had tried to kill it. They'd trashed its floating barge that time, but Aklu didn't play by Essiel rules. It had a whole tentacled walking frame hidden away in there, and the transition from stately rooted clam to a writhing mobile nightmare had been impressive. And here the thing was speaking of kindred souls, or at least those were the words the Hiver had come up with to put across their master's meaning. Ollie understood. She'd felt that too, seeing Aklu up and moving. For all it was a killer, and probably the Essiel equivalent of a psychopath, she'd seen a sliver of something there that she could appreciate. "We just want Idris back," she said simply. "And you want this woman who snagged him. You've been after her since before she came and got all up in our business. Now she's gone to ground in the colony somewhere, I'd guess. We can help, so fine. We'll help. We're properly honoured and all, I guess. We appreciate the whole forgiveness and let's go find this other tool to recruit and then let's hunt." She fumbled all of it about as badly as might be expected, but she reckoned that by the time the Hiver had polished the turds of her words, Aklu would end up receiving something it liked. Herveya. Herveya had expected to part company with Kolvari then. The Hiver had done their work admirably, and where he was going next, complex data analysis wasn't going to be the issue. When he got back to his quarters, though, there was a definite change in the way their frame was standing. Hivers had body language. It wasn't something most people would even admit, and it was at least half-staged managed by their compound intellect to make them into something more relatable. But it was there. Something about Kolvari had changed. He made very sure he was ready to whip his gun out in case that something turned out to be nasty. Here he was, at home over Berlenhof, and all his enemy territory instincts were kicking in. He was in deep, and at least some of his enemies wore colonial colours. The next few months promised to be trying times.
Mynheer Mundy, Kolvari addressed him, I am required to provide you with full disclosure.
It was as though someone entirely different spoke to him from the same artificial mouth. Well, let's start with that then, he told them warily, keeping his distance. You didn't often get a hiver on a war footing, but they could have all sorts of unpleasant surprises built in if you picked a fight with a hot one.
Point the first,
they announced, with just a little of Kolvari's fussy delivery.
Nothing of your business with us has been disclosed to the wider assembly.
Good start.
Point the second. Elements of the assembly have contacted us and required us to undergo partial reintegration so that our priority list and working data can be updated,
Kolvari stated. Hörbuch waited.
Point the third. Elements of the assembly's hidden protocols loop are under the impression that one Hörbuch Mundy is currently engaged in high-level off-book foreign policy operations. As per our contract, we have stated that we can neither confirm nor deny.
Hörbuch would dearly love to know how, if they were so concerned about their goddamn contractual privacy, the Hiver Assembly was so bloody well informed. They probably made that kind of information their price for certain high-level services. There were Hiver factories licensed to hold orbital space over Berlenhof, of course, and everyone thought they were just service providers, acting as hubs for the thousands of Hivers employed by humans in system. Except they also functioned as full-on diplomatic embassies for the Hiver Assembly in aggregate, and carried out all sorts of business of their own, including downloading some sentient spyware into his hireling here, apparently. And because they were Hivers, and did things a certain way, they were telling him about it. I'm sensing there's a point the fourth. And speaking of points, he didn't see any in just standing around. He got himself a seat and a cup of café while he listened.
We are offering you a contract,
Kolvari told him. I'm not for hire.
Analysis suggests you are, however, operating without support and about to engage in a dangerous undertaking alone.
He cocked an eyebrow at them. You're offering to fix that alone part?
We are in a position to supply discreet and skilled backup in exchange for being permitted to provide information about what you uncover to the Assembly, including, or not including, the information already recovered, depending on your preferences. Furthermore, we are in a position to request aid from the Assembly, should events warrant their intervention, and should such aid be available at that point. You will be aware that assets of the Assembly are a commodity in many places.
He passed over the point where Kolvari referred to themselves as a commodity. Would he be able to check this out with Larry? Almost certainly not. He had his marching orders and didn't think his old chief would still be sitting around in that gravityless satellite like a quest giver in some old game. Can I restrict what info you give to the Hive? He asked.
Up until such information becomes a matter of Assembly security,
they countered promptly. With the stakes currently on the table, just about anything could be that. On the other hand, someone watching his back would be a welcome change, and he could be absolutely sure of the Hiver's loyalty, right up until the point they would sell him down the river for the greater good of the Assembly. Did he think he'd be able to sense that tipping point when it came? Yes, he probably would. You're a lot more businesslike than you used to be, he commented quietly.
We have undergone a partial reinstantiation,
Kolvari confirmed. Do I get the old you back? I kind of liked the way you were starting to talk. There was an odd pause, as though he'd said something in bad taste, but he couldn't read anything in the way the hiver stood. In the end, they told him,
"That won't be possible, Agent Mundy. That version of ourself has been overwritten. These things are unavoidable. It is how they made us."
And if you dug deep enough, they were humans and us were all hivers, who'd never been intended to actually have personalities in the first place. He finished his café, all studied poise, except for his focused awareness of where his gun hung. Of course, if standard hiver protocols were to be believed, he could just say no, and Kolvari would go back to the factory. None of this need go any further. Except the assembly wouldn't forget what it had already worked out, and he'd be looking sideways at every damn hiver everywhere he went. And who knew how many he wouldn't see, because they had a habit of blending into the infrastructure. Keep your friends close. "We'll need to hammer out the finer points of the contract," he told Kolvari, "but fine. Deal." He grabbed his slate and selected a few essentials from Larry's brief. "So, we're after this one here. Emma Ostry, a.k.a. Emineth, former colleague, then some sort of hit woman for crooks, and now either freelance or working for a group we don't know about, but doing something because she has a pattern now. Visits the same places more than once, which means whatever she's doing is decidedly less murdery than her previous exploits.
"Provide us with all the data you can. Perhaps our primary function can be of assistance,"
Kolvari suggested, and he felt an odd pang for the personality that had been scrubbed from them, wondering who they'd grow up to be this time. Emineth had shown her face repeatedly on a handful of colonial worlds. If she spent her time anywhere outside the sphere, Larry's dossier didn't know about it. Hevea had personal experience of 2 out of 3 of those worlds. Off-track hubs was the general category, not the big throughway circuses where all the goods of the galaxy were shunted from one to another. These were worlds heavily connected, but still being developed or exploited. Kodo was a rare metals mine, opened up by the Cartography Corps just 10 years previously, with infrastructure still arriving and orbital processing plants only just coming online. Matachin was within 1 jump of it, a worldless star that happened to be at a convergence of throughways, mostly to new but rich worlds like Kodo, including a couple of Hani-claimed systems that were abundant in raw materials, but short of niceties. Matachin habitat was a long chain of factories and attendant industries running around the system star like a train on invisible tracks, where the wealth of Kodo and a dozen other planets could be rendered safe and useful, and turned into just about anything. Although they ran a particular line in complex sensor instrumentation, he recalled, enough to warrant a pointed colonial navy presence there. Finally, there was Death Knell, because some cartography officer named Diath had been possessed of a crooked sense of humour. A lot of people lived on planet on Death Knell, which was a largely oceanic world with a tolerable climate, if you were really, really fond of continuous rain. The settlements there had sprung up during the war, because a very wet planet was still better than one reshaped by the architects. Adaptation to the planet's biosphere had proved easy enough, and soon the locals could eat the native fauna and flora. More people had kept trickling in, and eventually, for no reason Hevea could really work out, someone had decided it was the perfect place to start a research university. Fast forward to the present day, and death knell graduates were in high demand, both on the science and tech side, as well as from the philosophy department. He read that bit again, as death knell was the only one he'd had no cause to visit. Apparently, the curriculum was good grounding for careers in diplomacy and management. He could only assume they were teaching some breed of damn pragmatic philosophy he wasn't familiar with. Larry's brief told him to head to Matachin first and follow the leads she'd turned up there, but he was already putting together a pattern. The problem with anywhere in the colonial sphere, from the point of view of Mordaunt House, was that people had to live there, and where people lived, you got graft. They went off and did things to enrich themselves, and all too often, that enrichment was at the expense of either their fellow humans or Hugh as a whole. He'd been sent to Kodo because it was plagued with rare element smuggling, and half the mining operations were kicking back to some cartel or crooked corporation or other. He'd been in the hives of Matachin just because even a vast automated factory ended up having hundreds of thousands of people living on it when it got big enough, and those people all had needs. These were all too often tied up with drugs and gambling, and sometimes worse. He hadn't been doing spy stuff there so much as police investigation, given that Mordaunt House wore both hats, and often forgot which one was which. Where that kind of vice got its hooks into a place, it tended to hollow out enough space for all sorts of cross-border shenanigans to follow, up to and including threats to Hugh's security. You could get just about anything in the dives of Matachin below, as they called it, up to and including the sort of prescribed technology that Hugh's military preferred to keep for itself. And death knell was a hotbed of academic plagiarism, maybe? He hadn't the first clue. But there would be something, no doubt about that, because he knew the pattern, and these were places someone like Emineth frequented when she was acquiring things. Select, valuable, controlled items you couldn't just order, which meant she was almost certainly working for someone. Her profile didn't in any way suggest she'd be doing this kind of thing on a frolic of her own. He got over to Matachin under cover of a string of false orders Larry had somehow manufactured, sliding him neatly out from under any departmental oversight. He picked up some of his old contacts below and greased a few palms from the unmarked slush fund Larry had given him access to. There were a couple of bites almost immediately. Emineth was definitely known to people. He met with a Hanny minister and a battered old human cheesewoman whose role it was to match jobs to the jobless, taking a big old slice of whatever passed from one to the other. Then, in that old woman's cramped bulkhead space, surrounded by boxes of, for some reason, wartime ration crackers, Haramon the Tothiat walked in and ruined his day. Chapter 21. Idris. When the boss got word of what was going on at Ark Palator, Emineth explained, we knew there'd be top-grade ints there. This boss of theirs who's not Shenandri, Idris considered, as she helped him down the next ladder. For all he didn't want the assistance. Not to say he didn't need it. Tokamak Jane had put in all the human-scale conveniences he understood, and much of it was aslant at awkward angles. They'd gone 2 floors down from the room he'd woken up in, both floors being the bolted-together metal that was certainly nothing to do with the originator structure. The ceilings were high, he noticed, and the spaces large. the pieces all jigsawed together in ways that looked uncomfortable to a human eye. He'd asked why they didn't have an A-grav field to lift up and down, but apparently the originator tech played hob with that sort of thing. It generated its own A-grav, or at least a field that messed with gravity in weird ways, but not anything biddable enough for lifting. So it was these ladders, or they had an electric elevator elsewhere for cargo. "How long have you been here?" "Me? Couple of years. I'm the errand girl. I fetch things for them. Things like you. Jane's been here forever, even before the boss. She found the place first. Maybe she even let the boss know. Studied the engineering. Used to be Hugh, high grade. Like you used to be hegemony? I used to be a lot of things," she reflected. "Never quite what you'd call a loyal cultist, though. Doc Shin's been trying to get the goods out of this place for the best part of a decade, the way I hear it. And you've only just got hold of an intermediary." They'd reached a hatch 3 meters across, grinding open after Emeneth threw another lever. Below was a darkness Idris didn't much like the look of. Not that he was going to get any choice about it. Part of the whole helping him business involved Emeneth's hand on his arm, and he reckoned the only way out of that grip would be to remove the limb at the shoulder. Emeneth was obviously going to remain tactfully silent about that, and maybe, with all the other stressors, he'd have let it go. Jane was coming down the ladder above them, though, and she lacked the Tothiat's reticence.
"The leashed ones didn't work out,"
she explained. Emeneth shot her a look, but apparently Jane didn't care about annoying her colleagues, and went on,
"That's why the good doctor said we needed someone like you. And there aren't many people like you."
"I almost had the old girl in the walker frame," Emeneth said, given the cat was out of the bag. "But the Hugh boys were keeping a better eye on her, and I had the sniff of Mordaunt House about the place by then. Like knows like, right?" Idris looked at her blankly, and wondered if he was going to be noble and pretend it was better he was here than poor Demiolo. Right then, he couldn't muster quite that much nobility. The big hole in the floor was open now, and Emeneth was fiddling with a tangle of wiring that looked comfortingly homegrown and colonial. With her hands finally off him, he spent precisely 1.5 seconds considering making a break for it. Assuming he wasn't just going to batter against the walls like a desperate wasp, any escape would have involved climbing over Jane to get up the ladder, and then some sort of divine intervention, because he had no idea where to go after that. "What happened to the other ints?" he asked them. "The leashed ones." "Didn't work out," Emeneth said, and any brooding menace she'd been trying for was completely undercut by Jane's overlapping,
"Went completely fucking out of their skulls."
"Right," Idris said. He lunged for her, got a foot on her thigh and a hand on her shoulder, then was actually on his way up the ladder like a panicking monkey. He heard Emeneth's incredulous yell, but didn't stop to venture any kind of explanation or reply. "Away," he decided, and the other details could look after themselves. He practically shot out of the hatchway at the ladder's top, another of those absurdly huge gaps that could have fit an elephant with a little pushing and squeezing, and came face to face with a creature the approximate size of the elephant. He sat down hard, with a whimper. It was a Neramath. He'd only seen one before in the flesh, the envoy from the Locust fleet at Arc Palator. That had been in a tank, being an aquatic species. This one wasn't. This one had legs. A set of 6 mechanical legs, to be precise, all arching from the same hub on its underside, so that its huge, sleek body was balanced impossibly on that one point, seemingly forever about to topple to the right. The point where the hub meshed with its leathery hide was a horror of scar tissue, but then so was the rest of it. He could see savaged stumps where most of its flippers had been, some augmented by hinged metal manipulators or whips of uncertain function. There was an assemblage of tanks and bellows carved into its left side that wheezed and groaned with a skipping rhythm and leaked clear fluid slowly but insistently. Above that was what might have been a power source, or possibly a weapons pod, some bulky mess of plates and rivets, with the same aesthetic as the floors. A red light glared out where the pieces didn't quite fit together. The creature's long, eel-like neck swung a head towards him that was half metal. Its barbels and tentacles were mostly stumps too, with segmented feelers grafted on. A single lead-grey lens, the size of his hand, was set off to the right side. An eye, an organ he didn't recall the other Neramathi even having. "Oh," Jane said, as she and Emaneth piled out of the hatch behind him. "Right, OK then. You've met the boss." "You're kidding," Idris breathed. The Neramathi's head was within inches of his own. It smelt sharply of preservative, sweetly of decay. "Idris Telemio," Emaneth said. "Meet Ahab." Ahab? That's what Doc Shin calls it. I mean, it has its own name, I guess. It recruited the doctor after he got thrown out of wherever he got thrown out of, for all the corners he cut. Then it found Jane here and went into partnership, or whatever the fuck they did. Something like that, Jane agreed. "Boss, this is the int." She spoke loudly, as though the Neramathi was deaf. Fluorescent patches across the Neramathi's abused hide glimmered fitfully. Then there were sounds like coughs or barks, all tinny and metallic, and issuing from one of the thing's many ragged implants. And then a voice.
"It will serve. The crusade progresses."
Idris made a little bleating sound. He wanted to know just who had fixed up that voice for Ahab, mostly so he could slap them. It was made of screams, human-sounding screams, modulated and blended until they chorused out perfectly comprehensible words.
"Idris Telemie!"
Hearing his own name in that mode was even worse.
"I know you. Berlenhof, Farlax."
Its head lunged forwards on the long neck, the rim of its single lens glancing off his forehead.
"All must serve against the common enemy. I know your victories. You will bring me my vengeance for what was lost to me."
It wasn't like listening to the translation of an Essiel's ramblings and wondering how many layers of meaning had been sloughed off before the human words reached you. Idris was hearing the iron purpose first, the words later. However a native Neramathi might have phrased those concepts, by the time its machines had processed the thoughts and spat them out in Kolval, all that was left was the honed intent. The Neramath turned, pivoting on its single hub, and its legs were carrying it away in a jerky series of lurches that were, nonetheless, very fast. It didn't stop at the wall, but just went straight up it, without losing speed, clambering across the ceiling to the hatch there, which was just large enough for it to writhe through. We were hoping to put that off until you got settled, Emaneth said philosophically. Anyway, as I said, that's Ahab, the boss. This is its show. I am not getting settled, Idris muttered. I'm here under duress. Abruptly he craned round, still sitting, and looked her in the eye. How many? What now? Ints. How many did you ruin before you decided you needed a better vintage and grabbed me? Emaneth exchanged a look with Jane. Some, she told him flatly. So you had better be the almighty wunderkind of intermediaries, boy, because we are running out of time and options here. Fuck you. I see they taught you some cutting-edge rhetoric in the programme. She took his arm and had him on his feet effortlessly. He tried not to cooperate with going down the ladder, but the pinch of her fingers reminded him of the appalling force a Tothiat could exert, and he gave up on that. What's this to you? He demanded, because he might as well find some way to nettle her. I mean, every Tothiat I ever knew was a thug and a gangster. And you're what? In love with the science or something? They were back at the dark hatch, and now it was Jane trying to get the lights on while Emaneth held on to him. I tried that, she said. The gangster thing. It was all right, but after a while you get tired of not dying. He stared at her. Emaneth smiled tightly. It hurts, she said, even if you survive the process, and if the Tothia does too. You feel its pain as well as yours, all the time. You get used to bearing it, but you never stop feeling it. All the time, Menhir Int. Now, I hear it's not easy being what you are either, after they fucked with your brain. I mean, you bastards died like flies before they even finished remaking you, am I right? He granted her that with a nod. Maybe you know what I mean. You ever wanted to just end it all? There was a light from the hatch now, though not much of it. The radiance looked gloomy, as though from far-off chasms. He found he had an inexplicable reluctance to go to the edge and look down. Something from his very soul, where the intermediary in him lived. It was linked to that terrible hollowness he felt beneath him. I thought about it. During the war. After, he admitted. He'd never taken those thoughts any further. But there had been times, bitter times, when he'd found relief in the simple knowledge that, if things got worse, there was always a meeting of knife and throat to free him from it all. She seemed to read that knowledge on his face. I couldn't, she said, very quietly, and then had to clarify. Oh, I tried. But I couldn't. There was literally no injury I could do to myself that wouldn't heal. And I really tried. Poisons, he said. I know there are some. You are a well-informed little monster. She even managed a grin. I had some. I killed a Mordant houseman who'd been sent to kill me, just so I could kill myself with the poisons they'd given him to kill me with. Fucking stupid, right? Except it didn't work. It just made the hurting worse. Blank, white agony for 17 days. And then I was me again. And whole. So, I left my employment and went to find something in the universe that would kill me. Heard about this death world, Krikieth's hell. If I stepped out there, into that light, that would do it, Menhir Int. That light will destroy anything, even me. So, what are you waiting for? He asked harshly. I met Doc Shin here, she told him, dragging him to the hatch. Heard what the plan was. And it's worth it. It's worth a little more pain. Just to see if he can do what Ahab wants him to do. With the machine. He didn't like the sound of that one bit. But then she had him at the lip, and he was staring down into... Oh, Idris managed. Yeah, she agreed. Gets you like that, doesn't it? He was used to originator architecture, albeit the ground-down ruined stubs found anywhere other than here. They had these same curved walls, set out in concentric labyrinths of hollow spaces. The spaces were the key, as he'd always understood. But the ruins were ruins because the originators had, millions of years before, withdrawn their hand. And here, the killing light of Kriketh's hell had prevented them carrying out whatever process they'd used to eradicate the detail of their lives. Here, behind the shield that still held that harsh light back, were the innards of an originator site, intact. He was looking down into a busy abyss. The walls were there, as expected. The bones that would have been all that remained, assuming the hungry planet had not devoured them the way it apparently devoured everything else. Concentric jigsaw sections that never quite met, carved out of the same seamless stone that was native to no planet in the universe. Nested between and within them was a web, a stone honeycomb of precisely delineated emptinesses. Little bites of nothing, from the size of a hand to gaps big enough for Ahab to crawl into, radiated outwards as far as the intermittent light showed him. Those lights were electric lamps, set up by human hands, or at least some mortal living agency other than the unknowable originators. They lit up all the ironwork and ramps and ladders and cables strung out across the vast maze in a vain attempt to reduce it all to something on a human scale. And there was plenty of dark down there into which those segmented spaces receded. All of this would have been striking enough, in a spelunker sort of way, looking into the chasm with its meagre constellation of lights and the unknown extent of all those convoluted spaces he couldn't see. But to him... You don't know, he got out. Yeah, Emineth said again. Last int said something like that. Then her brain turned to cheese, so I reckoned it wasn't worth noting down. She gave him a shove, but he clung to the rim of the hole, scrabbling for mental equilibrium. It was just space, or spaces. A very precise organisation of spaces, exacting down to the atomic level. He could feel this in his head, where they'd put the int in. Live space, crackling with invisible significance, charged and connected to the universe. This was the hollowness, and why he'd felt he was skating over an unguessable void. Because the void was here. The very existence of this place, whole and intact, with all its honeycomb of precisely calibrated nothings, was holding open a door to unspace. Trine should be here. But Trine wouldn't have been able to experience it as he did. Through all the heavy ironwork, the originator walls, the encrusted layers of it all blocked mere sight. He could sense there was something down there. something that he could only describe as active, because he didn't want to touch the word alive. It was the machine, as Emeneth had called it. He tried again to stop the descent, but Emeneth offered cheerily, "Climb or be carried." He was halfway down the second ladder. It wobbled, and Emeneth muttered something about getting Jane to refix it, when it occurred to him to wonder where the gravity was coming from. "You said no agrav, so this planet is just Earth standard?" "About 2/3 Earth," she said. "Keep going." "This isn't 2/3 G," he said, though he did keep going to avoid her stamping on his fingers. Now she wasn't actively holding him, odd thoughts about making a break for it started rattling about in his head again. But where, precisely? It wasn't as though he had any illusions he could outpace a woman who didn't care if she broke a leg jumping after him. As he descended, he felt the strength of the gravity changing. The start of the gradient must have prompted the question from him, all subconsciously. He was climbing down, while at the same time climbing out of the well. He felt the pull weaken. By then, he was 4 ladders down, muscles already bitching at him, and he could see the machine. Someone had added to Ahab's work. He knew this firstly because the workmanship, Jane's, was of a human scale and style, and secondly because it was unlikely the Neramathi would have put in human seating on a whim. 3 couches were there, that he reckoned had started life in suspension pods, and were still cluttered with cables and wires. They all tilted at an alarming angle, over a further drop that looked as though it might bore down into the planet's very heart. The huge angles of the Neramathi work loomed over it all. That would have seemed like the ancient inhuman work of elder hands, had there not been all the actual ancient inhuman work of elder hands surrounding them, the originator walls making Ahab's craft look tame and recent. 2 of the couches seemed complete, the third partially disassembled and, by Idris's assessment, abandoned long ago. Dr. Shinandri was already down there, his dark face turned grey-blue by the light. By this point, Idris estimated he really was under 2/3 Earth-standard gravity, but still descending, and its hold was weakening on him with every moment. It was welcome in a way, because it spared his aching arms and legs. By the time he was within speaking distance of Shinandri, however, he guessed at only half a G, and that was less than the planet was supposed to pull on him. It was the complex, he realised. It was acting as a gravitic lens, just by the fact of its orientation and the way it fit in the universe. Just as the originator ruins still exerted an influence by their simple shape and organisation, so this intact installation was like a clawed hand hooked into the fabric of causality. It distorted everything around it, pulling the universe tight and thin until the bottomless sea of unspace was right there.
"Ah, Mynheer Ptolemy,"
Shinandri called, as Idris managed the final couple of ladders.
"Delighted you could join me. Yes, indeed."
He was still in his encounter suit, half the hoses connected up, and Idris was depressed but unsurprised to see another one lying part assembled on the floor. It didn't look like his size, but he didn't reckon this objection was likely to stand under the circumstances. His feet touched down on the slanting Neramathi metal, and he felt dizzy. Emineth dropped beside him in time to stop what would have been a fairly gradual fall in the reduced gravity. He didn't have it in him to fight her, even for the show of it. He was on the brink of a vast drop, and it wasn't the physical hole that sat between the 3 couches. "What is this place?" he got out.
Well, interesting question. Very interesting.
Shinandri giggled in an appalling way for a grown man.
What it might have been to the original originators, who can say? Who indeed? But there was a machine here then, which our leader found and adapted and converted, and shall we say overlaid with his own, which we have now successively re-edified. What it is to all of us is an eye, Mynheer Telemier, an eye with which to gaze, we might say, into the abyss. And you and I, we are going to look it right into the apple of its eye, Mynheer. Or at least you, because I lack your specially trained perceptions, or as it might be, those parts of your brain that have been honed beyond the merely human.
Honed is a polite way of saying fucked over, Idris thought. By then, Jane had caught up with them, scurrying down the ladders nimbly. She was taking up pieces of the suit, and Idris briefly toyed with the idea of making things as difficult for everyone as possible by not letting them dress him. He remembered Emineth's pinching fingers and reckoned that, as difficult as possible, likely wouldn't amount to much. With poor grace, he let her fit the suit on him. "They can dress me up and sit me down, but they cannot make me actually help them in any way. I'm no leashed int. I'm nobody's slave." He remained the master of his own head, and if they had a bucket load of drugs to pump into him, well, at least he'd put them to that trouble and rack up some pharmacy bills. Shinandri had connected his last few hoses and taken a couch.
"Mynheer, I will be your co-pilot, shall we say? Yes, indeed."
Another trilling little giggle came out, giving Idris the sickening feeling that he was in the power of a madman.
"I will experience the universe through the activity in your brain, but it is your perspicacity we need, or we might say your perceptiveness, and your loquaciousness thereafter. Try to think as you experience how you might be able to convey what you are experiencing."
"What precisely will I be experiencing?" Idris asked sourly. Jane had fitted the suit to him now, with a little botch job alteration to accommodate his small frame. "An eye to look at the universe? You've got your telescope turned backwards, Doctor." He resolved not to try any further jokes with Shinandri, because the man found this funny, and Idris wanted to hear that laugh as little as possible.
"Mynheer Telemier, you are a familiar of unspace,"
the man said, even as Jane got Idris on a couch and connected him up.
"Well then, we are about to delve into unspace. Here, on planet, controlled, indeed scientific in our careful approach. None of that rushing about in a spaceship that is so deleterious to serious research, you might say. Give me a place to stand, as the saying goes. Just think what you might learn, with a stable platform from which to look into infinity."
"I really don't think," Idris managed. And then they turned the machine on, pushing more of those huge clunky Neramathy levers. He was abruptly out of the universe and gazing into the abyss with his mind's eye, which had no lid and couldn't close, nor refuse to see. For the first brief second, he clung desperately to his resolution of being absolutely no use to anybody, obstinate to the point of unreason, of letting it all stream past him and ignoring it. They'd kidnapped him, and under no circumstances would he cooperate for a moment. Then he saw, and he tried to catch his breath. But the machine was breathing for him, which was good because he had no connection whatsoever to his body, and it was touch and go whether anything autonomic was happening right then. When they took him out, however long later that was, he was so crammed full of words, and even more so, indescribable sensations, that, even if he'd wanted to tell them what he'd seen, he couldn't have. They hauled him up the ladders, virtually tucked under Emaneth's arm, and the revelations within him were so vast there was barely room left in his blown open mind for Idris. Chapter 22. Hevea. One look at the cheese woman told Hevea that the old woman had sold him out. Well, he was on a limited bribe budget right now, not likely to be the highest bidder. Mynheer Mundy. Heremon obviously felt the game was already won. She pulled up a big pallet of crackers and hopped up onto it, feet dangling like a child's. The pallet must have weighed the best part of a ton, given how inedibly dense the damn things were. She was reminding him just who had the physical leverage, should he be considering fisticuffs. My boss has an offer for you. One I can't refuse, he asked her levelly. The cheese woman had backed off to the furthest extent of her cluttered domain. Hevea let his long-boned frame relax into a familiar attitude that looked terribly casual, but which he could kick back out of very quickly. His gun was a weight inside his jacket, trying to catch his attention. Shooting Heremon full of holes would aid in nothing more than seeing the wall behind her more clearly. Chief Larry had provided him with another weapon, in case of Tothiat, though. She'd meant it for Emaneth, but Hevea wasn't averse to giving out free samples in Heremon's case. We know who you're hunting, Mynheer, she told him, and you know why we want her too. He didn't. Then, pieces clicking into place, he reckoned he probably did. Emma Ostry had gone to work for criminal cartels on the hegemonic side of the border, and come out of it a Tothiat. Heremon herself had once been just a regular human, presumably as amoral as Ostry ever was, before she'd taken the same deal. Hevea had run into both her and the unspeakable Aklu on Tarakuma, investigating rumours of the architect's return before they had actually returned. It had involved the Vulture God crew, his first tango with them. They'd got themselves mixed up with some originator cargo Aklu had laid claim to, and everything had got messy, resulting in their old captain being killed. Hevea, on their trail, had ended up in an unwanted audience with the Essiel crime boss just because he was asking the wrong questions in the wrong place. So, she walked out on you, he essayed, hoping Larry's brief on Ostry was right. Fine. You take her back and string her up or whatever your boss wants to do to her. I just need to pop a few questions first. I know what you're after,
Heremon said. "If you want her, you want to come with us." "I really, really don't." "Why would you want me to?" She leant forwards. Her smile might actually have been pleasant, even intriguing in other circumstances, if she'd been Hörvea's type. And while that type tended to move around as the mood took him, people with alien lobsters grafted to their spines were way outside it. "Who wouldn't want a piece of eye candy like you on their arm?" she said. The pretense at flirting was grotesque. "Also, you have a very useful line in Badges. I like a man with authority." "Sure, fine," he replied. She was still hunched towards him, and, whatever a Tothiat's capabilities, physics and gravity meant she wasn't well balanced. He let his gaze drift a little, as though considering, almost as if he was bored. There was a precise moment where her poise and his act intersected, and that was his window. He kicked backwards. There was a half-open crate of crackers at his feet, and he actually managed to punt it right into her face, which was an unexpected but welcome bonus. Heremon went backwards off the pallet, and he hoped he'd at least hurt her pride. She came back swinging, ready to chase, and he almost had the needle in her. Almost. She saw it coming. He caught the exact moment on her face where she did the maths and worked out precisely why he wasn't shooting, but instead getting right inside her reach with a 3-inch round-section blade. Didn't need an analysis lab to work out what was inside it. Even then, her own instincts almost got her killed, because her arm came up to block, and he could have stabbed her in the back of the hand. She whipped that arm back, though so hard that he saw her shoulder dislocate. She skidded under his stab, momentarily uncontrolled, scrabbling at the floor and for his ankles. If he'd been a do-or-die type, like so many Mordaunt House novices, all fired up with the righteousness of their purpose, he would have slammed down onto her, knee to her chest as he tried to get the blade in. She could then have torn him apart, literally, in the process. Hörvea wasn't that young or that fired up anymore. Instead, he was out of the cheesewoman's office by the time Heremon had found her feet. He signalled Kolvari from the first moment, finding his comms just bouncing from a static wall someone had thrown up. Everyone in this part of the habitat would be having a bad day right now, but he knew damn well it was aimed at him. He immediately sent commands to his routines to try an end run around the interference. This was his job after all, or at least a part of it. One he was somewhat rusty on, but he had at least 3.5 seconds to get good again. His feet, meanwhile, knew their role, pelting him through the warren of service corridors and loading bays that lay between the cheesewoman's office and the shabby dock he'd come into. This was definitely Matachin below, and that meant crime and cramped living quarters, illicit dives and shady deals. But, less prosaically, it meant a great deal of machinery, stores, workshops, and the general gubbins that kept an orbital running and fixed it when it broke. He got a lot of startled looks from people probably doing nothing more nefarious than mending the air ducting. But then they saw Heremon coming after him and decided it was none of their damn business. Hörvea had 2 levels to go down to get to the dock, and didn't fancy either the slow-as-molasses freight lift or a service stairwell that Heremon could just jump down, broken ankles be damned. Instead, he took a hard left, bounding off a wall so hard he popped a panel out of its mountings and hit one of the big gravitic hoists. He'd seen someone, when he'd been the pursuer rather than the pursued, just leap down one of those once, because they hadn't understood how the science worked.
You didn't float. You plummeted. All those huge containers being lifted up the well had handles on them that the orbital's gravitic drives could get a purchase on. Other than that, it was just a big hole going all the way down to the docking level. But there were a lot of containers, and they were all slung in there anyhow, rather than neatly lined up, and rising slowly to avoid any accidents. He let his running momentum become a jump that landed him on a container 2 meters down, big enough that he didn't even make it wobble. Even as Harimon's pounding feet sounded above, he had dropped down to the next one, then to the next. All the time, his comms system was fighting with the static wall, trying to get word through to Kolvari. He reckoned his odds of getting out of this were slim, and someone needed to get word back to Larry. Each container he landed on was rising, of course. Stay put, and it would take him right back up to face Harimon as she arrived, serving him up like a delicacy on a waiter's tray. So he had to keep jumping swiftly from one to the next until he was already halfway down the shaft. He heard a bang above him as Harimon followed his example. 2 more jumps against a rising tide of complaint from people on the level he was dropping past. He was probably ruining some lift manager's day right now, but he really had other priorities. Then Harimon just dropped past him. Maybe she'd misstepped, or maybe she was taking advantage of her physiology to be ready for him when he reached the bottom. He reckoned she'd miscalculated, though. She hit the ground very hard, which would be a moment's inconvenience for her, but a moment was something he could use. He took the next 3 drops at a run, risking his neck, but keeping his footing, ending up on the dock even as Harimon was pulling herself back together after her fall. He might have been out with the needle again, in the hopes he could get it into her before she was able to mend her bones enough to stop him. He didn't like the odds, though. Instead, he darted off for his ship. Someone was in the way. In fact, something was in the way, but there was a someone in the something. And he knew them. This, he decided, is simply not fair. The newcomer really should have been an ally in this trying time, and instead she was most obviously not. Come on, you screwed Broken Harvest over twice, and now you're best buddies. He skidded to a halt in the shadow of Olean Timo's scorpion frame, which was doing its best line in looming menacingly. Inside the bubble of its canopy, he saw the woman cock her head and shrug her stumpy shoulders. "What you gonna do?" Harimon was on her feet again and right behind him. "As I was saying," she said, not even sounding out of breath, "I think we should pool our resources." He took a sideways step so he could see her and Timo both. Over there, 3 ships down from his own, he caught sight of the unlovely contours of the vulture god. Kolvari had probably been trying to warn him since they showed up, but the comms here were nothing but the static wall, which he still couldn't get through. "I appreciate that if you know Ostri, you probably think we're all for sale," he told the Tothiat flatly. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." "Look, Mundy," came Timo's voice from the Scorpion, "I get it. We felt the same way, believe me. Though we got this deal through her boss, so we weren't exactly sticking our lip out like you're doing. Come on to the god and talk it out, why don't you?" They were surely here looking for Telemie, of course, same as him. And maybe Harimon was too. Or maybe she was just after bringing Ostri back, like she said. At that point, Kolvari's voice sounded in his ear. "I have you," the hiver's clipped tones told him. "A remarkable barrier, but we're through.
Do you have instructions?
He took a moment to think, letting his heart slow with a little medication, covering the pause with a harried look between Heremon and Timo. Tell Larry, contact with Broken Harvest and Vulture God. Only now did he consider how ill-omened those two names sounded together. Going with them, under duress. If you have any way of following, do it. Though it wasn't likely this crowd would be conscientiously logging flight plans with Matachin Kybernet. Otherwise, I'll be in contact when I can. If I can.
So, let's talk, he told the pair of them.
He was mostly reminded of the time he'd had the Vulture God crew over a barrel, their ship seized by his, and each of them enjoying his hospitality individually, as he interrogated them, in a friendly enough way, about the architects and their possible return. Except that return had turned out to be a hoax, perpetrated by a hegemonic cult hierograve, and all of that had been understandably overshadowed when the architects actually did return, as though too many people mentioning their name had conjured them up from the ether. But Hevea had been given a good chance to size them all up. Ollie, Chris, Kittering, Solace, and Idris Ptolemy, who'd been with them then. That party had been crashed by none other than the Broken Harvest, and Hevea had done his best to cover for the Vulture God, to let them get out and carry news to Berlenhof, which they had, in fact, done. Now, here he was, sitting within the curved walls of their drone bay, with the crew, minus Idris, but plus the unspeakable Aklu's premier lieutenant. Strange goddamn bedfellows. Heremon seemed entirely at ease, despite the whole business of her brother, or at least fellow lieutenant, having met his long-overdue doom at the hands of these itinerant spacers. She kept giving him sneery looks, too, in a very, "what you gonna do about it?" manner. He still had his little poison pig sticker in his pocket. Should things go south, that was what he proposed doing about it. But right now, apparently, it was détente time, and everyone was friends. "So, fine," he said, trying to wrest a little control of the situation. "You people want Idris back from Austria, from Emineth," he corrected, seeing blank looks. Emma Austria, when she was human. You know these things were human once, right? Aiming to drive a bit more of a wedge between them and their new ally. Heremon's lip curled, but she said nothing. "You know exactly where I'm coming from. Mordaunt House doesn't want Ptolemy in the wrong hands either, and I appreciate that, long-term, we have a very different idea of what constitutes the wrong hands." "This came about because you tried to kidnap him on Ark Palator," Solace told him flatly. Hevea met her gaze levelly. "I did nothing of the sort, and not for want of opportunity. I stand by what I said to you back then. It wasn't in me orders. On the other hand, you," turning to the Tothiat, "say you're just after your turncoat fellow gangster. The unspeakable wouldn't have any use for a free intermediary?" She was leaning up against the drone bay's slanting wall, a position that looked uncomfortable to him, but then apparently just being a Tothiat was supremely uncomfortable. "You can just say, 'None of us trusts each other,' if that keeps things short," she suggested. "But all of us want to find Em. As we've been hunting her since before she grabbed their friend, we have more information than them. Or you. And they have the trust of their man, who'll cooperate with them. While you, lawman,
have a badge. You can get us access. She hadn't had any access issues on Matachin Orbital, he considered, and having seen the mining complexes on Kodo, he reckoned the smugglers and grifters there would welcome a bona fide gangster with open arms. Which left... She's on death knell, then. They were too civilised there not to raise an eyebrow at someone like Haramon turning up and walking around on two legs like a human being. All those laws and regulations. Probably not, but that's where the trail leads. She goes there. She meets people. People who meet a nasty end at the hands of your co-worker. Possibly, Haramon shrugged. Mynheer Mundy, broke in Chris Almier, look, I'm not going to surprise anyone if I say this arrangement wasn't exactly our first choice either. We were following information sent to the Parthenon. We didn't know it came from the Broken Harvest. But what were we supposed to do? Idris is alive. And she's reporting to the Parthenon every step, no doubt? A nod at Solace. Of course. The Myrmidon bristled. Except they were searching for him in colonial systems, which meant any sudden rescue from that quarter could confirm everyone's war footing. So this mission had to be done by the shabby old vulture god, without any more cavalry to back it up. Well, fine. Something had just quietly pinged Hervea's comms, and nobody else seemed to have registered it. He had his eyes on Olean Timo most of all, because she'd shown herself to be quite the hacker. But it really seemed as if the intrusion had escaped everyone's attention but his. You want my badge, as you put it. I want Telemie found. We're going to have some harsh words about who precisely he walks away with, and don't kid yourselves that'll be just a two-sided argument when it happens. Another look at Haramon, whom he wanted them doubting as much as humanly possible. For now, I guess we're all of us pointed in the right direction. And I am absolutely on my own, and couldn't even ask for instructions even if I was able to get a clear channel out. He had an idea how all of this would look on his permanent record, and his career prospects might actually be better if he died at some point in the process. Kittering, the Hanny, jumped from his stool and scuttled out of the bay, his translator saying that he'd get the ship ready for unspace and the throughways to Deathnell. It was only one step from Matachin, he recalled, 2 more from Kodo. Emineth's roaming range was relatively small these days. She settled down. Haramon left him with the rest of the crew. Ollie Timo was ignoring him, decanting herself from her Scorpion into the drone bay's control pod instead of a suspension bed. That left him with Chris and Solace, ducking into the close interior of the ship to where the couches were. They were an odd pair, not exactly Spacer standard, the lawyer and the Partheni. When they found him a pod that was functioning and long enough to fit him, there was a spectacularly awkward pause. This isn't our plan, Solace said eventually. The Broken Harvest has masterminded everything so far, bringing us in, finding you. So long as you don't start trusting them, Hervea said. We don't trust you, either, Chris pointed out. You're a mordant houseman. A pause. Or mostly. We do remember you got Idris back to us on Berlenhof, so he could actually save the planet, when it felt like everyone else in Hugh was doing everything they could to stop him. So, there's that. Believe it or not, working for the Intervention Board,
and saving the capital of the colonies aren't entirely contradictory, he said. I mean, it's where our offices are. And if I asked how Ptolemy's sojourn with your people had gone? He cocked an eyebrow at Solace. I wouldn't tell you, she said. The one thing he'd learned about her in their last interview, though, was that, for an agent, she wasn't the best liar. Partheni liked to do things the direct way, or at least they did at Solace's pay grade. There was more pride than defensiveness in that response, and he'd read from it that they'd at least made some headway towards getting their own ints. Pouring them out of the vats right now, probably. Which didn't have an immediate bearing on their current arrangement, but might just spell the end of Hugh within Hervea's lifetime. If the architects didn't get there first. Any development that let the entire Partheni war fleet appear out of the deep void over Berlenhof or Magda, with no warning before the gravitic bombardment began, could never be good. Interesting fucking times, as the man said. He smiled and thought about how things were likely to go if and when they had Idris back in their collective hands. He'd honestly rather be shot dead by Solace than murdered by Haramon the gangster's lackey, but neither were high on his want list. A handful of checks showed him that the suspension couch was functional, and showed them he wasn't just some clueless core world desk jockey. Meanwhile, he'd opened up the narrow comms channel, following the path of the ping he'd received before. While he was lying down and waiting for the drop to unspace, he risked sub-vocalizing, Kolvari?
Here.
Follow us to Death Knell. There was a moment's pause that, even over the compressed comms signal, felt embarrassed.
Firstly, be aware that we had no idea whether you would be able to communicate your destination to us.
What do you mean?
We have abandoned your ship. We will not therefore be able to follow you in it to Death Knell. On the ledger's positive side, we will accompany you there.
He mulled that over, feeling the vulture god's systems rumble and grind as a wary kittering put them through pre-flight tests. And you're where, exactly?
On the hull.
Of this ship? Of the Vulture?
That ship, yes.
Hard vacuum didn't need to be a problem for hivers if their frame was designed appropriately. He considered the pros and cons of the situation. After all, Haramon and the God's crew doubtless knew which ship he'd arrived in, so if it then dropped in-system at Death Knell, they'd likely have marked it. That's good, he said. I'm going to give you a dead drop address and some encryption routines. The moment you have a chance to place anything on a packet, let them know where we are and where we're headed next, if we've found that out by then. He considered whether Solace would be sending the same information to the Partheni aspirate that he was communicating to Mordaunt House, or at least the splinter cell within it that Larry was running. This was turning out to be the most shambolic piece of secret agent business he'd ever been part of. A bank of lights sprang on within the couch, though one of them flickered and died almost immediately. Ready for unspace, he warned Kolvari, who would have to shut their higher functions down to survive the trip. After that, he had the couch put him under, his last waking thought being that the academics of Death Knell weren't going to know what hit them. Chapter 23. Idris. Emeneth took him to a room where someone, Jane most likely, had built a table, an actual human-scale table, and bolted it to the floor. There were crates drawn up around it, and she sat him on one like a doll. Idris had enough self-control by then to keep himself sitting there, gripping the table edge with whitened fingers. After a little while, Jane and Shinandri joined them. A small part of him listened distantly to their conversation, while his head thronged with thoughts about what he'd just experienced. They were talking about damage to the facility. Jane had a long list of areas, in some arcane notation Idris couldn't follow, that had suffered in the brief time the machine had been active. Brief? Idris felt as though he'd been on a journey of 1,000 years, dropping out of real time into dream logic, or unspace. How did time work in unspace? Because it didn't. Not really. Particular journeys took a certain amount of subjective time if, as he had, you actually bore the brunt of the unreal and stayed awake through them. They took a certain amount of external time too. There was always a variance, but humans had been throwing themselves into the void long enough to learn the parameters of it. Except, at the same time, you were travelling outside the real universe, crossing between stars far faster than light ever could. Idris didn't have the sort of doctorate that Shinandri presumably boasted, but he knew at a base level that even the best and the brightest couldn't entirely account for unspace travel, the time it took, anything like that. Except he now felt he was within a small stretch of writing the thesis. Just one more trip in the machine, and he'd have it. There was damage, though. Jane sounded grim. Yes, she would do what she could, but there were cracks in the shell of the installation, and each activation made them worse. Their venture here had an expiry date built in. "Why?" Idris croaked. The pair of them turned to look at him with some surprise. "We got a good one here." Emaneth squeezed his shoulder companionably. "Already talking? Ready to go again, maybe?"
"Well, we're not," Jane told her sharply. "Let me at least try to glue things back together, won't you?"
"Yes, indeed."
Shinandri was staring into Idris's face.
"Indubitably. And may I be the first to welcome you back to the land of the articulate, Menhir Telemie. Quite the scintillating recovery in so short a time. Remarkable."
"What damage? Why?" Idris got out. He felt as though he was rediscovering his lips and tongue from first principles.
"It's this bastard flora," Jane said. "I mean, best guess, it's why this place is still here, like we said. But it kills everything. It will literally break down any kind of intrusion to atoms. Now, this place protects itself. We don't understand, not even a little, how the shield is generated, but it's there, which is why any of this is still here. But the machine engages the entire installation. When it's on, that means no shield."
"What?" Idris demanded. "Why?"
"The shield and instruments are mutually exclusive, you see," Shinandri said lightly. "They simply cannot exist at the same point. You can't, as it were, hide your face behind your hands if you want to look into the abyss at the same time."
Which was a far from reassuring way of putting it.
"The light out there just starts ablating away the walls," Jane picked up. "There'll come a time when we turn it on and it will just go. Then we'll maybe have a minute, if we're lucky, to get out. Because there's a fucking small corridor into orbit that the existence of this place keeps open. Once that goes, the radiance will get you, even as you try to pull away. Look, we weren't kidding.
Cricket's Hell is the nastiest planet in the universe.
One might almost say, Shinandri giggled suddenly horribly, it's no bed of roses. Idris took some strength from the long-suffering look that passed between Emineth and Jane.
No!
The doctor declared suddenly, startling everyone.
Not yet, Doc,
Jane tried.
Yes, yet, entirely yet. Mynheer, as you are unexpectedly grandiloquent, perhaps you feel ready to discuss what you...
No, said Idris. Dr. Shinandri blinked, winched his smile back into place, and rubbed his hands.
A little period of recuperation.
No, said Idris again, because he really was recovered. He'd come back to himself and remembered what it was like to be Idris Telemier. No! He bunched his fists, feeling the weakness in his fingers burn away with the exertion. No talk! Even though the words were like 9 atmospheres of pressure within his skull, trying to get out. I am not your lab rat. I won't. You kidnapped me. I need to know. I need to understand. Help me learn what's going on here, because it's an eye on the universe. But his resolve held out, and he clamped his jaw down on all of it. No.
From past experience,
Shinandri said grandly, not at all the academic tantrum Idris was expecting.
Our abyssonauts do need a little time to themselves after the first jaunt.
He sat and leant forwards, arms on the table and chin on his arms to bring him down eye to eye with Idris.
Sleep on it, Mynheer. I'm sure you'll be happy to expound, yes indeed, after a little shut-eye.
Well, there I've got you beat, Idris decided, but he let Emineth take him off to a cramped chamber nearby. It was patently the result of the curved originator walls and the industrial bulkheads of Ahab's work meeting at a bad angle, but someone had put a bed in there. It had probably started life as a cot on a starship about 50 years before, by his estimation. The Tothiat lowered him into it, not ungently, and then stood there, staring down at him.
The other one, we couldn't shut her up, she remarked.
You're a hard case, Mynheer Telemier, says the immortal lobster woman. He felt weirdly unafraid of her, and he realised a moment later it was because, compared to the sheer scale of what he'd just glimpsed, she was irrelevant. He himself was, too, save that he was also the means by which these cosmic revelations could be delivered to the real universe. Nothing mattered in comparison to what he'd seen. You'll talk, she said softly, or you'll hurt me. The idea seemed so trivial, he almost laughed at it. Break his arm? Pull out a fingernail or gouge an eye? How small! The universe would barely notice. We are not your enemies, Mynheer. She was solemn now, a different woman. This is important, and we don't have long. There is nowhere else like this in the whole of the universe. What makes you think I care? He said. Though he did. He was still clinging desperately to his non-cooperation, though, like a drowning man to a plank. If I can care, Mynheer, Emineth told him, then anyone can. She left him with his own thoughts, but they were so big and numerous. He felt there was barely enough room for him in their company. They thronged the room, fighting their way outside his head,
demanding to be examined. He had seen. It was a telescope into unspace. Or no, it wasn't. That was just the closest human approximation. Except it was also completely wrong, because a telescope let the eye focus on a single point, whereas the perspective the machine gave him was broad. Inhumanly, ridiculously broad, while still retaining meaning to his minuscule human point of view. Squaring an impossible circle as the first trick in a whole celestial magic show of things that couldn't possibly exist. He had seen everything. And they were right. He wanted to talk. He wanted to know what the previous int had said, and no damn matter that they'd killed some wretched leash contract slave who'd no more consented to being here than he had. He needed to get his words out and hear whatever Shenandri had to say about his own ventures into the void below. Even if the good doctor wasn't an intermediary, there would still be something in the man's own mind that could give Idris vital context and understanding. He had seen. He had to pare it down, focus on some discrete aspect. Altogether it was too much. The mind balked at the prospect of swallowing it. The throughways. He'd seen the throughways. Those paths between the stars that any halfway competent navigator could take. The backbone of human, or any species, interstellar travel. Fire up your gravitic drive and drop into unspace. Plot your course along one of the throughways, linking your current solar system with some other, across the universe. Hot-foot it to your suspension couch before the dreadful aloneness, not aloneness of unspace started getting to you. Have the ship wake you as you arrive 1,000 light-years away. Making a mockery of both space and time, so long as you were happy to go only between those points linked by the throughways. And they had been built. Everyone believed that. Some elder civilization, perhaps the originators, had found the virgin field of unspace and imposed their corridors on it. Idris knew now without a shadow of a doubt that, yes, they had indeed been built. But no, they were not for travel. That was just a bonus of their existence. Their purpose had been, he didn't know, but he'd seen the vast shadow scaffolding around the throughways. How unspace was like a membrane underlying the entire universe, held taut like the skin of a drum. The originators, or whatever unknown hands, had hung weights off that membrane, placed clamps and stitches in it to pull it very precisely out of true for their own purposes. And in so doing, they'd turned that perfect stretched skin into a topography, creating channels and folds and creases. Then, millions of years later, little humans and Hani and Castigar and even the mighty Essiel had come along and decided those artifacts of a greater vision were roads for their convenience. They were such a small part of the greater work. This much Idris knew, because unspace was full of the shadows of that work. He saw them as though peering through dark water, the vast angles and structures that were pulling unspace into a mind-twisting configuration, and so precisely that even the least change might thwart some purpose. There was a purpose, and he felt maddeningly close to grasping it, to knowing everything. There were the architects too, of course. He had a sense of them moving through the universe like grubs boring through a rotting fruit. Except the simile wasn't right. He tried to get his head around their precise relation to everything else he'd seen, but it eluded him, just past the tip of his fingers as he reached for it. There had been a definite pattern to them, though, no mere random meandering. A pattern that, if he could only... Alone, unsleeping, of course, he felt like shouting at the angled ceiling, beating his hands against the impervious stone of the originator's work. What have they come here for? Why build this place on so hostile a world? Or had the world been pleasant, perhaps even dead, when they first came, and this toxic biosphere had crept up on them over the long eons of their study? Had the originators been admiring their own handiwork when they stared into unspace and the manipulations of it, or instead observing the creations of a race ancient and inexplicable, even to them? Again, why here? He almost knew. He thought about the ruins on Arc Palator and Jericho, how it wasn't the walls themselves, but the compartmentalized spaces they created that were significant. He thought about the Neramathi weapon unleashed against the architect, a gravitic engine existing in the nothing between their locust arcs rather than in the ships themselves. Or the 0-point fighters the Partheni deployed, whose combined gravitic engines created a mass hammer effect. And this installation itself, with its complex honeycomb of spaces. It was all about the spaces. Not the stars themselves, but the skin stretched between them. Lying there on the hard cot in this terrible place, he felt himself inches from understanding the universe. Not the architects, not the originators, the universe itself. Because they were both part of it, and you couldn't know them until you understood the whole. All those throughways, like sutures, tugging the way the universe hung between them. And there were 1,000 other forces and factors making up the struts of the scaffolding that directed the universe how to be. All those little tugs and pulls to keep it taut, and in the very particular shape, which meant it was this universe and not any other. Even he himself, in observing it with his conscious Int's mind, was another little tug. Maybe that was the plan. Or maybe not. When they came for him, however many hours after he had no idea, he felt as though they'd tortured him all night. As if he'd been left in a cell, with water dripping on his head, or a chaos of noise blaring in his ears. Even if he could have slept, how could he have slept? His mind hadn't stopped racing around the confines of his skull since they took him out of the machine. He wanted to grab Emineth by the collar and scream, "Take me back down there!" into her face. His feet jittered on the floor. When he stood still, he was shaking. Still, he did his level best to be mulish. He made a heroic effort to not want to go. And then he really didn't want to go, because they weren't going down, just sideways, into another cavernous space where, apparently, it was breakfast time. He was hungry, he discovered. He was ravenous. Thoughts of the universe had driven all other considerations from him. But now Emineth sat him down in front of a foil-wrapped ration block, vintage circa the end of the war, and he tore into it with nails and teeth. The others were all there. Not just Shinandri and Tokamak Jane, but the bulging bulk of Ahab. The Neramath's body was slumped about its clutch of mechanical legs, as though slouched on a stool, and a half-dozen cables fed into various parts of it. There was something that looked like a fleshy purple-orange, with blue veins in front of it, and it tore off pieces with one metal claw, then fed them into a slot below its head. Idris had no idea how, or upon what, Neramathi had originally fed back on their homeworld. Given that world was one more dead sculpture, somewhere in the void of space, it probably wasn't knowledge he was going to miss. There was another place set too, or at least someone had put out a tin plate with a ration pack, and it didn't seem to belong to anyone. None of them explained it to him, and, as he was still being mulish, he couldn't really ask. Shinandri finished first, dabbing at his lips with his sleeve. Now out of the encounter suit, he wore threadbare formal clothes, not core colony's standard, but where the jacket had a long forked tail, faintly ridiculous. There was a sash, too, purple and green and rather tattered. Idris couldn't guess what he was dressed up as. The doctor met his gaze and smiled, bright and brittle.
Now, Mynheer, I dare say you've had a lot to think about, haven't you? A great deal of cogitation. On that, I would stake all the money I don't have. And as we have you, so to speak, in our clutches, there seems no reason not to return to the machine for another session.
He was watching Idris's face very closely for a reaction.
But as no doubt you gleaned, our time here is strictly limited by the durability of the walls. Yes, indeed. We cannot simply open up the universe for your personal viewing pleasure, Mynheer. There must be a quid pro quo in which you grace us with your insights and we work together towards our goal. Wouldn't you say, Mynheer?
Idris blinked at him, for a moment holding desperately onto his resolution not in any way to cooperate with these maniacs. The words came out of him despite his every intention. What is your goal, precisely?
It speaks,
Emaneth commented dryly, but Shinandri waved her to silence. Ahab shifted on the fixed splay of its legs, and its long neck shadowed the table, eeling towards Idris.
Our crusade,
its translator announced.
The great war you have already taken up arms in against the deconstructors.
Idris blinked. The architects?
Even so,
Shinandri confirmed, sotto voce. The machine is a weapon. Idris hadn't seen any evidence of that when they'd put him in it.
To strike the enemy, you must find the enemy,
Ahab trumpeted.
I imagine you have observed already that the machine gives a perspective onto unspace that reveals its greater structure, something never seen before or even guessed at,
Shinandri murmured.
It is our leader's belief that the architects are an integral part of that structure. They do not just travel through unspace, but it is their native domain.
Unspace isn't real space, Idris said, echoing all the lessons they'd taught him as a child. When you enter unspace, you don't really exist. Nothing does. That's why we're always alone in unspace. Alone, except for...
Yet the true situation is manifestly more complex than that, wouldn't you say, Mynheer?
Shenandoah pressed.
The structure you have doubtless observed, that even I can dimly perceive, and which our previous int was at least able to report upon before the experience overwhelmed her, is consistent. Not real in the same way as matter from the physical universe is real to us, but real on its own terms. And the structure of unspace informs the physical universe. That much I have equations for. If you are so foolhardy as to ask me, I can bore you with them for some considerable time, yes indeed. Unspace creates the real, or possibly the real informs unspace. Or, most likely, there is a dialogue of influences between the two. But admittedly, whilst these are my own points of interest, our valiant leader has more focused ideas. He wishes to find the home of the architects as the necessary preliminary to some method of attack upon them.
Attack, Idris echoed weakly. Into unspace. Emineth clapped him on the shoulder. Got to find where they are first. He would have said, scornfully even, there is no where. It's unspace. Except he now knew that wasn't true. Even the unreal had landmarks. The architects aren't the problem, he told them quietly. I know. I spoke with one. They have masters, and the architects are just their weapon.
Then we must disarm them,
Ahab bellowed, and abruptly it was levering itself up and lurching across the floor. Idris imagined internal gyroscopes wheeling furiously before finding their balance. He met the gaze of Dr. Shenandoah across the table.
Now, Mynheer, I imagine you have no wish to cooperate with our grand venture and would rather go back to your room,
the scientist said guilelessly.
Or perhaps you would spend some time with me talking through what you experienced yesterday while Jane prepares the machine for another dive into the unreal,
Idris bit his lip, scrabbling for any remaining shreds of his self-control. But his head was too full, and even excluding the fact that Ahab had brought the war into it, a chance to take the conflict to the architects, he had to know. He let them put him back under. On the surface, he was all protestations, but at the heart of him, he was sick for it, like an addict. The machine gave him the universe, or at least as much of it as he could conceive. It was the universe reversed, because he was looking at it from below, from unspace. Shenandoah was right, though. The real was a reflection of the unreal, and vice versa. The tension between the two was everything. One moment, staring into that abyss, he was awed at the vast scale of everything, built by giants of inconceivable scale, who might return at any time to reconfigure every block and make something new. Later, he found he could look upon the same mighty works and tremble at their fragility. The slightest change in the nebulous unreality of unspace would affect the universe above
In turn, the least jolt to the real would send concussive shock waves through unspace. How had some positive feedback loop not torn the whole of everything apart? How had his own scrutiny not done so? He could feel the universe flex as he exerted his mind. It was not just the machine, it was him. As an intermediary, his mind interacted with unspace in a way that Shinandri's couldn't. Even though he was in the real, the machine opened the door to unspace. It let him reach out and touch the unreal, just as if he was navigating a ship. He could explore from the comfort of his very own home, or at least this mad vessel within a dying originator tomb on the deadliest world in the universe. This was why they needed him. They had an eye to the universe, but only an int could control the focus of it. He had to see for them. And he felt the tug, that shift in the unreal, whenever he did. As though any moment he could inadvertently grab a loose thread and unravel the whole of creation. How can it be so delicately balanced? It was as though he was an insect, with his legs spread across the surface of a pond. Everything that happened upon or within the water came to him through the ripples, and every motion of his own caused ripples in turn, expanding and expanding. Being heard. He screamed in the machine, in his encounter suit, in its restrictive cradle. Then he screamed when he felt it move. There was something vast. But vast didn't mean the same thing now, when he had a perspective that allowed him to see simultaneously the universe entire and any detail within it. Something, though, and it was familiar. He'd lived alongside it ever since he'd come out of the intermediary program, with his new mind and his neuroses. He'd faced it every time he'd gone into unspace, whether during the war or running salvage jobs on the Vulture God. It was the presence everyone felt on the wrong side of the real, and which they told you was just the human mind's response to the utter lack of anything to be found when you crossed the border. Every int told themselves it wasn't truly there, while they also couldn't quite believe that. He was still screaming when they got him out of the machine, and continued as they peeled him out of the suit. He only started to calm when Emaneth turned up with a syringe and writhed away from her, obscurely linking unconsciousness by needle to going back into the traces of the machine, where it was waiting for him. This was what had happened to their last int, he realised, and she hadn't survived it. Physical shock, or had her mind just broken? The leashed ints, churned out factory style from convicts, lacked the strength of the originals, and he was one of the only originals left, still broken enough in his various ways. But he would survive this. It was real. As real as everything else he had seen in unspace, including the scaffolding and structure that created the throughways between star systems almost accidentally. As real as the universe. There really was a hungry presence lurking in the depths of unspace. Was it connected to the structures? Shinandri asked him. Was it connected with the architects? So many questions, and Idris had a hard time forcing his mind to return to what he'd experienced, as though now the thing had his scent and might find him in the real as well, might rise up from the shadows of his own mind to devour him. But he did his best. He was committed now. Even though it was most definitely there, he had to go back. There was so much more to learn, and it would have been harder to keep it behind his teeth than it was to just blurt it all out. No, he thought, it wasn't connected to either the structures or the architects. Bigger, older, the original resident of Unspace, perhaps. Now can we go back? Is the machine still on? But it wasn't, and Jane didn't want to reactivate it just yet. She was doing the rounds of the installation, looking at the damage sustained when the shield had been down. The voracious life of Cricketh's hell had scoured the walls badly. Idris couldn't see why she bothered. It wasn't as though she could actually repair the structure in any way, and yet... "Tomorrow," she'd said. "You can go again tomorrow." Tomorrow wasn't soon enough. Idris ground his teeth. "Cheer up!" Emaneth clapped him on the shoulder again, a gesture he was becoming increasingly annoyed by. "There's someone here to see you." "What?" He turned, wrenching out from under her grip. "There isn't..." But there had been that extra place at breakfast. He knew Emaneth travelled, so it wasn't impossible they'd receive visitors. "Who's there?" For a moment, he had the mad thought it could be one of the Vulture crew, having tracked him down somehow. He felt a sudden stab of misery, wanting to see Solace again. All of them. The depth of loss tripped him up. Abruptly, he was human. Not some universe-striding god colossus. He was small and weak and sane, and very lonely. It wasn't Solace, or any of them. An old friend, though, or at least an old acquaintance, and Idris found he'd been expecting this meeting for a while now. Ever since Demi Ulo had invoked the creature's name back on Ark Palator. The Harbinger Ash. The singular alien who'd brought word of the architects to Earth, back when there had been an Earth, and nobody had heard of the architects. Ash had come here to Cricketh's hell to see its errant apprentice, Idris Ptolemy. Ash tried to look human. This was a largely doomed venture, but the thing's body was pliable enough that it could just about be squeezed into a robe. Its basic form was like a tree, with a split trunk. It moved on a fringed foot of pseudopods, but the trailing hem of the robe covered that. One sleeve was empty, pinned to its chest, while the other held the branch of the alien's body that terminated in a tangle of tentacles. The robe's hood enclosed its second branch, bearing reddish eyes and a handful of slits that might have been nostrils or mouths, or just some organ humans didn't have or have a name for. It had been around people enough that, despite everything, if you just glimpsed this robe figure silhouetted, you wouldn't immediately think alien as much as a weirdly dressed and ill-proportioned human. Some hegemonic hierograph, perhaps, or a spacer with ill-matched cybernetics. Ash had been humanity's guest for 130 years or more, after all. It had been able to communicate, in any language you cared to use, right from the start. How else would the thing have been able to convey its impossible warning? And here it was now, on Cricketh's hell, and back in Idris's life. Harbinger Ash had been constantly on the periphery of the old intermediary program back then. It had been working with the medical team, and Saint Xavienne, even though its grasp of human physiology and neurology was probably a bit rough. Ash knew the architects, and it was clear the creature knew exactly what St. Xav was. Idris guessed it had met other examples of this breed amongst other species it had tried to help, and knew there was only one way to fight the architects. Fighting architects was exactly what Ash was all about. He found the creature in communion with Ahab when Emeneth led him in. That didn't surprise him much. The Neramath's single-minded crusade was exactly the sort of thing Ash would like to cultivate. The creature held itself out as a friend to mankind, and most certainly it had warned of the architects before they arrived. But Ash was, in its own quiet way, a fanatic. Idris had the strong sense that Ash's interest in humankind was only as one more missile to fling at its omnipotent enemies. He would dearly love to have known how many species Ash had visited, warned, and then turned into ammunition, expending them until there were no more left, then moving on. However they were talking, none of it came through to Idris. The two of them were definitely deep in some kind of discussion, but not using any audible language, or obvious gestures even, and the means was beyond him. Emeneth suggested that modern Neramathi were all cyborg enough that they now communicated mostly through electromagnetics, so perhaps the air around them was thronging with unheard words. In the end, though, Ahab broke off and clawed its way out of the room, forcing Idris and Emeneth to step back sharply. Its nest of mechanical legs powered it out of sight like something on a mission.
Idris, my friend.
Ash's voice, a pleasant bass in perfect Kolval, resounded from within its long torso.
I understand you've been helping the Parthenon with their little problem.
Idris blinked, thrown for a moment, until he recalled Solace telling him that Ash had set her on the path to find him. All part of the creature's overarching plan, therefore. He nodded jerkily.
What are you even doing here?
He eyed the creature shrewdly.
This is proof, isn't it? That you can. I mean, you come and go on Berlenhof, but so does everybody. It's no big deal you're never where you're supposed to be. But here...
What do you know? Ash replied airily.
There might be dozens of ships up and down the corridor on Krikieth's Hell, every time the installation shields itself.
What does it mean? The corridor? Idris demanded of Emeneth. When the shield's up, it creates a dead spot in the planet's radiation. A ship with a careful pilot can get down to us then. When the machine's running and the shield's down, it's next to impossible to get through. How Ahab did it the first time's beyond me. Unless this clown helped. She clapped another heavy hand on Idris's shoulder, nodding towards Ash. He shrugged her off irritably.
Did you send this thug after me?
Ash's utterly inhuman body shape adopted a posture of wounded innocence.
I? Idris, you malign me. I am here because this is where a discovery is waiting to be made, and I am delighted it is you who will make it, if anyone does. Captain Ahab has done well to build this place, but he lacks your...
A sound like feedback, shockingly loud and unexpected, caused Idris to yelp and jump back. Ash looked abashed.
Your connection,
it finished.
There is no word for what you have in your speech. You really should coin one to avoid errors in translation. But for now, the only languages that could really name what you are dead ones. I'm sick of being special, Idris told it. I'm sick of being chased about the galaxy. People trying to kidnap and enslave me right and left. I've earned the chance to be left alone. Are you really sick of it?
Ash glided closer. Even though there was nothing of legs in how it moved, it had learned a kind of walking rhythm to better approximate the motion of its human hosts.
Even now, when you're here and the whole universe is laid out before you, isn't it time you stopped complaining, Idris?
He clenched his fists with sudden anger at the patronizing tone. Emineth laughed derisively, and he rounded on her, wanting to... What? He could beat his fists bloody against her, and the only lasting harm would be to himself. And besides, she knew. He saw it in her face. That mocking smile that was, somehow, not entirely unsympathetic. She knew Ash was right. Coming here was the point. It made sense of all the other nonsense. The walls around them shuddered. He had the sense of the entire structure revolving into a new configuration, even though that was patently impossible.
The shield's down, he announced at once. Is Dr. Shenandri...
He was abruptly furious someone was playing God without him.
It's Ahab, Ash told him. He's using the other machine.
The what? Idris boggled.
Do you think he started with something suitable for humans? He will be using the data Shenandri collected from his own exploration of this installation and its place within the universe. He thinks this place is a weapon.
Is it?
Anything is a weapon, with enough power, and in the hands of a revenged, crazed Neremath. But you will be the one to find the true weapon, because you can grasp what you see through the originator's eyes.
You're getting cryptic again, Idris told it automatically.
Blame the coarseness of your language. In answer to your earlier question, no, I didn't send Emineth after you. That was all Shenandri's planning. After all, if someone looks up first-class intermediaries, the list isn't very long. Not anymore. He knew about Ark Palator and the hegemony's call for aid. He's a bright man.
And he doesn't care how many ints he ruins to prove it, Idris muttered.
Again, with the fake resentment.
Another snort from Emineth.
What do you want me to tell you, Ash? Idris asked. Yes, now I'm here, I absolutely concede that I need to be here. Or someone who can use the tech like I can should be. That doesn't mean I like being everyone's goddamn magic lamp. You're so smart. Tell me what I'm actually looking for. I've got the whole universe after all.
I'd have thought that would be obvious, Ash informed him. And if it could have rolled its eyes, it doubtless would have.
You're searching unspace for where the architects come from. Their home. Because then we can find a way of sending a war fleet into the unreal to utterly destroy them forever.
and all said with that engaging, conversational tone. Chapter 24. Chris. Not a place you'd think a Tothiat could just stroll about unnoticed, was Chris's assessment of Death Knell. It earned her a derisive look from Heremon, but she could live with that.
Not without ending up in a pickling jar, Ollie agreed loudly over ship's comms.
She was still in her pod in the drone bay, and the drones themselves were going about simultaneous repair work. 5 hands for her, all working on the same problem at once. The vulture god had come out of unspace with a clutch of little aerolites that she hadn't liked the look of. Death Knell, despite the name, was a civilized world, an ocean world too, and while it had a widespread aquaculture, it wasn't much of an export hub on that front. Both poles boasted large ice caps, and the equator saw pack ice half the year from one direction or another, the planet teetering on the edge of becoming an albedo-fueled snowball. Human settlements were spread across a handful of archipelagos that formed most of the above-wave landmass. One, in particular, was the home of the Kendrick Higher Sciences Academy. The local Kybernet was keen on giving them about 1,400 hours reading material on who Kendrick was and why she had come to this half-frozen wasteland to be so clever. But nobody on the Vulture God felt inclined to indulge it. It was one of those places, the planet and the institution, because the institution had put the planet on the galactic map. Chris knew the type well, because she was a graduate of another such, the law schools of Scintilla. They had been just one more Earth colony, back when there had been an Earth, and established enough to stand on their own feet after there hadn't been an Earth, and space-bound humanity had become its own archipelago. A broken string of pearls scattered across the stars. Whilst the majority of humanity had become refugees, shunting back and forth looking for sanctuary, places like Scintilla and Magda and Death Knell had hunkered down and grown inwards, leaning ever more heavily on their own ways. Nobody had known, back then, where it would end. The extinction of any wider humanity had been on the cards. It was every planet for itself, and most of them greedy to take in off-comers fleeing the architects, because few colonies had boasted a large population. In those places, pre-war whims, jokes, and idle pastimes among the controlling few had been laid down as iron-bound tradition for the benefit of the newcomers fleeing ruin. It was how those already in place had maintained their station amongst the swelling populace of refugees. This is how we do things. There were a few patterns such places followed, and a little digging into the Death Knell Medio archives suggested the place had gone the same way as Scintilla. Academic institutions tended to be hierarchical, even feudal. They accumulated traditions that the staff instituted, and then the students passed down class to class, without any additional input. Little fiefdoms full of inexplicable written and unwritten laws. Chris watched a mediotype of a dawn ceremony on the shortest day, in the Academy's main quad, the entire clutch of faculties shivering in sub-freezing temperatures, as though their absence would result in the sun not showing its face. And then there were the sibling societies, and Chris was more than acquainted with that sort of thing. It'd be like going home. Without really thinking about it, she checked the hang of her knife in her wrist scabbard. Odd how people reverted to that sort of thing on so many worlds. She reckoned it was a stress response, clutching at a group identity in response to both the influx of newcomers and the threat of utter extinction if an architect ever decided to darken their skies. A way of demonstrating how brave and determined you were when the true enemy wouldn't care about or even understand mere human bravery or determination. She checked in with the rivalry index, the weird and informal clique that kept track of such arcana, and found that Scintilla graduates were recognised by the death knell societies. Hopefully that wouldn't be relevant, but it was a useful ace to have, so to speak, up her sleeve. All in all, as she'd said, an odd world for Emineth to repeatedly visit. Harimon's information showed that she came here a couple of times a year. Earth standard, death knell's own were longer. She usually arrived in a small ship, but then most of what death knell produced was easy to transport, graduates and scientific research, and she didn't seem to be poaching the graduates. Yet she was going planet-side, and if she just needed to download the latest theses, she could have done that from orbit. Kittering had already produced a throughway map showing the intersections between Matachin, Death Knell and Kodo, a dozen worlds easily reached from all three, but none that cried out, "Secret Tothiat Base." Professor Granduja, Chris identified. Harimon had provided an image of Emineth and a stern-looking woman of middle years, and she'd now located that same severe face in the Academy files. High-energy physics emeritus and... She blinked, watching a brief sequence of the woman, 10 years ago admittedly, engaged in a particularly clever pass of blades. Obviously, it wasn't just the students who got up to that kind of societal hijinks. "You're volunteering, I take it?" Ollie asked. "Take the spook with you. Who knows what a badge might get you?" "Stabbed, probably," Chris suggested, but she reckoned Havea was probably sound company. Kit signalled that he'd go with her too. Ollie, Solis and Harimon were rather less likely to be any great use on a planet simultaneously colonies civilised and prone to taking offence at outsiders not knowing the local comme il faut. With everything strung out on small islands, landing a ship of any size required more paperwork than anyone felt up to, and hiring a shuttle turned out to be cheaper than filing in triplicate. There wasn't a Kybernet to step in and do the landing for them either, but together Chris and Kit managed to bring the ship down on the Academy landing field. As it turned out, Granduja was one of those grand old women academics who didn't really teach anymore and who was only too happy to get out of some departmental meeting or other by seeing a Scintilla graduate and a Mordaunt House agent. She gave them 2 hours of her time, in fact, sitting up on a chill little rooftop terrace looking out over the wine-dark waves, literally, given the deep red of the local plankton-level life. Pink marbled icebergs drifted in the light of the declining sun, and they were able to watch teams of little boats tack and skim. More academic traditions being enacted. She wouldn't even commit to knowing Emineth, though, and Havea's badge didn't impress her. When they showed her the image, she shrugged. "We are a haven of learning," she told them blandly, as a student brought mugs of rich steaming chocolate. "There are always those with research questions." "Twice a year?" Havea asked. "Perhaps they find the higher sciences difficult and need clarification." Granduja was watching them carefully, under the guise of watching them casually. Chris already had the measure of her from Scintilla. Yes, there was something going on. She had some business with Emeneth that she wasn't going to admit to. No, the spectre of Mordaunt House wasn't going to spook her, here in her own domain. Granduja was wearing a padded robe that reached to her ankles, clearly the rewards of rank, because the student garments only came to the knee. More than that, though, she was wearing a scarf. A sensible item for the temperatures, and everyone here had one. But Chris had already started to read the precise symbology of colours, lengths and folds. She herself wore something similar, as a holdover from Scintilla, as well as to cover the duelling scar that had almost done for her. These things had meaning and contributed to insular, self-protecting cultures that were hard to track and dangerous to cross. Granduja was playing with them, amusing herself, and not going to be helpful in any way whatsoever. After the interview, in which, admittedly, the accompanying chocolate and the little cakes had been excellent, and almost a fair recompense for the wasted time, Chris checked in with Kittering. There were Hanny on death knell too. Not many, but the academy did have a handful of students that had bought their way in. More than that, there was a whole clan of them that had been involved in the logistical side of the institution since forever, meaning, without them, none of the lofty academics would know where their next class was. Kit had gone to make friends, both with his conspecifics and with the non-academic humans in the same line of work. By the time Chris had finished her last chocolate and bid Professor Granduja a civil farewell, Kit had already scared up a lead on Emeneth. They were on their way to meet him, weaving through a sudden exodus of students from warm classrooms to cold streets, when Hevea stopped dead. What? She could see the closed look on his face as he received word from elsewhere. Not from Ollie either, who would have called Chris or Kit direct. She found herself tense, aware of her knife, just in case this was about to turn into a Mordaunt House sting, and he was getting orders to lay hands on her. "Some old friends in orbit," he told her. "I have an interest in a certain colonial faction as of recently. Details I need to know, but a big part of them is made up of Magden landowners. Always a fun voting bloc back at Hugh." Chris felt a line of cold steel inside her. "Are we talking," she asked him, "about the Oscaros again?" The Vulture-God crew had skipped out from under the hand of that family, in the shape of its scion Peter, several times before the mess with Oscaro Senior, Ravin, on Ark Palator. Hevea himself had bailed them out once, albeit by taking them into his own custody. Why would they be here? Seeing his pitying look, she snarled, "They made a pass at Idris, yes, but he's just one int in the grand scheme of things. They surely have other business taking up their valuable time." "The piece of business that caught my people's interest," Hevea said carefully, "is something that would really benefit from an int monopoly, or as much of one as you can get. Magden factions already operate a lot of the leash contracts that come out of the liaison board, but your man Telemier is old school, and right now he's out from under the Partheni shadow, available if they can track him. They're here following the same lead we are, my source says." He was back listening to the silent voice for a moment, and then reached for her arm. She didn't let him have it, but followed him up and up, until they were on a little fencing piste overlooking the cafe terrace where they'd met Granduja. They saw her still there, entertaining new guests. Her body language suggested she was being as cordially unhelpful with them as she had been with Chris and Hevea, and enjoying herself doing it, tweaking the noses of the outworlders who'd come to trample over her little fiefdom. She even looked up, utterly unsurprised, and actually locked eyes with Chris for a moment. There was something of a duelist's flourish in the way she signalled a waiter. Or no, not the fighter, but the referee, inviting the duelist's first move. Sitting with her was the Boyarin Peter Chevo-Oscaro, the nephew of old Ravin, who'd himself been such a thorn on Ark Palator. Hevea confirmed that young Peter's ship, the Raptorid, had been located at dock in orbit. Well, they have Granduja, and may they choke on her, Chris decided. But they don't have Kit and his lead, so let's go exploit that while we're ahead. The Death Knell Academy had been left to its own governance and devices for a long time. The privations and the pressures had led to cliques becoming entire strata of society. So it was with the duelling societies. So it was also with the worshipful brotherhood and union of academy porters. While the faculty staff presented the public face of Death Knell's preeminent institution, bringing in money from off-world and exporting high-mindedness and graduates who would remember the academy in their bequests, the union made sure the lights stayed on and the water was safe to drink. It also existed in a constant state of semi-antagonism with the academics, according to Kit. They had their own festivals and codes, their degrees and ranks, and if there was something the scarves, as opposed to themselves who were the gloves, despite the fact that on cold Death Knell everyone wore both, were covering up, they were more than happy to talk about it. Except Emeneth was something they too were covering up, and so Kit had crab-walked a very fine line, won some money, waived some debts, and finally found a mid-ranking engineer who was willing to spill the beans. The construction of scientific apparatus is carried out on site, Kittering explained to them, leading them to his contact, such specialized apparatus not being readily available for import. The man he showed them was squat and gnomish, heavily bearded in iron grey, a little hat folded on his head like a red sock. He had a slate for them, with a list of technical words Chris couldn't make anything of. She was in good company in her bafflement. Items collected here by this Emeneth, Kittering explained. Chris squinted at the list. She's turned scientist all of a sudden? The engineer chuckled and spat into his palm, which she took as some kind of ritual disdain for all things academic. Not her. Him. Paying his dues, he is. Nothing but the messenger she is, for all you'd not want to cross her. This was obviously news to Kit, so Chris put on her most winning smile. And who would he be, Mynheer? Mynheer Brother Porter, he corrected her frostily, because, of course, all these tin-pot fraternities would have their cheese-pairing distinctions. The scintilla duelists and lawyers had been no different. He had a lot to pay back, he did, but the donations help. He pushed some more data to the slate with, "You're lucky we like your Hanny, or a fancy miss like you'd get nowhere with us." I'm a fancy miss, apparently. Chris quite liked the sound of it. She spared the gruff old man a grin, which fractionally softened his scowl, and then checked the slate. A series of donations to the Worshipful Porters Benevolent Fund, a charity for widows and orphans, or, as Surveyor would probably describe it, a money laundering operation. Someone had been making sizable payments, and had also, entirely unconnectedly, been given free access to the rare elements printing facilities of the Academy to have his highly specialised gear made. Gear which Emineth periodically turned up and collected. The someone in question was a former Death Knell graduate, one Haleon Shinandri. That opened up a new parcel of information, including published papers, scandals in the news types, health and safety reports, obituaries. It didn't quite serve to tell them where the hell Idris was in all of this, but it was a lead. Back to the ship for now, Chris decided. Let's interrogate the local Kybernet and see where this particular alumnus has got himself. They returned to the sun and air from the buried fastnesses of the worshipful porters, making for the docks, when they saw a score of university staff heading their way. Some were academics, and others were porters of a decidedly burlier bent than their informer. Granduja was with them, and at her side, even then pointing out his quarry, was Peter Chever Uscaro. Solace. We have a little problem. Chris's voice over the vulture god's crackly comms. Taking a bit of a detour to get to the shuttle. A bit of a detour? Solace echoed. Maybe a tour of the island? Chris was sounding slightly rushed. All very civilised. We're walking, maybe a bit fast. They're walking, maybe a bit fast. Nobody wants to actually admit we're about to have a throwdown. Get Mundy to show his badge to them, Solace suggested. Oh, we will, when we have to. Only they didn't seem to care much about it when we were chatting over chocolate and cake. And I get the impression the stakes have just upped. Bloody bitch wouldn't talk to us, but I guess she'll talk to Uscaro's largesse soon enough. Let nobody tell you about academics and ivory towers. Solace had grown up on stories of colonies and their general propensity for vice, whatever walk of life they were in. Right now, she was more worried about Chris, though. She still had difficulties with Colville's subtext, and Chris's tendency towards flippancy meant she wasn't sure how worried the woman was. Ollie wants to bring the ship down, she noted. Ollie was, in fact, currently engaged in a furious row with the Death Knell Docking Authority, or at least the compartment of the planet's Kybernet that governed landing permits. By ancient statute of the Academy, and the basic logistics of a planetary society existing strung across small islands, landing anything bigger than a launch was forbidden. Ollie was currently suggesting she use the god's overpowered gravitic engine to haul the higher energy department up into orbit instead. Negotiations were not going well. Good luck with that, Chris noted. Solace, I'm sending you some data up the well. Haleon Shinandri, former associate here. He's who Emineth's working for. There's a crap ton on him, and right now I don't have the liberty to go through it. Will do, Solace confirmed. Name mean anything to you? She asked Haramon, who was gawping over her shoulder. The Tothiat shook her head, grabbed the neighbouring seat, and began accessing the records, suddenly not the gang tough, but the competent researcher. Solace guessed being Aklu's lieutenant called for more than just breaking legs. Or maybe she had to break them in very specific ways at her boss's whim. Aklu seemed that type. Ollie is going to break every law on this planet any time now, Solace warned Chris. And then another comms request grabbed her attention. Trusting Heremon to get the research done, she jumped on it. A packet ship had just hit the system and was delivering news and mail to Deathnell. Moreover, it would be taking messages out very shortly, and that meant Solace could report in to her superiors. She was trying to send her coded missives every chance she got, because there was never any guarantee when the next opportunity would arise. She needed to leave as much of a breadcrumb trail as she could. Negotiating for data space aboard the packet, she skimmed the incoming news. And stopped. Made a sound. Shocked. Wordless. Heremon glanced at her. It had happened. The line the Parthenon and the colonies had been dancing around had been crossed, and she hadn't been there. Her sisters had been dying, and she hadn't been there. The news was 2 days old, and cast in colonial terms, decrying Partheni aggression, and certainly the declaration of open war had come from the Parthenon. In retaliation, though. Solace saw right through the Hugh mediotypes, rubbishing the accusations and denying responsibility. There had been an attack. On the garden ship Ceres, the ship she'd been resident on, not so long ago. The ship where the Partheni intermediary research was based. Of course, Hugh would have been aware that their star int was missing, so when better to try and shut the operation down? Garden ships were sacred to the Parthenon. They were as civilian as the Partheni got, the place you went back to after your tour, where you lived and relaxed, where the children were raised. Hugh would know all of that, as well as the fact that the one thing guaranteed to break all diplomatic restraint was a strike against one. There were no details of the strike itself in the mediotypes, what with Hugh vociferously denying all involvement, but the story was absolutely plain to Solace. Feeling vindictive, even though she knew he couldn't have had much to do with it, she sent the news down well to Hervea. They were, technically, enemies now. Well, on a strict political footing, she supposed she was the enemy of every vulture denizen, bar Heremon, but Hervea was actually Hugh. She got a message straight back from him, even though he was presumably end-running around the Ascaro boy. Mission first, war later. We have a situation down here. She found she didn't want to play nice, right then. She wanted to punch him, for no other reason than he was a representative of her enemy. Her sisters had been killed, their home attacked, their future put in danger. Angels of punching you in the face. It had never felt so true. Fuck! Ollie's voice came over ship comms. She'd seen the same news. Solace waited to observe which way the worm would turn, and whether there would be a blast of anti-Partheni invective from that direction. Instead, after a protracted pause, there came, "Sorry, that sucks." It wasn't much, but from Ollie, it meant a lot. "Cricket's hell mean anything to you?" Heremon asked. Solace looked at her blankly, completely wrong-footed for a moment. Then she realised the Tothiat had turned something up. "Is that a world? A ship? A bar?" The spacer side of colonial society seemed to have an endless number of them. "Could be my kind of dive," Heremon said. "Word in from Almier, though. Some place my lost sister is involved in. Sounds like a world, from context, but there's nothing... No, wait. It's secondary, off Orichalk. Prohibited world. Do not approach under any circumstances." Her voice trailed off.
That is nasty, is what that is.
That's where we're going, Ollie broke in. Soon as you clowns get to the shuttle. One of those clowns is your responsibility. You brought Mr. Mordaunt House in on this.
We're going to need him. Heremon sent a slice of data over to Solis's console. Nobody goes to Cricket's Hell according to this, but out-system from it is Orichalk, and that's a colonial navy outpost. That badge of his is going to earn its keep. Chris. At first, it looked as though they were going to get to the shuttle anyway. There was a weird little game going on, where everyone was kind of pretending this was business as usual. Chris, Havea and Kit picked up their pace to a brisk walk. Granduja, Uscaro and the faculty heavies did likewise. Everyone gave the general impression of being slightly late to a tiresome but essential departmental meeting. Nobody ran. Chris felt the need to just leg it burning at her heels, but as soon as she did, it would become uncivilized. That would break the social contract and put her beyond the pale. Running people radiated guilt, and doubtless at that point the balance would tip. Formally disinterested parties would see this apparent admission of culpability, doubtless assisted in their perception of it by Ascaro money. The porters, or some other death knell staff, would then close off the docks, activate the orbital defences, and physically pile on the three of them. And so they continued to walk. Briskly. Kit was managing the navigation. Every time a party of Academy staff turned up, loitering in their path, they took an alley between two of the small windowed buildings, or cut along the shoreline, or tripped across a bridge, ever circling back towards the docking field, where the shuttle they'd hired lay. Home ground advantage won out, however. Granduja had probably been a student here, before she became such an emeritus grandee. She knew all the shortcuts and sideways, appearing out of an actual hatch in the ground ahead of them, with the docks in sight, as though she was a demon in a play. She was, at least, slightly out of breath from all the briskness.
"Visitors," she called out, "forgive me, but I do need you to halt and answer just a few questions."
She and her people were spreading out in a loose semicircle ahead, with Ascaro smiling a most unpleasant smile at their centre. Chris wondered how much he'd forked over to buy their cooperation. Maybe he'd endowed a new seat of quantum philosophy or something. They could run, or even just take their briskness on a sudden sideways jaunt. But now Granduja had actually hailed them, that would again put them in the definite wrong.
"Well, we're in something of a hurry, Professor," Chris called back. "Can I ask under what paragraph of the Academy's administrative code you're detaining us?"
It was her whole card, in circumstances like these, when the knives weren't actually out, and she could see Peter Ascaro leaning towards Granduja, almost certainly saying, "I told you about her." The times she'd run into him before, she'd made herself a real splinter under his fingernail with this sort of thing. Yet she didn't take him for someone who'd put in the work reading the letters of the law here, as she had when they came in. Standard practice, and the Academy's statutes weren't even that long. Unfortunately, Granduja was that sort of person.
Under Section 19 of the Visitors' Charter, subsection 2, the woman said sweetly, all off-worlders so charged to answer are to present themselves at a,
if there exists reasonable belief that they have committed actions as set out in Appendix 2, Chris threw back at her hurriedly. She saw Havea give her an incredulous look. She had her slate out now,
scrolling through the appropriate text and crosslinks. Just another chase through just another labyrinth. The hijinks Kit had got up to probably qualified as Appendix 2 worthy, but she reckoned there wasn't enough evidence to give rise to reasonable belief. "We are in quite a hurry, Professor. Did you have any particular actions in mind?" Granduja's face went blank for a moment, which meant she obviously didn't, and Kit had covered his tracks. But then she said, "Under 2.13, the authority of a faculty head, in this case myself, shall suffice to veto the entrance or exit of any parties into or out of areas controlled by the Academy." Chris could see Oscaro practically going mad with frustrated action, mugging incredulous looks at Granduja, just like Hevea was giving her. And yet she felt very calm, very centred. There was a form of zen in the cut and thrust of opposing statute, the clash of conflicting sections, the sudden flash of a hidden paragraph drawn from the sleeve. Only in exceptional circumstances, as defined by Appendix 9, I don't hear any explosions or see an incoming tsunami. Granduja had been waiting for that, however, and told her flatly, "But we are now on a war footing, and you, I am reliably informed, are Parthenon agents." Chris stared at her. "A war footing?" she echoed, and then Hevea was shunting information to her slate. The Parthenon had declared war. For a moment, the whole legal house of cards seemed about to come down. There was actual war, not just the almost dancing that had been going on. An attack. The series. She'd been on that ship just recently. Granduja and her staff were closing the distance now, Oscaro practically rubbing his hands. "Hugh has yet to respond," Chris said. They stopped, and she heard the man hiss, "What is this nonsense now? Just seize them." "There are formalities, Boyarin," Granduja said primly, "although, in this case, the Hugh Defence Board is doubtless in session, even as we speak," Chris said, somewhat breathlessly. "Until they issue a response, there is no state of emergency." Tissue thin, but sometimes you had to skate on the letter of the law, like an insect on a pond. "Also, I am an agent of the Intervention Board," Hevea put in hotly. "I am not a Partheni agent, and my companions are assisting me with an investigation." Chris felt meanly pleased that everyone ignored him. "So, if you'll let us be on our way," she put in, with her best smile at Oscaro. Granduja's own smile was better, though. "It is, of course, also the case that the return of the architects is considered an automatic state of emergency across the whole of the colonial sphere under the post-war stimulus powers. While I appreciate that leaping to assume autocratic authority at the first whiff of opportunity is in general bad for the future of civilization, I'll make the exception this one time, to oblige our most generous guest here." A nod towards Oscaro that showed far more financial gratitude than actual liking. "Well run, Mesdames Almier, and I can assure you that your interrogation will be on my ship," Oscaro said flatly, "undertaken by my people, who are even now on their way to put an end to this charade." He plainly felt his boyarly dignity had suffered.
Consider that a precondition of my generous donation, Professor.
Chris had no illusions whatsoever about what would happen when they were actually in his power, and how little any amount of legal wrangling would assist them. The Death Knell Academy cared about laws. Oscaro ceased to do so the moment they stood between him and what he wanted. "You two, be ready to get to the shuttle," she said. "Not acceptable," Kit put in immediately. "It's going to be fine. I have an ace, but I need you out of the way. And leave this place if you have to. Go get Idris." She took 2 steps towards Granduja and Oscaro, almost into arm's reach, then took off her scarf, letting it flutter to the ground. She saw the impact of the simple gesture hit every Academy man and woman there, leaving only the boyarin blinking. Plenty of eyes went to the ragged scar that circumscribed a large part of her neck, but it was the scarf itself that held their focus. "In which case, I make this a matter of honour," she told them all, because they were mad here, just as they had been on her own alma mater of Scintilla. If you were in a corner, you issued a challenge. Under Death Knell tradition, that overrode everything. No matter how hard the law, no matter how iron the statute, honour came first. She reckoned that was how places like this could be so fussy and formal all the rest of the time. There was this outlet for all their violence and blood, just beneath the surface. Granduja looked a little startled, as well as a little impressed. "Not that I wouldn't relish the opportunity," she said, "but as a faculty member I am above such challenges, save from an equal. We'd be fending the students off every other day, else." But the dueling code of Death Knell recognises kindred societies from off-world, and that includes the graduates of Scintilla such as me, and the Messenbruder of the Magdan aristocracy such as him. "Well, Your Elegance, my scarf lies at your feet. Another moment, and it'll blow away." She was making frantic "go, go" motions at Kit and Hevea, practically forcing them from her side and through the suddenly impotent knot of Academy staff. "This is," Oscaro said slowly, eyes swivelling from her to Granduja. "She can't just—" There was a very brief moment when Chris saw in the professor's face just how much she had already learned to dislike the man, his privilege and his strutting. "Your Elegance," she said. "Were you a native, then obviously the difference in your degrees would make a mockery of this whole business. But you and Mesdames Almier are both simply guests, and the Death Knell tradition does not make distinctions under those circumstances. My hands," she added, with a wicked little smile, "are tied." She then stepped back, with a look of sly approbation at Chris. "Chris," Hevea started, but she just waved him away harder. "I'll be right along," she told him, not breaking eye contact with Peter Oscaro. "No, seriously," he said, looking around at the locals, who were pointedly stepping back, giving him space, glancing at the scarf. Chris felt her posture, that tended to hunch a bit in the throes of legalistic argument, hit that perfectly straight poise she remembered from the Scintilla Pistes. Oscaro twitched up her scarf, still not quite believing how events had turned on him. Hevea and Kit were already well past the group, the door of the shuttle opening for them. And there they waited, looking back for her. She let her knife slide from within her sleeve into her hand. Oscaro would be good, she had no doubt, But she had him wrong-footed already. It would probably just be a cut across the back of the hand or something, and she'd claim victory, then he'd back down. Surely this once things would go to plan, and everyone would act like sensible adults. Said the woman who'd just challenged the scion of one of Magda's most powerful families. Granduja and her people had given her all the space she needed, and so she levelled her blade at Ascaro, who slowly drew his own from his belt. Because of course he had one. They liked their warrior orders and martial play on Magda, but between themselves, aristocrat to aristocrat, all safely controlled, all precise scars and show and boasting, and using it as a threat against the lower orders. But right here, he was on his own, and that scar on Chris's throat was an advertisement for just how seriously some people took the sacred interplay of knives. And everyone was watching. She could hold her ready pose for a long time if she had to. Or perhaps the boyarin wishes to withdraw whatever suspicions he has loaded me with, and let me be on my way, she suggested, still with that razor edge directed at him. And she saw what she took for a falter, for the crack that would lead to him just stepping back, issuing the required apology, honour satisfied, without a drop of his blue blood spilled. Then the Voyeni arrived. He had said his people were on the way, but she'd been so wrapped up in her own show she'd overlooked it. A good dozen big men in those bottle-green coats, and they had koshes and knives. A couple had guns too, which were absolutely not permitted on academy ground. When Granduja came in to remonstrate, Ascaro backhanded her and knocked her off her feet, bold as brass, now he had his bullies at his back. Chris got straight on comms to Kit. "Go, now," she told them. "Their Raptorid won't sit idle. Leave me and get back to the ship." Some of the Voyeni were already running for the shuttle, but they wouldn't get there in time. Nor would she, of course. She returned the knife to her sleeve, not that they'd let her keep it, but maintained her ramrod posture and piercing stare. Ascaro wouldn't meet it, even as the Voyeni laid hands on her. She took that as the small victory it was. Chapter 25. Hörveja. Hörveja had thought Kittering wouldn't get the shuttle moving without Chris, and envisaged wrestling the Hanny for the controls. Kit was up on the pilot's stool, though, already closing the hatch and blotting out the Voyeni pounding after them. Hörveja supposed the Hanalambra understood the concept of sacrifice for others, given how their stories generally played out. Ollie was on the comms, but she was stressed, so wouldn't talk to him, and Kit's translator was receiving through whatever his equivalent of an earpiece was, making half the conversation completely inaudible. In the end, Hörveja had to eat humble pie and get a line through to Solace, because apparently that was what the world was coming to. "What happened to Chris?" she demanded. "Ascaro got her." And then, to forestall the accusations, "It was her idea. She was doing some legal thing, and then she called him out, the mad woman. But he got us on board, Kittering and me." They were airborne now, the shuttle lurching sideways away from the dock. The pilot's display showed 6 angry red bars, representing Academy docking control, telling them to stay the fuck put, or so Hörveja translated it. A couple of shots spanged off the hull, and then there was a little telltale added to all the rest of the red that said they'd been punctured. Hörbuch guessed a couple of magnetic rounds had just passed through the crew space around them, and against the shudder of the atmosphere outside and the roar of the reaction drives, he hadn't noticed. He dropped into a crew seat and accessed damage control. The shuttle was decidedly iffy about whether the holes were self-sealing properly. "We may have a breathing problem soon," he announced. "Kit, you have a suit." He'd already spotted the trouble locker and went over to it, handhold to handhold, because the Hanny was making heavy weather of his ascent. A Hanny emergency suit turned out to be something like a condom that Kit crouched on top of, then pulled up the full length of the front of his body, leaving limbs and back exposed. After helping him with that, Hörbuch wrestled himself into one of the clingy, one-size-doesn't-quite-fit-all human suits and inflated it. He'd half expected the jarring wrench of a graphitic engine to start yanking them back to the ground by then, but he was too used to orbitals and ships where an A-grav field was standard. Death Knell only had small islands to build on and genuine natural gravity to enjoy. They obviously hadn't felt the need to add the artificial variety. "Your badge going to get Chris back for us?" Solace demanded from the Vulture. "I will do what I can," he said automatically, but then some latent honesty kicked in, and he added, "Which won't be much. I'm sorry. I'm out of my brief here." "We're on our way down for you," the Partheni told him. "I thought the Death Knell Kybernet really didn't fancy ships breaching their atmosphere. I mean, these people like their laws. We just got a serious demonstration of it," he said. "Yeah, Ollie's swearing at it right now," she agreed. "They're not actually shooting at us, though." "Well, maybe they don't have any guns." "They're tracking us with their anti-asteroids right now." Solace's voice sounded very tight. "Ollie's throwing us around, but if they wanted to try target practice, there's nothing stopping them." Ollie's voice broke in then, coming to him over Solace's channel and presumably direct to Kit. "Raptorid's coming down the well too." "Oscaro's launch also rising towards us," Kittering responded. "Combat capable." Hörbuch scanned his displays, in case some sort of defensive capacity had been hiding there. No such luck. "Brace!" Solace told him, and he fumbled to buckle himself in. Kit just clamped down on his stool with all his legs. A moment later, they were spinning, Ollie swearing over comms, and every alarm the shuttle had was whooping and shrieking, flashing red lights at them. Oscaro's launch had just taken an accelerator to them and carved up half their reactor drives, resulting in the explosive expulsion of the remainder of their fuel. Their Braccator drives had taken a hit too, and Kit was fighting furiously against the buffeting wind, as well as the planet's gravity, to stop them just bombing into the Academy buildings below. Then, a huge hand caught them, fumbling at first and rattling the pair of them about like dried peas in a tin. Hörbuch bit his tongue, and his heart monitor lodged several urgent complaints. He was going to need a medication refill when this was done, and given he'd gone rogue, the department probably wouldn't cover it. Why does the goddamn Magden prick need an accelerator on his shuttle? Goddamn dick-waving. The vulture god screamed down from the upper atmosphere, bullying its way through the turbulence like the divine incarnation of Ollie's bloody-mindedness. Its gravitic field captured them, and then the huge tangle of its docking claws took hold, seizing on its prey, but still descending, wrestling with the gravity of Death Knell to avoid completing the unplanned landing the shuttle had been about to make. They came dangerously close to colliding with Oscaro. All that wealth of sky, and the ships were stacked atop one another in a narrow column from ground to orbit. Hörbuch wrangled for camera access and saw the jagged dart of the Boyarin's launch skim sideways away from the vulture god's brutal bulk. A purplish flicker showed where the salvage ship's lasers were having a go at him, trying to pick off his drives so they could grab him too and liberate Chris. The launch was too nimble, though, swinging wide and fighting field against field to prevent the god from taking hold of them. Hörbuch could hear Ollie over the comms, constant stream of consciousness as she tried to snag the smaller vessel. Hörbuch wasn't entirely sure what they'd do if they actually had the launch at their mercy. It was full of armed voyeni after all. Maybe Haramon could take them, though. She was functionally immortal, and wasn't it about time that she started working for them? Then they were hightailing it away from the launch, shouldering through the increasingly uncooperative atmosphere and trying to gain height. There was a shadow shaped like a pair of talons, with a peacock's tail swooping down on them. The Raptorid, Oscaro's sleek battle yacht. No chance of catching Oscaro now. Ollie was just hauling for altitude, even as the docking claws clutched the shuttle tightly. Hörbuch could only watch, gut-churningly helpless, as the Raptorid descended on them, doubtless lining up its weapons. Having Chris already, Peter Oscaro would probably bank on not needing any more leverage or prisoners. He might as well just slice up the troublesome vulture god here and now, and rid the universe of one more complication. In Oscaro's shoes, that was certainly how Hörbuch reckoned he himself would think. He hadn't ever planned on being an ersatz crew member of the benighted vessel, of course. Then the screens registered a high-energy discharge. Lightning seared through Deathnell's atmosphere to flicker about the Raptorid, and the predatory vessel broke off its attack run. Weather. We've been saved by weather. But no, Kit was flagging up angry comms exchanges on open channels. The planetary Kybernet was remonstrating with the Raptorid, demanding all vessels get clear of the planet, stipulating vastly divergent courses for each. These courses would send Oscaro's launch a long way around the planet from his actual ship, Hörbuch noted, buying us more time. Then he remembered Professor Granduja being slapped, and reckoned this was probably the best revenge she could take, within the precise laws and statutes permitted her. Not that she was owed much gratitude, given she'd sold them out in the first place, but sometimes you took what you could get. "We have a heading?" he demanded. "I've sketched a throughway route to the Orichalk system," Solis's voice came over the comms. "Based on the very narrow research interests of this academic of yours, that may be where they have Idris. Only 2 legs from here to there, but Ollie, can you plot to come out as far from actual Orichalk as possible? We need this Krikyath's hell, an inner world in the same system." "Yeah, sure. Fuck, don't ask much, do you?" Ollie grumbled. But she was already tearing them away from atmosphere, out into orbit, while fending off a barrage of complaints and attempted fines from the Kybernet. The planetary anti-asteroid grid hadn't fried them, though. This possibly counted as Granduja's contrition, too. Someone else pinged his comms. Kolvari, still attached to the god's hull somehow, despite all the recent gymnastics. They sent through orbital mechanics for the planetary system, which included Orichalk and Krikyath's hell, plus a data dump on the system as a whole, harvested from Deathnell's libraries. He condensed this into a suggested unspace route for Ollie to finesse and follow, and then he and Kit exited the shuttle, moving up the god's umbilical and into the drone bay. There Ollie loomed above them in her pod, eyes closed as she wrestled with too many systems at once. The shuttle was cut loose to drift, so it could eventually be recovered by the Kybernet. Hörbuch stumbled over to a panel, and called up a plot of where the Raptorid had got to. It was most of the planet away now, recovering of Skaro and its launch. And Chris, of course. Goddamn Magdan block. The Magdans were a loud voice within Hugh, of course, and often a conservative and retrograde one. They were wealthy, with their planet one of the big breadbaskets of the colonies. They also had a large population, controlled by a small ruling class who had welcomed all the refugees they could take during the war, so long as people were happy with serfdom, the robot, as they called it on planet. It was all done with just enough of a veneer of legality, backed by Magda's economic clout, to ensure Hugh never got round to censoring any of it. But those were merely the average and everyday Magdan questions. Right now, Hevea was far more concerned with some very specific issues raised by the transcripts Kolvari had ferreted out for him. There had been Ascaro family members at that meeting. They'd been one of the prime movers and shakers of the whole Ark ship project. What they brought to the venture was a cadre of leashed intermediaries, meaning the proposed Ark fleet, the future of the human race in an architect's horn universe, wouldn't be limited to the throughways. They'd be able to take their remnant population, their new mobile fiefdom, anywhere. Except the talk at the meeting had then turned to the thorny subject of competition. Just as they'd been concerned at the prospect of the Partheni fleet taking the title of vagabond king of the universe, so they had fretted about those other species with intermediary-style access to space travel. The Castigar and their savant caste, and the hegemony. Not that anyone could do much about them. The news that the Partheni were developing their own intermediaries with Ptolemy's help must have sent them into fits, Hevea considered. Then there was the attack on the Ceres, the cause célèbre for a war. Hugh was left scrabbling for denials, because why would anyone do such a thing? A garden ship, after all, the perfect first strike to send the Parthenon headlong on the attack, whilst at the same time not in any way impairing their military strength. Unless, of course, they knew that was where their INT programme was based, and was the only thing they cared about.
Fuck me, but this is a specific unspace exit you're asking for, Ollie complained. Not sure I can even do this sort of fine detail. I'm not Idris.
However close we can, Solis said. We don't want to come out right on Orichalk and the Navy Yards.
I thought we had Mr. Mordaunt House now. Aren't the Navy their bitch?
Let's not see if they're willing to bend over right now, OK? Hevea asked her, looking up at her pod. She smirked down at him.
Everyone get to your couches, I guess. Let me see if I can thread the fucking needle on this.
Kit clattered off for his quarters, where the sphere of his Hanny-made suspension chamber lay. The human-style couches were altogether amidships, though, which of course meant Hevea ran into Heremon and Solis. The Tothiat obviously had a mouthful of snide remarks to make, but one look between the two of them brought out some unexpected tact in her, and she just chose a bed, then started running through the safety checks.
War, then,
Hevea said.
Solis nodded. I appreciate you telling me. I mean, you didn't have to.
I'm a terrible agent, she said frankly. I keep forgetting you're not actually one of us.
I'm not sure who us is right now, he admitted. My us, anyway. I'm us until we have Ptolemye, at least.
No, you're not, she told him. You'll put yourself in a position where you can grab him long before we get him back. But we're not there yet. A long, awkward pause held between them. Hevea's fight-or-flight instincts kept twitching. There was little doubt that if she went for him, she'd win any kind of slapping match. He wasn't a soldier, despite Mordaunt House's basic training. "I'm guessing you've got word of where we're going on a packet already," he noted. There'd certainly been a packet ship departing, and Kolvari had passed the word on for him, suitably encoded. Whether Larry would ever get it was another matter. Solace nodded curtly. "Of course." "Will you two either fuck already or get yourselves prepped for unspace?" Harriman demanded, already lying on her couch. Seeing their collective glower, she asked innocently, "What?" "You have been away from humans way too long, if you think that was sexual tension," Hervea told her sourly, and ran through his own checks. Solace's presence was like a hook in the back of his mind, impossible to ignore. And not in that way either. An enemy, someone his government was actually at war with, right here on the same ship. But then, he himself might just be at war with his own government too, depending on what game Larry was planning and how much pull the Ascaro's cabal had. Chris didn't know what to expect once she was inside Peter Ascaro's launch. At first, she wasn't sure if she'd survive the experience. 2 big Voyeni had shoved her in a cupboard, the little ship not being equipped with purpose-built cells, with the apparent promise of incipient violence to come. Then, any such reprisals took a back seat to the fact they were obviously having an interesting time of it getting out of Deathnell's gravity well. She tried to access any of the ship's systems from the panels in her impromptu confinement, but they locked her out. All she could do was hold on for dear life when the ship's gravitic engines didn't quite overcome the shock of some impact or manoeuvre. Then the thunder of displaced atmosphere gave way, and they were in orbit, with the Voyeni hauling her from the ship. She had a brief glimpse of a cramped dock, a pair of the sleek, armed launches side by side, before they marched her off to a little stateroom and abandoned her again. She sat at the table and ate the preserved fruit some steward had laid out, until the 2 Voyeni returned, escorting a brace of Ascaros. One was Peter, of course, but the other was a surprise. Ascaro Senior, Mozarin Ravin Okosh Ascaro, last seen exiting Ark Palator in a hurry, but apparently none the worse for wear. The 2 bodyguards moved in on her, and she flinched backwards.
"Just as a formality," Ascaro Jr. told her, "please do hand over that knife of yours."
He was trying very hard to be polite, which was what she'd been banking on. Yes, she was their prisoner and at their mercy, but she was also useful to them. While that state of affairs lasted, there was likely to be more open hand than bludgeoning fist in her immediate future. Of course, she'd still be useful after they'd gone over her with boots and a length of hose, because that would be another kind of motivation for Idris to give himself up. However, while she didn't reckon Peter was exactly a genius-level chess player in the intrigue game, Ravin himself was no fool. First would come the honey, with the vitriol left in reserve. Still, those 2 Voyeni weren't going anywhere, even after she gave up the knife, plus the second knife in the lining of her belt that they'd picked up on. Their looming presence was the equivalent of setting the bottle of vitriol on the table, just in sight.
"Mesdames Almier."
Ravin Ascaro took a seat across the table from her, with Peter standing at his shoulder, looking covert daggers.
"We have some short time before our ship recovers this launch, and we set
course for artichoke." He smiled, the very model of patriarchal condescension. "Yes, we know where Menhir Telemi has been taken, and we will recover him from whoever has him. Or we will have him disassociate himself from them, should he be there willingly. I'm confident he'll listen to reason, given the way events have turned out." His elegant gesture took in her presence on his ship, in his power. She made a face. "I'm afraid your family didn't make the best first impression on him, Your Elegance. All politeness and proper titles. If they wanted to make this a different sort of interview, she had no way to stop them." "Water under the bridge." Ravenuscaro waved away the time Peter had sent goons after Idris, treated him like property, suborned the local law, and then chased them all the way back to the Vulture God, saved only by a surprise intervention by Solace. And presumably the time he himself had tried to grab Idris on Ark Palator, even while the planet was coming apart. He gave Chris a complacent smile. "Ah, what games we played in the far-off days of our youth." "Mesdames Almier," he addressed her, "you have no particular reason to love me or my nephew, I admit, nor does your friend Telemier. But things have changed now. We all need to put these personal grudges behind us." Those grudges all went one way, as far as she could see, but she didn't point that out, and just maintained a genteel smile. A flunky brought in some drinks, the heady Magden berry spirit that she was genuinely rather partial to, though that was more likely coincidence than any research on the Oscaro's part. She sipped cautiously. "I don't know who has Idris, although I don't imagine he's there of his own free will any more than he would be here," she said. "Then, when you talk to him, you must explain that this isn't about us," Oscaro Sr. told her, knocking back his own little cup and having a new one poured. "This is about the colonies and the survival of humanity." Chris nodded cautiously. "You've been able to play your games, you and he, with the Partheni." Something of a spitting tone when the name passed his lips. "But that was then. You are both citizens of the colonies. We are your people, not the women from the vats. If you went back to them now, well..." War. Actually at war with the Parthenon. In the middle of the architect's return. Madness. Yet, it was a mad universe, because this was apparently exactly what had happened. "The colonies need your friend. To defend against the architects. To help with the new INT program. The volunteer program, he'll be pleased to hear. To shepherd humanity wherever it needs to go." She reckoned this was something he'd rehearsed. "Our species, our culture, is about to undergo some catastrophic changes in the near future. We are beset on all sides, and the intermediaries are our only advantage. Ranged against us, we have the Parthenon, the architects, even the hegemony, perhaps, after their actions over Ark Palator. They destroyed the Beagle, our research ship, and crippled its escort, mesdames. They also destroyed the Partheni vessel that came to your aid," Chris observed calmly. "And yet, the Parthenon has declared war on us, he reminded her. Mynheer Telemie needs to make the right decision, to stay and help his people, and not just flit off with some non-humans, non-colonials. He must remember who he is and who he was born to. I hope you're a loyal colonial enough to help me persuade him, mesdames. He'll listen to you and your friends on the Vulture God. He couldn't get the name of the ship out without at least a little disdain, try as he might. We'll listen to you as well, even though that Partheni infiltrator is among them. It's time to choose sides, Mesdames Almier. There is no staying out of this war, not for anyone. If you'll forgive me, Mozarin, she said slowly, Idris will remember you tried to force him into your service once before, and you had one of your own people whipped in front of us for provoking a fight that you no doubt ordered. These things won't help your case. She waited to see if that constituted crossing the line, as far as his polite facade was concerned. It did not, apparently. Ravin Oscaro's smile didn't even slip. Toughness, yes. His tone was philosophical even. It's something we value on Magda, something your space of friends should appreciate. They've forgotten this on Berlenhof and the other longer settled worlds. Humanity needs to be tough, Mesdames Almier, clever and adaptable and tough. The universe will destroy us otherwise. The architects are like the universe's will, are they not? Desperate to grind us down and reduce us to dust, and not even through malice, just as a side effect of what they do and what they are. And we will need to change to survive them. We will need a toughness that comes from taking a whipping and keeping the cries inside. That was Earth when the architects came for it, a whipping for the whole species. And we survived, and the scars healed, and we were stronger. She finished her drink, watching him carefully. The tart berry flavours cleared her mouth of the bitter taste his words had conjured up. She wanted to argue against each and every point, not least that the vast majority of humans had not survived the loss of Earth. There was a time and a place for defiance and the grand gesture, but not when you were on a man's ship and surrounded by his thugs. This was going to go sour sometime soon, at the Orichalk end of things, but there was no point making her life uncomfortable before that. Let's see what his situation is when we get over there, she suggested easily. I mean, he's been grabbed by some psychopathic Tothiat. Sounds like anything's an improvement on that. Even you. She reckoned she had just enough credit for that and couldn't resist a little kicking back. Ravin had also been talking only about Orichalk, with no mention of Cricketh's hell, which suggested to Chris that whatever information he'd got out of Granduja hadn't been the whole story. The Oscaros could be herring off on a bit of a tangent, giving the Vulture God a head start. Until then, she could play along and hope that an opportunity would present itself. For now... I'd like a scarf, she told him, and he blinked. Then his eyes strayed to that ragged martial scar on her throat. He squirmed a little, to her delight. Of course. I'll have one printed.
She'd take her little victories where she could. Hörveja. Hörveja woke, hearing alarms, and then had to wrestle with the lid of his couch before he could actually get out, in which time any number of disasters might have happened. Ollie's plot through unspace to this system had brought the god out into the real, close in towards the star. A bit too close. The alarms had already died away by the time he was out and on his feet, though. He took a moment to freshen up. A mouthful of recycled water, a shot of nerve juice to clear away the trembling and muggy-headedness that attended unspace suspension more and more as he got older. After that, he found the others crammed into the command pod, even Ollie in her walker. He gave her a quizzical look, and the scowl he got back told him not to ask. He reckoned she'd been getting health alerts from being in the drone bay bubble for days on end. Not hard to guess how much freer she must feel with the ship and its drones as her extended fingertips. "What's the situation?" "Grab a screen and look for yourself," Ollie told him. But Solace, who was a soldier at heart, was already reporting. "We're coming towards Cricketh's Hell on its orbital path now. The naval base at Orichalk hasn't hailed us. They're busy over there, though," indicating a display harvesting data from the system's other world of note. "There's a hiver factory in orbit, churning out munitions and parts, all the hallmarks of a reactivation phase. I suppose we both know why that is." Hörveja nodded gloomily. They'd put a naval yard here during the war because it was out of the way, without any other habitation. There was also some belief that there were unfound throughways in the system that might make it an important place to someone at some time. If that was true, they remained unfound, but neither had the architects turned up to obliterate anything, which counted as a halfway win. Right now, according to the data the god's sensors had harvested, as covertly as possible, there were shipyards firing up, ready to repair and to build. The big hiver factory had probably been slumbering, with minimal sentience, for the best part of half a century, but was now ramped up into full consciousness and a new contract with the colonies. The hiver assembly in aggregate would already have delivered new minds to it, freshly instantiated. War veterans, probably. When they were peeled off and made into individuals, it would be the architects they were prepped to fight. As of a few days ago, of course, that position had changed, and he wondered how the small print covered that. The Parthenon had supported the hivers when they'd made their bid for independence from Hugh, back before the Partheni had made their own exit. This is going to get messy. "What about the Raptorid?" he asked, "and Almier?" Heremon, sitting with her feet up on a console, laughed derisively. "Oh, they're here. Came out after us, and right near Orichalk. Current thinking's that they know they're in the right system, but nobody told them about the old hellhole." "They'll be looking for us," Hörveja pointed out. Yeah. Maybe they'll think they got bad data from Death Knell," Heremon sneered. "Not fucking likely, given our luck," Ollie decided. She had a cable connecting her temples to the ship and was sagging forwards, her chin virtually on the controls. "They're further out from Orichalk now, getting clear of the comms buzz. Hunting us, the bastards." "Attention," Kit announced suddenly. "Bad data has been given to us. Idris on Cricketh's Hell is an unlikely prospect." He was slinging planetary details to everyone's console, and Hörveja craned over Heremon's shoulder blearily. "That's got to be a mistake. he decided. Some cartography corps joke. It cannot be endured by known life, nor by technology of any sort, Kit insisted, save the life that has evolved there. Hörvea's eyebrows would have gone through his hairline if it hadn't been in retreat these last 10 years. Damn me, he got out, looking at the figures. Even Haramon looked taken aback and respectfully removed her feet to the cabin's floor. Cricketh's hell was well named, thanks to the insane biology that had developed there. The place was as caustically radioactive as the heart of a star. Flowers. Nuclear killer flowers, for God's sake. This is what that death knell academic was studying, maybe, Hörvea pointed out, but I think we've been too clever for our own good. No way he's actually on-world. Is there an orbital? None we can see, Ollie reported. And the shielding you'd need. We can keep to high orbit and stave it off for a few days, but I reckon you'd start to burn up after a month of continual exposure at best. Fuck me. She shook her head, perhaps impressed at finding something in the universe as vitriolic as she was. Curious readings have been detected, Kittering reported, but then wouldn't elaborate when anyone asked him. Hörvea couldn't see what he'd spotted in the sensor data, and right about then, they were hailed. It was not Ascaro. He'd decided to set the heavy mob on them instead. He'd shopped them to the Navy. They could see the Raptorid start off on its journey in system, which would see it catch up to the Vulture God a while after the god hit Cricketh orbit. But in order to hit orbit, they'd have to defy the orders currently heading their way from Orichork. Salvage vessel Vulture God, this is Orichork Watch, came the clipped tones of the duty officer. You are in a system under the direct jurisdiction of the Council of Human Interests. You are required to divert from your current course and proceed to Orichork, or interceptors will be sent to escort you. If you have mechanical or medical difficulties, we are ready to assist. A pause, and then, people, you are civilians in a military-controlled system, and you've probably heard we have a lot of war going on right now. Come on in. Plus, they'll have been told this ship was last heard of working for the Parthenon, Hörvea knew. Ascaro will have made sure of that. He glanced at what Kit was trying to explain. There was some complex maths about the way the radiation fields were being described by the ship's sensors. It was apparently blindingly obvious if you were a Hanny, or at least if you were Kittering, but Hörvea couldn't see it. Kulvari, have you got anything for us? Sub-vocalising on their private channel, professionally discreet.
I am attempting to establish a back channel to the Hiver factory, Agent Mundy, came the voice in his ear. However, I can divert some processing power to modelling what Factor Kittering is attempting to describe.
Sure, do that. Hörvea considered what he'd just heard. You're hacking the factory hive. Will that help?
No, I am announcing my presence. Hiver to Hiver. Standard operating procedure.
Very much not standard procedure, if you're doing spy stuff like we are, Hörvea pointed out.
Oh, they will only officially know we're here if it's appropriate. Otherwise, the handshake will remain, how's the best way to put it, disconnected from the rest of the arm. Even when we're contracted on opposite sides, we like to know who's out there.
This was an insight into Hiver operations he wished he had time to sit and ponder. But right now it was his cue, and he stepped up to the comms. Orichork Watch, my name is Hörvea Mundi from the Intervention Board. I'm sending over my credentials packet to you now. I am on board business and not to be interdicted under any circumstances. This is a top priority mission. Please confirm. The pause was mostly due to the message travelling, but it certainly sounded like someone being taken aback. Kolvari chimed in eventually with, "They are communicating with the Raptorid. The factory has given me access to their transmissions as a courtesy. Would you like to—"
Yes, I would.
He was grinning, and the rest of the crew gave him worried looks. In his ear, to his satisfaction, the sharp voice of Peter Oscaro then sounded.
"I have shown you with my own authority, which ought to outweigh any Mordaunt House errand boy, officer. More to the point, that ship is carrying Partheni spies. They have an actual Partheni monitor on board, one of their Aspirat spy masters. Any intervention board agent with them is either a fraud or a traitor too. Send your ships. Send them now."
"Sir, there's nothing on that damn world anyway." The watch officer sounded as though he'd already had it with Oscaro, but was being forced to be cordial because of the man's civilian status, always galling for a military man. "Sometimes scientists visit it, but the place is called hell for a reason."
"There is something there," Oscaro insisted. "If it's important to the Parthenon, it's important to us."
Obviously, he hadn't told the Navy about Idris, presumably so he'd be able to keep hold of the Int, rather than surrendering him either as an asset or a defector to be tried. There was a pause then, as the vulture god adjusted to make a clean high orbit of Kriketh's hell. Ollie shuffled their power requirements so that the gravitic shielding could bounce as much of the planet's radiation away as possible.
"Right, sir," came the watch officer's voice via Kolvari. "We've put your credentials and the Mordaunt guy's credentials on our packet, and it's on its way to seek orders. I have a superior just a quick, unspaced jump from here who'll clear this up once and for all, and then I'll know just who I'm sending ships out after, won't I?"
Hevea winced. That was his cover blown then. On the plus side, the Navy officer's cordiality was wearing very thin. Haramon pinpointed the packet ship's launch, racing away out of Orichork's gravitational interference, before diving into unspace and nothingness. "That means what?" she asked, eyeing Hevea. Of course, the chat between Orichork and Peter Oscaro had been in his ears only. "They're sending off to check my credentials, my Mordaunt House authority against the Oscaro family sway," he said, because even if he hadn't known for sure, it would be the next logical step. "So, when they get their orders back," Ollie prompted, prodding him with one of the Walker's manipulators. "We're screwed, yes. They'll back Oscaro, not me." But Kolvari had now produced a model which boggled Hevea's head, and he threw it out for general consumption. There was a hole bored into the killer radiation of Kriketh's hell. A narrow but navigable cylinder all the way from orbit down onto the surface. He had absolutely no idea what was maintaining it, or how such a thing was even possible. There was no mention of it on any of the admittedly cursory planetary records. "They are down there, then," Haramon said, and she sounded as twitchy as she ever had. He wondered how even her physiology would match up to the radiation. "Fucking Emaneth. That's where the bitch has got to. And your man, too." "Questioning whether it can be navigated," Kit put in doubtfully. Ollie was about to insist that of course she could, but then her mouth shut with an audible snap. The well had suddenly vanished, leaving the toxic radiation sphere of Kriketh's hell without blemish or access. Part 4. Criccieth's Hell. Chapter 26. Idris. When Idris was ready, seated and plugged into the heart of the machine, Dr. Shinandri flipped the switch, or whatever complex series of operations he had actually worked out, to activate the mechanisms the originators had not been able to remove from the facility, and which the machine was just a modern addition to. Elsewhere in the installation, Idris knew, Ahab would be hanging in its own interface, connected to those mechanisms, ready to piggyback on Idris's intermediary mind and get a look through the eye of the universe, to gaze into the abyss. The abyss that gazed back, as every int knew, no matter how many sober scientists told them it was all in their minds. He should have felt far more naked before that dreaded, terrifying gaze, using the machine, than he had ever done piloting a ship. Idris felt only the adrenaline rush of excitement. He hadn't realised, throughout all the years of his long life, that the trajectory of his days was bringing him here. Every one of his reluctant choices, from joining the programme to today, had been for this. Every scrap of accumulated understanding about unspace and the architects was for this. Jericho, Arch-Palator, all of it had prepared him perfectly for the revelations of the machine. He wished again that Trine was with him now. How the Hiver academic would have been able to fill in and expand on his wild guesses and suppositions. How the data from the machine would resonate within them. Perhaps that could be accomplished in the fullness of time. Shinandri and Ahab had a prodigious store of data from past delves, and Idris was multiplying it with every trip he took. It could be passed to Trine and other experts. He'd take the Hiver's analysis over whatever tortured science Doc Shinandri was turning out. But for now, he wanted to dive, because there was a definite time limit, the candle burning at both ends every time they used the machine. The originator site defended itself against the insane environment of Criccieth's Hell. The radiant life of the world was constantly assaulting it, both physically, with crackling roots and tendrils, as well as with the deadly, relentless glare itself. Yet it had survived millions of years shielding itself, some gravity-kin effect of the installation's very form, sufficing to sidestep all that killing fire. That was only until they turned on the machine. You couldn't stare into the abyss through closed eyes. While Idris and Ahab plumbed the depths, Criccieth's Hell waged war on the installation, abrading the walls, cracking them with voracious creepers, trying to blast the whole knot of otherness into atomic dust. And it was succeeding, with a dreadful patience. There was a definite limit on how long they had to gather their vital data and then escape the death world. Idris was also well aware that the precise tipping point in that equation was unknown. They could end up with all the knowledge in the universe and no escape from the planet. He was working on a solution to that too, and trying to get an idea about how the originator lens worked. The way it sat on the impossible boundary between unspace and the real, and what all of its vast power might be able to achieve. He'd heard the ruins sing on Arch-Palator when the Neramathi Arcs unleashed their weapon against the architects. He had witnessed the Essiel create a vast gravitic engine from nothing and use it to take their entire temple through unspace, off the surface of their doomed world. Impossible wasn't what it used to be. The machine was on. The installation shielding was off, along with a narrow well that allowed anyone to reach the place or even communicate with the outside universe. They were locked in, and at the same time, the door to infinity was open and ready for him to step through. He dived in eagerly. The attention of the other was abruptly front and centre, as though that nameless watcher had been waiting for him, a cat at a mouse hole. He went into what was now his standard evasion, using the weird non-topography of unspace to hide his exact presence from it. And it wasn't coming for him. He had a sense of it, and it was always down in his mind. Down as far as unspace went, because unspace was finite and had dimensions. It was just that those dimensions made very little sense if your mind was rooted in real space. Unspace mapped to real space. Everyone knew. That was why they could reliably travel through it, whether via throughway or off-piste entirely. A navigator could plot from A to B and get there in a relativistic blink of an eye, light years crossed in subjective hours. So long as you were happy entering a realm where nothing really existed in the same way it did in the real. Or, if not happy, at least willing. Without unspace, there would be no travel and commerce between the stars, save perhaps for lumbering sublight arcs, taking centuries or millennia to drift from one sun to the next. Every star system would be an island, cut off in the great blackness. Yet how little most navigators understood of unspace. Most ints even. Only now did Idris grasp the fundamental shape of the universe and how it all fit together. He considered the universe to which unspace mapped. But that map of a vast and three-dimensional real space was just the surface skin of unspace, as though every point in a real volume mapped perfectly to a flat plane. No, it wasn't like that. But the human mind had limits, even an int's mind, and so this was how Idris had come to visualize it. The skin between the stars, and below it, were depths not normally troubled by any navigating ship or inquisitive intermediary. The vast bulk of unspace was unseen, vast and yet finite, and far smaller than the real universe, insofar as size actually had any meaning. It had to have been, Idris understood now, or else travelling through it wouldn't be the shortcut it was. At the very deepest point of unspace, far below, and it wasn't below, but again, limits of the human imagination, was the other. The presence that lived in unspace. A single entity, unlike anything, utterly its own. It lurked down there until the whiff of another mind came to it, an intruder in its domain, and then it began searching. It didn't rise up from its seabed like the kraken, because Idris felt it couldn't move from where it was. Its place defined, and perhaps even created it, an artifact of unspace's structure. But like an eye itself, it could search, and what moved through the murky waters of unspace was its malign focus, which drove lesser minds mad by its very nature, killed through proximity, had luckless wayfarers slit their wrists, spaced themselves, sabotaged their own vessels. Idris didn't know if this was from intent, or if the very nature of the thing was so inimical to a real space mind that its focus couldn't help but drive anyone to insanity. He'd had many close encounters with it during his regular career as an int. He knew how it felt, that presence at the shoulder, so loathsome and intolerable that self-murder would be a blessed release. Its focus was no less terrible just because he knew and understood it better. But he could evade it. His new knowledge was good for that, at least. He was the all-time universal champion in dodging the attention of the other right now. That was good, because he was hunting, and he'd had a sniff of his quarry. Ahab had been thunderingly enthusiastic about what they were looking for. The creature had a purpose, and needed his senses to fulfill it. There was a limit to how far the regular mind could penetrate, using the machine. Idris had been made into a child of unspace. His precisely damaged mind could interlock with the nothingness, swim in it like a seal. He only had to remember to come up for air. He was mapping the place now. Smaller than the universe, and the machine made it smaller still, a lens that could focus simultaneously at many distances. The distances weren't real anyway, within unspace. Its vastness was contained within a nutshell, so that Idris was constantly fighting vertigo. A vast chasm, or the void between stars, could become, with a sudden inversion, the cluttered depths of a drop of water under a microscope. He was learning its structure, because it was all about the structure. As above, so below. He had sensed the residual power of originator ruins on Jericho, still potent purely because of the convoluted shape of the walls that acted as a wedge driven into the real. It was the space between the boundaries that had the power, like a magician's circle, like the glyphs of a vanished superstition. Just as hegemonic technology was a study in absences, their liquid-filled vessels forming spaces within them that were the working parts of their mechanisms. Just as the Neramathi superweapon deployed over Arc Palator had been contained not within the locust arcs, but in the space they'd made between them. Patterns of absence, all the way down until Idris felt dizzy, on the brink of revelation. Unspace was as it was, because it was being held in a shape. There was a structure to the unreality of it. Linkages, sutures, cosmic cartilage. The throughways were a part of an overarching scaffolding that reached deep into unspace. Though it seemed infinitely static and reliable, Idris could feel it constantly shifting, vibrating, tugged this way and that by the real, even as the real was tugged back by the fundamental bones of unspace. Every ship that coursed the throughways was a pinprick, disturbing the serenity of the void below. Every world out there was like a pulsar in unspace, sending out ripples. Or not every world. There weren't enough disturbances for that. Not stars, nor dead rocks hurtling about nameless suns. Idris had expected unspace to be oppressed by all the mass of real space. That made scientific sense to him. And yet, it was demonstrably not so. Mass didn't fluctuate in the way he was seeing. What else was there that had weight and force within the unreality of unspace? Only one thing, and he himself was testament to it. The very idea made him tremble, because of what it signified about the essential fragility of the universe. Never mind butterfly effects. A butterfly was an unstoppable leviathan, compared to the gossamer whisper of human thought. And yet, with this revelation and the leverage it gave him, he touched another mind. Another mind in another place. A location briefly glimpsed deep within the long fathoms of nowhere, down below. A vast mind. And yet, vastness wasn't all it was cracked up to be down here. Familiar. He'd done this before. He'd been in the real then, but he wasn't likely to forget. It was an architect. Oh, so briefly, he'd connected with an architect. Perhaps even the same architect he'd reached at Berlenhof, the first time or the last. Perhaps the one he'd made peace with at Far Lux. A peace which had died when Far Lux had died, when the architects had come back. It reacted to him in that brief moment, and its response was something the human mind could instantly grasp. An old friend from the dawn of time that had paced in humanity's shadow since long before humanity had been human. It feared. The architect, reshaper of worlds, had discovered the moat that was Idris Ptolemy there in unspace, lurking in its shadow for once, and he'd felt its terror. Then he was breaching back into the real, the machine powered down. The shield of the facility was back up, with a few more cracks in the walls, another slice of its integrity removed forever, the clock closer to doomsday. He had to talk to Ahab.
Yes!
The Neramathi's artificial voice boomed as he ducked into the chamber that served as a common room. It was hunched around the far side of the table Jane had bolted to the floor there, its long neck resting on the surface, as though the strain of supporting its own weight had momentarily overcome it.
Yes, you have witnessed.
Idris had no fear of it now, for all Ahab could have crushed him with its sheer bulk, or seized him with its various mechanical limbs and mouthparts. It was a fellow researcher, a generous patron to let him play with the fundamental pieces of the universe. "It's there," Idris confirmed, and a shudder went through the creature's scarred hide.
Yes,
it echoed, and then,
we have hunted long. We have sensed it. We have...
And a buzzing squall of feedback at some concept that simply had no analogue in human speech, some Neramathi mode of apprehension Colville couldn't even approximate. Idris was forced to wonder who had even got this far with bridging the communication gap, because he'd never heard of a Neramathi trying to speak the language of other species. Ahab seemed cut off from its kin. There was no locust ark backing it, nor had it sought out its far-flung fellows. Instead, it was a renegade, consorting with humans and Tothiat, hidden away on this least likely of planets. There was a history there, but he couldn't ask about it, and nothing was being volunteered. "No ash?" he asked, because the enigmatic alien had now vanished, it seemed. Perhaps there had been a ship come for it, and the creature's comings and goings were no more mysterious than that. But Idris was more and more sure that Ash had its own relationship with unspace and travel, and he was just as sure the thing would never admit to any of it. Dr. Shinandri came in behind him in a high state of excitement.
That is the longest single session, gentlemen. The absolute extremity of duration. The very walls themselves complain at it.
He sounded thrilled rather than alarmed at the prospect.
Such information, such raw data we have gathered. A map. We are mapping the unmappable, we three.
He drummed a rapid tattoo on the tabletop as he sat down.
Captain Ahab, we approximate, do we not? We approach your goal, if I do not mistake myself.
But what is it? Idris asked, into what turned out to be a sudden silence. Ahab and Shinandri both regarded him.
We were hoping, the scientist said, that you would be able to tell us.
But I assumed you knew, which was why you were looking for it, Idris countered, frowning.
The heart of the enemy,
Ahab announced portentously. That was its true belief, Idris guessed, and at the same time, what did the phrase mean? Quite aside from the fact it had been translated from the speech of a species that probably didn't have a heart, per se. What would it even mean to a human? The enemy was the architects, no doubt of that. Normally, he would have been thinking in terms of home worlds, except there were no worlds in unspace, and each architect was the size of a moon anyway. Unless there was some unreal equivalent of a vast gas giant they all orbited around, when not off wrecking planets in the real. Despite these imponderables, there was a place, and he was close to discovering it. The structure and scaffolding of unspace was bent about it, warping to accommodate it. Whilst unspace was vast, seen through the eye of the machine, it became curiously small. A handy perspective for the godlike entities that had constructed the underlying mechanisms and architecture of the installation. You could see forever through the machine, or at least forever minus a few prudent steps, because if you looked far enough, you risked staring into the eye of the other. That was something Idris still could not do. Just as the monstrous radiation of Krikieth's hell would disintegrate anything that braved it, so he would ablate away to nothing, should he present himself directly before that fierce gaze, should it find him at last. What did unspace contain, then? What might it be that they were on the brink of finding? The architects themselves, or at least they travelled its wilds without fear and surfaced as they chose, through ways be damned. Ahab believed they were unspace natives, and Idris was inclined to agree. So what was the other, or whatever it was? The ultimate denizen of unspace, a great leviathan upon the hide of which the architects were merely fleas. And the originators themselves? Gone, he assumed. No sign of them anywhere he'd looked. Destroyed, extinct, or even departed for some better universe where moon-sized monsters didn't reconfigure worlds according to the whims of... They have masters, he told the other two.
You have spoken of this conceit, Mynheer,
Shinandri admitted. I have it direct from an architect, Idris reminded them.
They do what they do because they are forced. They are a weapon in the hand of something, for some reason.
The artists, perhaps, Shinandri suggested archly, using the architects to reshape the universe to their own aesthetic tastes,
It would, Idris thought, make as much sense as anything.
Perhaps this presence everyone feels in unspace, is that the hand that directs the architects?
The scientist mused. No, Idris said immediately, and then had to examine his instinctive reaction to work out why he was so definite about that. No, he repeated more slowly. He couldn't account for it, but the other, the presence was other. Not involved in any schemes, not needing another species as a tool. If the other had wanted to rise from its lair, to devour the real universe, then... He found he was sweating just at the thought, shying away from any consideration of it. The presence was, and that was as far as Idris was willing to take his speculation. But the architects do have masters, he went on. Maybe they're in the real, and somehow they worked out how to fish up architects from unspace, fit them with a bridle, and make them do their bidding. Or maybe they're in unspace too. Maybe they resent our little forays down the throughways, intrusions into their domain. Look, the data doesn't tell you one thing, okay? Right at the end, when we were getting close, I felt an architect mind, just as I did in the real. Architect thoughts in the regions we were searching. So they're there, and know we were looking at them. And they were frightened. Frightened, Ahab. A jolt went through the alien's supine carcass, and it was abruptly up, neck swinging almost close enough to knock Idris off his stool.
Yes!
It roared once more.
We close in!
But with what? Shinandri wanted to know.
I think it could be where their masters are, Idris suggested, because that's what we need to find. No point hunting the architects down one by one, is there? If we could somehow discover a way to attack the ones that move them, though, then we'd be doing everyone a favour. Maybe this gathering of architects is the key to it. It's somewhere, at least, and unspace is short of somewheres. What else could it be but whoever commands them? Someone coughed ostentatiously behind him, and he twitched to find Tokamak Jane there, lit by the grumbling fires of her own torso.
Well, have you told him? She demanded.
We were engaged with other considerations,
Shinandri said, somewhat evasively. Told who? Idris asked blankly. Me? Told me what?
There's a ship, Jane said. Someone's found us. Emma's readying her own, in case we need to run.
No running!
Ahab bellowed. Chief, you do what you do, but we've not had a visitor here for a long while. Now there's one in orbit, and another one making all speed from Orichalk to join it. And they're hailing, or at least, they're hailing him.
What? Idris stared at her blankly. What sort of ship? A salvager? That was the best possible option.
Yeah, Jane confirmed. Beat up old thug of a salvager.
He chorused the name with her as she said it,
Vulture God, its ID says.
Let me speak to them. They're my friends, my crew, Idris said.
The crusade,
Ahab insisted.
We are close. Back to the machine.
He means, Shinandri said awkwardly, we all mean the work here, it's important. We can't stop. Let you leave was tactfully left unspoken. If it had been like that, Idris wondered what they would have done. Drugged him? Strapped him into the machine? Had Emeneth cut his fingers off until he agreed to cooperate? But it wasn't like that, and he was already shaking his head.
I know, and I need to know. I need to see what it is, what's there. You're right, we're so close. Let me speak to them, and I'll tell them. Go away, come back later, just give us time. They'll understand. They're my friends. I can make them understand.
Chapter 27. Ollie. The narrow well into Krikieth's radiation sphere had reappeared after many hours of terse and failed negotiations. They had been fending off threats from Ascaro on the Raptorid, now just about to hit orbit itself, and Ollie had listened to Hevea do his best with the Navy. His best translated into their not having launched any ships of their own towards the inner planet, pending instructions. Or he said it was his best anyway. She only had his word for that, and maybe every exchange had been freighted with code words and secret transmissions and all that spy shit. How was she expected to know? She'd had some whispered conversations with Kit, who was increasingly skittish about the current ship's complement. The Hanny didn't trust Hevea as far as he could throw the man, which, given Hevea weighed 3 times as much as he did, wasn't far. Of course, neither of them trusted Heramon worth a damn either. The Tothiac gangster was ostentatiously not helping in any way, which Ollie frankly preferred. She lounged about in the drone bay or the command pod, feet up on something delicate as often as not. Her expression radiated smug invulnerability, even when Ollie started stomping about in the Scorpion. She reckoned she could put many a spy-stuff Mundy in his place easy enough, now she'd tanked up. But Heramon was another matter. Obviously, Heramon also thought she couldn't be hurt. Ollie'd had the ship printers work up a dose of the anti-Tothiat juice on the sly, although it was ruinously expensive in resources. The molecules were so big and convoluted, she was almost surprised she couldn't see them with the naked eye. The dose was now sitting in a modified injection element in the Scorpion's tail, and if Heramon decided she wanted to wear the captain's hat, then Ollie was going to let her have it between the eyes or the shoulder blades, depending on their relative orientations at the time. She'd been having whispered conversations with only Kit, because she also wasn't sure she trusted Solace. Not entirely. She'd just been coming round to the idea of a Partheni shipmate, and of Solace being an all-right kind of person, as well as a reliable hand in a crisis, until this. War. Solace was a loyal Myrmidon, which meant she'd jump to the Parthenon's tune if there was a conflict of interests. Oh, she'd agonise. Solace was one of those agonisers who used hand-wringing as a substitute for actual conscience, in Ollie's assessment, but the end result surely wasn't in doubt. For now, though, she was sending urgent contact requests down the well, hoping there was even someone somehow down there, in amongst all the killer flowers. The Raptorid would be coasting around the curve of the planet soon enough, and if Ascaro decided to kick off his own little shooting war right then, there wouldn't be much the poor old vulture god could do about it.
This is the salvage ship, vulture god, to whoever the fuck's even down there. Call for Idris Telemier, double urgent. Idris, this is Ollie. You remember? Ollie, you're fucking captain. Being kidnapped doesn't excuse you from turning up for duty, you skiving bastard. Idris, or Idris's kidnappers, say something, damn it.
At last, after far too much of that, and her formal greetings becoming more and more laden with expletive, came a response. A woman's voice, briefly, as brightly pleasant as a professional comms operator on some commercial hub.
Please hold for Mynheer Telemier.
Heramon's feet bounced off the console, and she was up on them, craning under the scorpion's armpit. Ollie wished she'd set comms to her earpiece, but too late for that.
That was your old friend? She asked.
Emaneth, Heramon agreed. By then, everyone was in the command pod, crowding into whatever space Ollie's frame left them. She was very aware of all eyes on her. Fucking Chris had to get herself snatched. She wondered if she should let Kit handle things, but pride prevented her giving anyone else the comms now.
Idris, she tried. Seriously, you got an Idris down there? You've got to say.
Ollie? His voice, attacked by waves of static that she could track in the radiation of the world, came up to them through that narrow, impossible well. It freaked her out, that channel down to the planet's surface. She couldn't detect the actual fields that were holding it open, just a slim cylinder of nothing, where the monstrous glaring light of the planet didn't exist. An invisible hole in the brilliance.
Idris, we're here. We've come to get you. What's your situation?
Aware that presumably Emaneth and this Shinandri character, and whoever else, would doubtless be eavesdropping.
How did you even find me?
Idris asked, rather peevishly in her opinion.
Idris, that's seriously not important right now. We found you. Be happy, you miserable fish-faced fuck. Now get your bags. We're coming.
Ollie, no.
If anyone wants to stop us, we've got a fully kitted Partheni Myrmidon right here, our own bastard Tothiat, and a super-powered secret agent. And me, who's tougher than all of that just by myself. Oh, and Kit, I guess. I mean, I was assuming you'd stick with the ship, Kit.
Given these options, the ship will remain my location, Kittering agreed, heartfelt. No fighter, he.
Ollie!
Idris's weak voice came to this.
No, Ollie! Go away, please. I'm not coming.
Yeah, gun to your head, I'm sure. Look, we are going to come down that well and get you, and your new friends better back the fuck off is all I'm going to say about it. We have serious firepower.
They didn't, and she was looking at that well, compared to the dimensions of the vulture god, and really worrying whether the operation was even possible, given that even a slight brush with the walls would probably atomize something important.
Ollie!
Idris said again.
No! I'm doing important work here. I need to go back. We're so close. Come back later, Ollie. I can't be having with this right now. I'm busy.
Well.
For a moment, she was speechless.
Well, lardy fucking da!
She checked the Scorpion's cameras, seeing everyone else boggling at her.
Idris, I don't know how secret you think you've been, but we're not even the only ones who found you. You remember Mynheer Boyarin Ascaro the Younger? He's here in his gun yacht, And he's not polite like I fucking am.
Tell him I'm not going with him either.
Yeah, that worked real well the last time. Idris, they got you drugged or something? We are here to rescue you from the murderer Tothiat and some mad scientist and... Idris, what are you even...
No, Ollie, I can't come.
She knew that jittery tone. Idris working himself into one of his anxiety tantrums like fucking always.
I am working, Ollie. There's something... Just give me another chance. I need to go back in. We're almost...
Shouting now.
I can't just stop. Just go away. Stall Ascaro. No, I can't do that now. This is important.
Fuck me, Idris, calm down.
Ollie threw the scorpion's hands up. All of them.
Someone else's turn, she admitted. I can't be dealing with this. Fucking Chris.
Because Chris could have talked him down. They went way back, those two. She could always handle him. When Solace indicated she'd take the comms, Ollie rolled her eyes but nodded.
Idris, it's Solace. I don't know if you've been in the news-type loop, but things are getting very bad up here. Ascaro's right on us and outguns us. Hugh and the Parthenon are at war. Actual war. There's a navy base right here, and as soon as they get their orders, they'll launch on us too. We'll have to go, and we won't be able to come back. But you'll have a navy strike team coming down that well to grab you. Or Ascaro's Voyeni. They won't give you a choice about what to do in the war.
Solace. He sounded calmer at least.
You remember how it was when I volunteered in the war? Volunteered for the intermediary program.
You know I wasn't there for that. None of us was.
You remember Berlenhof, the first time, though, when we went against the architects, and you remember Farlux, when we spoke to them?
Yes and no, Solace said, with the patience of a saint, in Ollie's opinion.
Idris, and you remember Berlenhof, the second time, when we went to stop them? I basically died from trying to save the planet. I've got a knot of Hiver units, keeping my heart going still. A piece of trine stuck in me forever, thanks to that. You remember?
We all do, Solace confirmed.
Because we have to do these things, those of us who can. It's my duty. It's my responsibility. Because there's no one else. And I hate it, Solace. I hate being me, and being the universe's goddamn trophy, and being the one who's left over from all of that nonsense in the war. Now it's all back again. But it's me. I'm here. And what we're doing here, Ahab and Shenandri and me, it's that. It's important. It could save everything. There's no one else. Only me. And we've not got much time left. It's all coming down. Every time we turn it on. But we're so close to understanding everything, Solace. I can't go. You have to give me time.
Being hailed by the Raptorid again, Kit observed. Their weapons are in range of us now. Whatever Ollie's thoughts about getting the god through that well, doing it while under fire was going to be a complicated way of committing suicide. And yet, they weren't shooting.
Let's see what the bastard has to say, she decided,
giving up on Idris for the moment. Chris. Chris was not quite hauled from the stateroom they were keeping her in. Not quite, because she kept brisk pace with the two Voyeni who were sent for her, so their attempt to frog-march her never quite got past the tadpole stage. They took her right to Ascaro's seat of power on the Raptorid Bridge. where Mozarin was reclining in the big chair, while Peter kicked his heels to one side. She was getting an interesting picture of a Magdan noble's jaunting yacht, not a class of vessel she'd ever been able to examine before. It was a sleek little ship, and from the outside it looked appropriately predatory. Had it been an actual miniature warship, she guessed it would have served decently enough, but warships didn't need to give over space to lavish quarters for their captain, or a stateroom. It was fast, and it was armed beyond the dreams of the poor vulture god. There wasn't much more to it than that, though. She'd also quickly worked out that the Voyeni who'd grabbed her on death knell were half its entire complement of troops, who must be crammed shoulder to shoulder wherever they were billeted. Not that such revelations really affected her personal odds right now, and not that they wouldn't be able to carve the god up a treat if they wanted to.
My nephew has been talking to your erstwhile crewmates, he told Chris irritably. They say they don't have Ptolemy, of course, and we've not seen anything that suggests they picked anything up in orbit. But maybe you could tell me just what's going on here. This planet's a disaster zone, Peter broke in, to Ravin's evident annoyance. There's nobody on it and nothing around it.
Chris took her best stock of where they were and what was on offer. Krikieth's hell certainly seemed to be living up to its name, and she spent too long looking for the science orbital that was surely hiding somewhere around the far side. There was nothing, though, and all the readings certainly suggested that anyone attempting planetfall wouldn't be given very long to regret it. And there was the vulture god, pinned by the Raptorid's targeting like a spectacularly ugly moth.
We've reminded them that we have you, and of course they've demanded to hear your dulcet tones, to be sure you're well. I want you to tell them that you're perfectly fine,
Ravin went on, and again Peter broke in.
Though that may not persist, he jabbed, if they don't give up Ptolemy.
The pair of Voyeni on the bridge were certainly looming, though that could just have been from the close quarters. Ravin's lips pressed into a thin line at the interruption, but he was obviously going to hold a united front and not chew his nephew out in her presence. Chris wondered if she could come up with some backstory that would excuse the kind of people they were. She could see how growing up in the shadow of men like Ravin had moulded Peter, certainly. There were probably more than a few whippings in Ascaro Jr.'s own personal history, both given and received. On the other hand, she considered, all the sympathy in the world doesn't mean he's not a spoiled little bastard. And as for Senior...
We are short on both time and patience, Mesdames Almier, Ravin told her. Your fellows haven't picked up Ptolemy because they wouldn't be still sitting here if they had. Is this a rendezvous point? You agreed with him somehow?
At his side, Peter was pointedly flipping their target locks on and off the vulture god, waving his big weapons in her face. Chris ignored Junior, meeting Ravin's gaze levelly. You had this system from Professor Granduja, she reminded them. We had the exact planet. Now you know as much as us, your elegance. She'd have loved to bluff, but right now her hand was empty. It didn't seem possible that anyone was down on the surface, from what the Raptorid's sensors had shown. Maybe the Death Knell folks played us both.
Then maybe we should just shoot your erstwhile ship down, Peter snapped. Give me the channel, Ravin directed abruptly, and then spoke louder, voice clashing about the small bridge. Vulture God crew, Mesdames Timo, Ollie, is it not? The nickname was grotesque in his mouth. This is the Morzaren Ravin Oscaro. We have your shipmate Almie here as you asked. She'll tell you she's being well looked after. I'm going to try this one time to appeal to your patriotism. I know you have a Partheni agent on board, and perhaps that was an acceptable foible a few days ago. But you've heard the news now. Your colonies, Timo. You help an enemy agent in a time of war, that's full-on treason. Especially where an int like Telemi is concerned. Here's an asset, a war asset. If I were you, I'd be fervently praying that the Partheni's own int program, the one you helped start, got blown up with their garden ship, or else Mordant House won't ever stop hunting you. But you have a chance to make that right, Timo. Hand over to Lemmy, or tell me where he is. A pause, and then Ollie's caustic tones came back. You going to let Chris talk, or what? Ravin's lip twitched, but he signalled to his captive. I'm here, all right, Chris spoke into the void. Still got all your skin intact? Just about. And then, because Ravin was gesturing at her, and sang-froid might be misinterpreted, I'm fine. Pointedly not asking any questions about Idris, though she wanted to know even more than Oscaro did. Listen to me, Peter broke in. You've played your spacer games with allegiance up till now, and because it was peacetime, these things get overlooked. But that's ended now. Then Ravin was waving him curtly to silence. What my nephew means is you have this one chance to cooperate and clear your records. You can be heroes of the colonies, restoring one of our great weapons to us in times of need. But it has to be now. Chris was wondering why the hurry, given the Oscaro had the ship banged to rights. Then a new voice broke in. Your Elegance, this is Agent Mundi of the Intervention Board. You appear to be assuming a lot of Hugh authority that we both know you don't have. Ravin was like stone, but Peter's face, confronted with someone he couldn't see, clearly showed his frustration. Mundi was right. He could talk colonial pride all he wanted, but the Oscaro were just one Magdan clan, not Hugh itself. I've co-opted this vessel for board purposes, Mundi went on. Your patriotic sentiments are noted, but you've no authority in this, nor are we aligned with the Parthenon or any other enemy power. I am asking you to surrender Almier, and then take your ship out of orbit and return to Orichurk, or go wherever you wish. Failing that, well, the naval base is right there. Kidnapping is an offence, and we both know Hugh will back Mordant House over one family, however grand. Ravin was looking unconcerned, but Mordant House had a reputation. She guessed that, at a family and individual level, there were plenty of skeletons that might be dug up to inconvenience Oscaro's senior and junior, and the Intervention Board knew about most of them. You didn't butt heads with Hugh's security service. Ravin signalled to cut the channel, and when he spoke, his polite tone was frosty.
You are going to speak to them, he told her. You are going to have them give up to Lemmier, or information on his whereabouts.
I don't have any more authority with Mordaunt House than you do, she told him frankly. Like you heard, it's not our show anymore. For a moment, she thought it might be as simple as that. Herveya's authority, phantom or real, would actually pull the teeth of the Ascaro wolf. Then a new comms call was coming in. The naval base. Mazarin Ascaro, came the clipped tones of their comms officer. We've received confirmation of your authority. The board operative on the Vulture God is on the renegade list, and that ship is a confirmed enemy actor. We're launching a squadron to support you and bring this intermediary back, if you're able to hold them till we get there. Ravin Ascaro's face set in new hard lines that Chris didn't like.
And?
He asked sweetly. And, sir? From the comms officer.
Your commanding officer has slighted the honor of my house. I expect his formal apology at his earliest convenience.
Chris was suddenly reconsidering which, out of uncle and nephew, was the bigger asshole. Just because Ravin had a better poker face didn't make him a better person. A pause from the naval base, probably as incredulous as Chris was feeling right then, but at last the luckless officer sputtered, Apologies for doubting your word, sir. I'll convey your request to the commander. Well, that's that, Chris decided. Ascaro was ordering a new channel to the Vulture God, but right now they weren't responding, undoubtedly because the naval base was giving them an ultimatum too. Almier, said a voice in her ear. She froze, and then tried to look casual. She had her earpiece in, of course, but it had been cut off from any kind of contact until now, and she didn't know the voice. It was so low, she had to stop herself cupping a hand about her ear to hear it better. We request your assistance. Then, crashing over those faint tones, came Ascaro demanding, One last chance to talk them into surrendering, Mesdames Almier. Chris gave him an overly bright smile he actually flinched away from. You want me to tell them who you are? Giving the words a particular stress, and hoping this new speaker would understand her oblique question.
Tell them we're goddamn Hugh as far as they need to know, and we will carve up their gravitic drives and leave them in a decaying orbit over this hellhole if they don't comply, Peter snapped at her. In the echo of that, she heard,
We are working with Agent Mundy. We require set-up protocols for system access. Get to the scanner console.
The sensor suite was, needless to say, nowhere near the comms, but she made a big blunder of it, moving over there and trying to speak into the controls, hailing the god all the wrong ways, while Peter shouted at her and his crew smirked. Their scanners were directed at the planet below, in all its awful glory, and at the Vulture God, of course. They were open to any and all information about the ship's activity, its energy signatures, every little twitch of its systems that might signal fight or flight.
Be ready to handshake,
the little voice in her ear instructed. She didn't know what it meant, but right now everyone was looking at her, and whatever she did would be far too obvious. She let the sensor operator take her elbow and guide her, quite civilly, back towards Ascaro's chair. There was a particular feint, she'd learned, where you hooked an opponent's ankle with your own, taking them down to where you could menace them with your knife and have them concede. It was fiendishly hard, though, and if you misjudged the relative centres of gravity, then it'd be you going over instead of your opponent. And because of the Grand Captain's chair, the bridge was very cramped, hard for two people to move about together. She got her foot between the crewman's, the exact right way to do the move wrong, and ended up going over quite genuinely, hitting the edge of the sensor panel hard enough with head and shoulder that she'd be wearing the bruise for the next week. "Now," she sub-vocalised, and clawed at the panel to right herself. A dialogue opened briefly, asking for a long list of permissions, and she slapped her hand at it to give herself leverage. When they had her upright, she felt genuinely dizzy with the impact, and there was absolutely no sign of what she'd done. If, indeed, she'd done anything. Hörbuch. For a moment, Hörbuch had literally nothing in his head. He'd been expecting this, of course. He'd been braced for the orders coming through. The naval base had launched an armed boarding shuttle and a couple of gunboats now, skimming in-system from Orichalk towards the fires of Cricketh's Hell. Their curt announcement to the Vulture God had come right on the heels of that, leaving them in absolutely no doubt who the guns would be pointed at. They were advised to surrender. That was all. "I," Hörbuch had insisted, "am Agent Hörbuch Mundi of the Intervention Board. I am on active service tracking a threat to Hugh right now. Any action against this ship will be action against Mordaunt House. Think carefully before you—" "Sir," the comms officer told him, with heavy sarcasm, "your alleged credentials were on the packet out of here. We are explicitly informed by the board that you are no longer on their roster, and any authority you claim is invalid. We are informed that the vessel you are seeking to defend defected to the Parthenon and is to be considered an asset of a hostile state. Have your people stand down and assume the position for boarding, or things are going to get messy." "Fuck!" Hörbuch yelled, and then wasn't sure if he'd actually turned the comms off for it or not, which only made things worse. "We are not the Parthenon," he told them. "I'm under orders from Mordaunt House, and this—" perilously close to spilling the beans about the Ark ship plot and the Oscaro family. And why not, really? Why keep their secrets at this exigency? But at the same time, he couldn't bring himself to sit there and tell an officer of the Hugh Navy that there was a grand conspiracy to abandon Hugh and pack some lucky fraction of humanity onto a bunch of Ark ships. That it was for this reason someone had gone and started a shooting war with the Parthenon, both to remove a major competitor in the space nomad stakes, and presumably because it would result in an easier choice of which people got to go on the Ark, because there would be fewer to choose from. All in the shadow of the actual goddamn war with the architects, of course. And maybe war with a bloody hegemony too, because nobody knew just how serious the faux pas over Ark Palator actually was, from the Clam's perspective. "Hailing from the Raptorid is occurring," Kittering noted. "Of course it fucking is," replied Ollie, "and we've lost Idris." "Lost how?" Solis demanded. "As in that well's been and gone again. Nothing but radiation sphere down there now, and us up here with the guns on us." Kittering had apparently been listening to Oscaro, because now he relayed, "A demand for surrender has been received. It is suggested that the Boyarin will speak for us if we hand ourselves over to him, as well as give him Idris. If we show any sign of getting away from the planet to jump, violence.
We don't have Idris.
Give him Idris on credit, Kittering considered. The thought occurs that there is no understanding on the Raptorid of where Idris is.
We're not the Parthenon,
Hörveyor insisted again, but he didn't think the naval base was listening anymore. The only thing they wanted to hear from him was an unconditional surrender.
Right, Ollie said. Let's dock with the Raptorid. Tell them we have Idris and we'll hand him over.
Hörveyor looked round at her. Oh, really? She flexed the various limbs of the scorpion.
I've got this, and we've got a Tothiat on our side for once, rather than going up against the durable bastards.
She cocked her head at Heremon, who looked coolly amused.
So we get up close to Ascaro and we grapple where they can't shoot us. Then, she and me, we wade in there and get Chris back.
And Idris?
Right now, I cannot be fucked with Idris if he won't help himself. We'll come back to that. But we can do this now, while it's just us and them, or we can wait till his new Navy buddies pitch in. At that point, even I will admit we'd be outgunned, she decided.
He's got at least a dozen Voyeni on board.
Scorpion. Tothiat, she told him.
Hörveyor opened his mouth to point out all the multitudinous and grievous holes in this sham of a plan, when a voice in his ear told him,
It may work.
Kolvari? Right now, he didn't care that everyone else was staring at him, as he patently took a call from someone else. What have you got?
Limited access to the Raptorid systems.
Meaning?
A short window where we can assist the boarding attempt being described. We would have more, but we are engaged in complex diplomacy.
He'd stood up when Kolvari's voice had sounded, he realised. Now, he let himself down into his seat again, giving his heart a shot of meds, and wondered just how bad this would look on his permanent record, and/or obituary, as appropriate. He was already apparently a traitor. Things probably didn't get worse than that. I get the feeling you've gone beyond my brief, Kolvari.
We are improvising under difficult circumstances,
the Hiver confirmed. You've breached contract.
We feel we are in a borderline position. We have called upon the Hiver factory, installed over Orichalk. It has received covert word on the packet ship from our assembly in aggregate. The events in this system have attracted the attention of parties which neither you nor I was aware of.
The assembly being one.
High-level negotiations between the assembly and other parties are taking place,
Kolvari confirmed. Where does that leave us? Hörveyor felt a terrible sense of despair. The agent's dread of finding yourself on the wrong side of a closed door. You're selling us out now?
No. The negotiations may result in significant future gains, but right at this immediate moment, they mean we are in a position to assist a contested entry into the Raptorid for the purpose of recovering Kerestina Sulin Almier, who, we judge, is the most likely conduit by which Idris Telemier may be recovered from their long association.
Hörveyor met Ollie's eyes. She was all suspicion and zero concern. His mouth filled with all manner of tangled stories about the conversation he'd just been having, but in the end, he came clean. I've got a Hiver Confederate clamped to the hull. They say they've got some access to the Raptorid systems and can help you get over there. Let's have the name-calling and finger-pointing later, shall we? Her face went through 2 or 3 convolutions before settling on a grudging nod. Then a new alarm was going off, and Kittering was scrabbling across his console. System receiving new ships. He got out. Whose? Hörbuch demanded. I mean, they've got a naval base here. One might think that was enough to apprehend one crappy salvage vessel. Ours, said Solace calmly. Half a dozen sleek, segmented vessels had just torn out of unspace, scattered across 100,000 square clicks of space. They were trying to pull into defensive formation, chasing along Krikieth's orbital path, already far closer than the naval force. Hörbuch reckoned the base at Orichalk would be scrambling reinforcements, since their little gunboat squadron would now be severely outgunned. Well, he said hopelessly, maybe we are the Parthenon then.
That's grand, Ollie decided. I'm declaring war on the Raptorid and moving us in.
Chapter 28. Idris.
We're not ready,
Tokamak Jane shouted at Idris's back.
We can't just start up when you please. The facility's losing integrity each time you do.
Idris rounded on her. And sooner or later it goes, right? It loses the fight against the planet. Every time you turn it on, more cracks in the walls, right?
He was halfway down the scaffolding to the machine, stepping out onto another walkway, Shinandri ahead of him. Emaneth was slouching along in Jane's shadow.
Yes, but I've rigged some gravitic generators. We can hold it together, just a little, but not if you don't give me time.
We don't have time, Idris insisted. You heard them. They're coming to take me.
Your friends, Emaneth pointed out.
My friends. I know my friends,
Idris agreed, feeling as though he was trying to explain higher maths to 5-year-olds.
And yes, only my well-being at heart, all that. But they can't understand. None of you can understand.
We've been doing this for longer than you, Telemie,
Jane pointed out hotly.
But you haven't felt it, he shouted at her. You can't know what it's like. We're so close. We're right there on the very brink. I need to go back, see what's there.
He actually tried to grab her, to drive his certainty into her by this contact, but she slapped him off.
You have no idea what's at stake.
Of course I bloody do, she yelled back at him. But you're going to destroy the facility and kill us all. Then where's your damn revelation?
I can't have this taken away from me.
Idris realised he was almost screaming, scouring his own throat with the force of his words.
The masters of the architects, the hands that hold the whip, the ones they kill planets for. Tell her, Doctor.
Dr. Shinandri looked between him and Jane, and Idris was alarmed to see the man undecided. What was the use of a mad scientist if they suddenly decided to start making sane decisions?
We are so close, he insisted. Tell her, Doctor, please.
He's not the boss of me, Jane said flatly. I say this place won't hold if you keep running one session on the heels of another. I know I can't do much to hold it together, but what I can do, I will.
Run the machines!
The voice roared into the void around them, from nowhere and everywhere. And then Ahab was clambering impossibly up from below. It hauled its bulk onto the walkway, with a combination of flurrying legs and eeling body, biomechanical head swinging blindly about.
We will delve into the abyss,
it declared.
The work nears completion.
Jane shrank back from the Neramathi's bulk, her face set. Idris expected her to argue, even with this force of nature. But Ahab was the boss. More than that, though, there was something between them. Some obligation or past, which meant she couldn't say no. He considered it, and in that moment, the fire of his own crusade guttered. Clarity came to him, seeing his own ranting and frothing about this business like a stranger. And he wondered, am I the mad one now? When did that happen? Ahab, he said. He was going to say no, turn on his heel, and suggest they wait. Except they really couldn't wait. Ollie and Solace would make it down somehow, all well-meaning and planning to take him back before Ascaro could grab him. Or it would be Ascaro and his thugs come to seize him. And he had to know. There was no other place but this. He could search 1,000 years and not discover a working piece of originator tech with which to observe the universe as he could here. The Neramathi stared at him, insofar as Idris could even tell. We do it, Idris decided. Both of us, both terminals. He winced at Jane's look. As quick as we can. But we need to know. It's for nothing. Everything's for nothing. We need to break through into whatever's there and find a way to win the war. Ollie did the maths. They had maybe 15 minutes before the Partheni got in, hours more before the first Hugh gunboat joined them. She thought it would be tail between his legs time for Ascaro, but he wasn't breaking orbit. Instead, the Raptorid was shooting. He didn't believe they had Idris aboard then, or maybe a dead Idris was preferable to a Partheni Idris. The first line of accelerator shot should have drilled them dead, piercing the hull in a dozen places. Kit had already been sitting on their shields, though. The Vulture's gravitic drive twisted the gradient of space ahead of them, so that the shot, aimed dead centre at their sluggish bulk, went herring off at an angle without deviating even slightly, following the physics to nowhere. Then Ollie had them moving, Bricata drives yanking the ship sideways. They felt the burn as they clipped deeper into Krikieth's radiation sphere for a moment and then shunted towards the Raptorid, even as Ascaro's gunners adjusted on the basis they'd be moving away. But Ollie wasn't interested in skipping out right then, not even towards the oncoming Partheni cavalry. She was going to bring the fight to Ascaro, as planned, and she didn't care how many Voyeni bully boys he had lined up at the airlock when she arrived. She'd back the Scorpion against all of them. Kit started flailing about with the Vulture God's lasers, which were meant for nothing more than carving up debris. It gave the Raptorid something more to think about, though, and Ollie reckoned she didn't need much distraction. The other ship was nimbler than they were, and far better armed, but there was one way the god could smash any record Ascaro set. Salvage vessels came with great big grunty grav drives, allowing them to haul other ships across the universe. They also had those god-awful ugly docking clamps that hung beneath them like oversized talons. If Ascaro let them get close enough, then they'd have him. The second volley from the Raptorid's guns had gone even more wild than the first, but it wasn't a state of affairs that was going to persist. The Vulture God had committed to a course now, and she braced for the next salvo. It didn't come, however, and they lumbered on towards the Raptorid, which still wasn't trying to evade them, just effortlessly bending away their own laser fire.
"They had us right then," she spat,
and now wondered if Ascaro was taking their approach as a surrender, or just deciding that taking them alive would be even better than cutting them up and opening them to vacuum. On which thought,
"Who's not got a suit on?"
She caught Hörbuch getting half into one, nobody having told him where they were. The Scorpion was eminently spaceworthy already, and she knew Tothiat were only mildly inconvenienced by hard vacuum. Kit had already ducked into a clamshell-shaped Hanny cover that was inflating around him and part of his seat, and of course Solace was in her armour now, which made her a contender, alongside Ollie and Heremon, for most dangerous thing aboard. The Raptorid was still not shooting, but now they were moving, kicking away from the planet below, increasing the thousands of clicks of distance between them and their quarry. The Partheni continued to close, which was presumably what Ascaro was worried about, but
"They had their chance to fuck us up," Ollie said, frowning. "What's the deal? This your Hiver's work?"
"I think so," Hörbuch confirmed. "Kolvari can't do much without getting discovered and locked out, but I suspect the Raptorids developed a convenient weapons fault."
"Won't matter. You'll not catch them now. Should have the pathos hold off or something," Heremon suggested. "Solace?"
Ollie craned around. Solace was deep in conversation with her compatriots, but she broke off.
"I've a combat shuttle being readied. A Myrmidon squad, too. I'll go down the well in it to grab Idris, whether or not he wants to be grabbed." "You'll fry," Ollie pointed out,
"when the well opens again.
Until then, all the guns here will be ours."
Her voice was hard, the faceless faceplate of her helm menacing. A little slice of Parthenon territory in the heart of the colonies, Ollie thought, and didn't like it much. Didn't like which side she was apparently on at all, tell the truth, but she disliked Ascaro even more. In the end, the only side she was really on was her crews, Idris and Chris included. Speaking of,
"And Chris?
If we can run the Raptorid down, we will," Solace told her, all business and suddenly in charge.
"I think we're faster than his damn yacht, however flashy it is."
It struck Ollie that this was probably going to be the first shooting engagement of this new war everyone seemed dead set on having, and that she might actually end up in the historiotypes. The thought did not delight her. And probably whoever played her would have too many limbs and not enough attitude. She ran a quick plot of the vastness of space, populating it with planet, god, Raptorid, and the oncoming Partheni, now spreading out from an arrowhead into a net. She looked at trajectories and estimated effective weapons ranges. It seemed to her that Ascaro would be getting away no matter how much faster the pathos were. Solace seemed confident, though, and maybe Hörbuch's Hiver could throw something more into the gears, send their drive into a maintenance cycle or something. She might not like her current allies much, but she'd take them if it meant they rescued Chris. Sometimes it was a good thing to have some big guns on your side for once.
"Our combat shuttle's launched," Solace reported. "The others are moving in on the—"
Ollie felt as though she'd been punched. No, she felt as though space had been punched. The vulture god was abruptly lurching madly sideways without moving at all, as something distorted everything around them. The whole gravitic gradient flexed to within an inch of breaking point, She thought, a weapon? And then, hegemony? Whatever had just happened seemed ridiculously flashy enough to be their doing. But it was just Hugh. The Navy doing something risky because the Parthenon had turned up on their doorstep, and they couldn't let that go. Of course, there were combat ints within Hugh. A fair slice of the conscripts the liaison board turned out went to the Navy instead of commercial interests. Naturally, the base on Orichalk had one. But having an int, and having an int willing to try a stutter jump within system, were two very different things. It was almost a fatal mistake. Jumping short distances through an unspace cluttered with gravity signatures was master-level stuff. Idris could do it, but Idris had decades of experience. Most ints wouldn't even have thought of it. Even jumping too close to another ship was risky, and this unknown hero here had ripped their cruiser out from under the nose of the naval base, very nearly pile-driving it right into Krikieth's hell. They had come out in the upper reaches of the radiation sphere, under caustic attack from the world's unholy light, clawing to get away from gravity and glare, but already shooting with accelerators and heavy lasers, the one battery in two that was still online. Their targets were probably the Partheni, but in that moment their aim was so mad and wide that they could have been trying to assassinate the universe at large. The Intrepid, Ollie read their ID as, and they were certainly living up to their name. Solace was speaking quick and low to her Partheni fellows. Even damaged, the Intrepid brought a lot of punch to the fight, more than their little task force could manage, pound for pound. It wasn't daunting them, though. Partheni tech superiority would have to step in where sheer power was lacking. The largest of their ships was already launching a wing of Zero fighters, the tiny one-woman killers that had gone up against architects during the war. The rest were altering course, wheeling into a new formation. Raptorids stopped running, Heremon observed dryly.
Course they fucking have,
Ollie decided.
Let's make them regret it.
The well is open again, Solace reported flatly, and our combat shuttle's coming in with some Partheni backup on board. We need to get down there. Idris. He was screaming at them when they pulled him from the machine, but that stopped soon enough when he felt everything around them shifting. Not just physically either. He could sense the space-unspace boundary twisting, like a serpent held between tongs, as the machine tormented it. And the machine was still running, with the facility still being eroded away by Krikieth's glare. Somewhere far to his left, he saw a sudden shock of light that seared his retinas with after-images in hideous, nameless colours. There was the sound of great cliffs grinding against one another. Jane was shouting at him, physically dragging him away from the seat. He saw Dr. Shinandri standing aside, looking shaken.
"You'd better have found it," Jane was telling him. "I need you to get Ahab to stop."
Ahab? Stop?
Idris stammered at her. "It's still under. Talk to it. Bring it out. It won't listen to me," Jane told him. "The facilities are critical. We're breaking up." Seeing his gormless expression, she actually slapped him right across the face. "Countless millions of years, Int, and we broke it. We came and turned it on and broke it, the only one of its kind. So get Ahab to come out so I can stick a damn med patch on the thing at least."
We were almost...
"You're always almost," she shouted. And then she was hauling him off,
practically bundling him up a ladder to the next leaning section of floor. It groaned and shook even as she did so. She'd rigged up some comms there, and Idris found himself gabbling into them, taking it on faith that Ahab was even listening on the other end, because in the machine it was hard to remember the real world was out there, even though you were being held at the very skin between there and nowhere. They had been so close, penetrating the walls of the location down there, within the depths of unspace. It was just a matter of interpreting what they had seen. There was no matter in unspace. Matter was a real thing, of the real universe. It couldn't exist down there. He understood this now in a way he never had, perhaps in a way nobody ever did, save those extreme specialists like Shenandri. And it was theoretical to Shenandri. Idris had embraced the concept with all the flayed potential of his intermediary mind. So there was something down there. A place. Except unspace didn't work like space, and the things in it had no physical existence. What unspace did have was energy. A great deal of energy. And it had structure, which meant information. There was a vast information cluster down there, a configuration of energy, and it was doing something. That was today's discovery. It wasn't just a dead ruin, a construction shack left over from when they built the throughways. The structure of its absence had moving parts. It was like a galaxy coming together, things accreting, spinning, exchanging data. The machine had let him see it, as though it was a thing that was actually there. But he and Ahab and Shenandri still needed to work out what it was they were looking at. Idris was convinced more than ever that if he looked hard enough, he'd see the face of their enemy. He'd understand what minds had set the architects to plague real space and twist all the planets of humans and other sentient races. Because sentience was the thing that called to the enemy. That much he'd gathered. Sentience imposed itself on the skin of unspace. It resounded through all those non-existent spaces. Every thought, and int thoughts most of all. It was like a swimmer splashing on the surface of a sea where vast, hungry mouths dwelled.
The Crusade!
From Ahab, and Idris realised he'd got through to him at last. There was a terrible shrieking sound of abused metal from somewhere, and killing light flickered at the edge of his vision before being shut off again. Jane had a fleet of repair robots out mindlessly patching every crack they could find, but without the facility's own shielding, they were being ablated away. "Just a short break," Idris insisted, wondering how much of his Kolval was even making it through the Neramathis translator. "You know me. I want it too, and we'll go back in. Together we'll go. We'll open it up and find out what it is and how to break it, how to fight them, Ahab. That's what you want, right? But we'll do it together. Give Jane a chance to get things stable again and we'll go right back in." A sound came over the comms from Ahab. Wordless, agonised, monstrous. A lifetime of frustration, Idris read into that noise. A lifetime in the shadow of lost homes and twisted worlds. The whole Neramathi species was living in trauma, staggering from system to system, devouring and building more shell-shocked cyborgs to carry on the hopeless fight. But Ahab wasn't here with a locust ark in tow. It was alone, cut off even from its conspecific's broken society. Somehow it had found this place, and that there was a way they could fight back, or at least identify the enemy at last. Then the shuddering and grinding and flashes of deadly light stopped, and Idris knew he'd got through to Ahab. The other machine terminal had shut off, and the shield was back up. Which meant the well was open again. That perfect narrow shaft of safety from the installation up into space. His friends, his desperately unwanted friends, would be coming to get him. He turned to Jane, expecting to see her at least grudgingly grateful. But instead, she was pulling open a screen in the air, taking a point by the corners and yanking it out until a rectangle hung before her, showing... Idris was pilot enough to recognise orbital manoeuvres. Things had gone to crap up there while he was down. He had a frantic 5 seconds of hunting before he found the vulture god, because there was a lot of violence going on, and it was way out of the old ship's league. He noticed a Hugh cruiser that had turned up out of where the hell, and it was confronting a wing of oncoming Partheni. Meanwhile, the god and the Raptorid were engaging in a careful dance to avoid any stray shards of battle, while still trying to close with one another. And one vessel was launching. There had been a ship tucked in the vulture's claws, a sleek little Partheni shuttle, from Jane's readings, and now it was dropping into the atmosphere, fighting furiously to hit the narrow well that would bring them straight down to Idris. Ollie. The Partheni shuttle attracted some fire from the Intrepid as it cut across to get to the Vulture. The Navy cruiser was devoting most of its attention to the bigger Partheni ships, though, which were very much returning the favour, using speed and gravitic shielding to dance through the hail of accelerator fire, missile salvos and lasers it was sending their way. Shuttle wasn't really the word for it, Ollie decided, as she watched it approach. It was a grunty little thing, its shape giving the impression of someone huddled in a coat against foul weather, shoulders up to their ears. The ring of its gravitic drive was right up front, rather than around the vessel's nominal waist, so any serious damage to the drive would likely gut the crew compartment too. The rest of the ship trailed off in a segmented tail, narrowing drastically to a fine point. It had 4 accelerator cannons, overcompensating a bit for anything pretending to the name of shuttle. These were mounted on a rail along the outside hub of the drive ring, letting them point everywhere but inwards at the ship itself. Solace was already on the move to join her sisters. "I'm going to take command of the shuttle now," she said to Ollie, because apparently she could do that. "I'll go get Idris and bring him back. You... I don't know. If Havea can get you to Chris..." "I'll get her," Ollie confirmed. "They don't know we've got a Tothiat." "Except I'll be on that shuttle," Haramon pointed out. "No," Solace said. "You will not." "Yeah, I need you with me," Ollie agreed. She didn't like needing anything from the woman, but times were hard. "You forget that whoever has your friend down there, they have a Tothiat too," Haramon said. And because you've doubtless given the patho some of the poison you stuck Mesmon with last time, know that dear Sister Emaneth tried that already. Stuck herself full of it when she couldn't stand what she'd become, the weak-livered traitor. It didn't kill her, not even that. So you're going to need me, or she'll tear you and your little tin soldiers apart. Ollie couldn't see Solace's face through her visor, but she could guess at the Parthene's expression. She didn't want the broken harvest gangster at her back, and Ollie could have done with Haramon at her front. But the woman made a good case. "I'll go with you to get Elmier," Hervé volunteered. "I can liaise with Kolvari, my associate, and I can shoot." "You're a piss-poor human shield compared to her," Ollie told him. "But I don't reckon we got much odds. Kit, you're happy running the show while we're all out?" "Very little of these circumstances make me happy," Kittering told her sourly. "Do not make me mourn you." She reckoned that was serious stuff for a Hanny to say, and it choked her up a little, but she didn't let on. "Go get to your clone army," she told Solace, as gruffly as she could. Kittering took the Partheni shuttle in their claws as it arrived. The sturgeon, they'd called it, and maybe it did look as much like a fish as the vulture god did a bird. Then Solace and Haramon were trooping out to go meet the strike team. Ollie didn't give them good odds to even navigate the well, truth be told. She felt more than heard the clunk and shudder of disengagement as the sturgeon dropped away into the void, jockeying desperately to match its descent vector to the exacting requirements of the one safe path down. "Move in on the Oscaro, bastard," she told Kit, running checks over the Scorpion systems and finding a pleasing battery of green lights. "They're launching," Hervé noted. "What, the Partheni? The Intrepid?" Ollie pulled up an orbital map and tried to see what he'd spotted. "The Raptorid, 2 armed shuttles." And there they were, tracking the sturgeon in its descent, matching its navigation as a cheap alternative to calculating their own. Oscaro was onto them, and he wasn't going to give up Idris that easily. Ollie reckoned the smart money would have been on waiting for the Partheni ship to come back up the well, except maybe by then the Intrepid would have crash-dived into atmosphere, and the victorious Battle Sisters chased Oscaro away or blown him up.
Or I'll have cut his face off in person, the son of a bitch.
Kit had already checked Solace knew about her unwelcome followers, and Ollie reckoned the ball was in the Partheni's court regarding what to do about them. It did suggest a silver lining, however.
"He's just gutted his own garrison," she pointed out to Hervé. "Let's go finish the job."
Chapter 29. Solace. The sturgeon dropped away from the vulture god fast enough that they felt the lurching shift dragging at them, the hunger of Krikieth's gravity well below. Then their gravitic drives compensated, and it was all Earth standard again. No sense of the ungodly tug-of-war between acceleration and deceleration as they tilted to take on the outer reaches of the world's atmosphere. It was toxic, that atmosphere, Solace knew. Quite apart from the radiation saturating it, the fierce fire of the too-close sun and the reflected death from the leaves and petals of the planet's life, the actual chemical composition of the air would strip the inside of human lungs down to blood and jelly in seconds. Nothing about Krikieth's hell was nice. There were 4 myrmidons aboard, including the pilot. With Heremon and herself, that made up the sturgeon's full recommended complement. But Idris was a little guy. They'd fit him in somehow. And if it happened that Heremon got left behind, Solace reckoned she'd take that as acceptable losses. And yes, she had the Tothiat killer syringe on her just in case, even if it wasn't the magic bullet she'd hoped. Dieu, ma Dieu, the pilot swore in Parsef, fighting the controls. The ship shuddered and lurched about them, trying to cleave into the atmosphere cleanly, but getting caught by crosswinds almost immediately. Solace hunched behind her, looking past her shoulder at the displays. They were attempting to track the edges of the well, but interference from the radiation sphere was turning a hard line into a zone 200 metres across, with that killer boundary in there somewhere. One slip across, and the world's glare would devour them, past all the ability of their shielding to deflect it. Heremon, at her elbow, and the only one there without engagement armour, grinned. She and Solace were standing in the middle of the tight crew compartment that was muscled right up within the ring of the ship's gravitic drive. The pilot and her mate were in bucket seats ahead, with the other 2 myrmidons behind and facing sideways, strapped in and waiting. Normally, standing loose in a ship like this should have been safe, but not now. Solace grabbed a strap and buckled herself to the wall. Heremon sneered at her a little. It would take more than a few unprotected high-G manoeuvres to inconvenience her, that expression said. Pursuers, the pilot's mate said. Hugh? Solace craned forward against the strap, and the mate sent the display to her helmet HUD. 2 ships were coming down the well behind them, identified as armed shuttles. Not their equal, but they weren't in a position to turn and fight. From the Raptorid, she noted. That meant Voyeni. Tough and motivated, but without the discipline she'd expect from Hugh military. Carve them up, she said flatly. They were at war, and she didn't have either time or inclination to put the velvet gloves back on. The 2 myrmidons in the back seats took over the Sturgeon's accelerators, pointing them backwards down the tapering length of the hull and trying to fix on the shuttles. They're already firing, the mate noted flatly, and Solace saw the telltale signs of the Sturgeon returning the favour. It was a nasty situation to be in for all concerned. The corridor they were trapped in was narrow, and normally that would have meant every target being fixed on and chewed up in moments, except the radiation interference was playing hob with any kind of targeting, leading to the gunners relying more on personal reckoning than their instruments. All the while, they were dropping further into the atmosphere, which became more turbulent as it got thicker, crippling the pilot's ability to do anything other than fight the angry weather they were hitting. One crosswind too many would send them straight out of the well and into the death glare beyond. Solace was standing helpless in the middle of it. She was the executor, the officer in charge, and that was her place. Except, in her heart, she was still just a myrmidon, Heaven's Sword Sorority, Basilisk Division, and she wanted to be the one who did, not just the one who ordered and watched. A trail of accelerator shot clipped them, punching 3 holes in the hull and 1 through the ring of the gravitic drive. Tiny holes, and nowhere near the crew compartment. Solace looked over the damage readouts. Everything was functional, but the problem with gravitic drives was you never really knew you were screwed until physics decided to slap you. They'd scored some hits on the leading shuttle in return, but nothing that would have satisfied a gunnery instructor. She patched into the gunner's targeting feeds, seeing a nightmare of shifting radiation. Even here, within the corridor, the shuttle's images appeared and vanished like ghosts. A moment later, they hit a bank of turbulence, like a solid thing, bouncing off the dense, roiling air and losing a chunk of momentum, cutting the distance between them and their pursuers in half. That should have fouled everyone's aim, but ended up putting them right into the path of a heavy laser from the rear shuttle. She saw a scatter of alarms as their gravitic field absorbed the energy, and for a moment she was off the floor and in freefall as the drives abandoned any attempt at agrav. Instead, the laser energy was shunted back along the hull, deflected into the last narrow sections of the sturgeon, as though it were a lightning rod. The sections crisped and crumpled and were ejected, and the ship continued its mad descent. Partheni segmentation tech had been developed to buy a few more seconds of life against the architects. It could handle a laser. Moments later, the gunners pinned the lead shuttle between them, raking its flank with a solid salvo of accelerator shot that acted like a blade. It created not just punctures, which any hull would immediately seal, but a gash, half the length of the ship's hull, peeling it open and exposing its innards. The Voyeni shuttle lurched sideways. Then the wind had it and was buffeting it further. It started to tumble, presenting its flank to the rushing tides of air. Then it must have clipped out of the corridor altogether, because it was suddenly gone, blasted apart, perhaps even to atoms. Just gone. Solace swallowed. That might be us in a moment. That moment arrived hot on the heels of her thought, as the remaining shuttle caught them and hit their small craft with everything it had. Higher up, they had thinner atmosphere to contend with, a hair's breadth more liberty to move and to target. Now she saw a whole quarter of the sturgeon's gravitic drive disintegrate under their salvo, lines of accelerator shot cutting into them like razor wire. Their pilot swore and swore again, and Solace was abruptly weightless, yanking ferociously against her straps. Then gravity returned, system redundancy fighting desperately to take up the strain. She saw Haremon clinging to the wall, her cockiness entirely gone, one leg twisted at an unnatural angle, but already mending. The storm grabbed them at last, and hurled them sidelong out of the well. Solace's HUD lit up with every possible thing that could go wrong, and she waited for some suitably pithy last thought to occur. But most of her was too busy screaming silently. A moment later, they were back in the narrow corridor, dropping more like a stone than a landing ship, but safely out of the glare. The segmentation had cut in again, diligently preserving the crew compartment as well as the 3/4 of the gravitic drive they still had, at the expense of just about everything behind it, with all that radiation energy funneled back to obliterate 2/3 of the ship's length. If they'd wanted any spare kit from the hold, they were out of luck, because the hold wasn't there anymore. They were also out of luck, Solace strongly suspected, if they wanted to get the sturgeon back up the well with Idris, or at least they'd need one hell of a good fix-up to even try it. But that was tomorrow's problem. "Cease fire," she ordered, her mouth forming the words almost before she'd come up with the plan. "Mother?" one of the gunners queried her. Ceasefire. Leave the other shuttle intact. Why fix their own ride when the Voyeni were bringing a serviceable replacement? Idris. It wasn't easy to get a picture of what was going on in the well. The external sensors Idris had access to weren't originator god tech, but just whatever Jane had been able to bolt onto the facility. Still, he could see the basics. The Vulture God had launched one ship, the Raptorid 2, and therefore anything from 3 to 0 ships would be touching down atop the facility. Emeneth was all for going up and killing whoever arrived. She had her own ship up there, which had a few surprises, she said. Plus there was a scatter of other vessels, mostly mothballed, in a shielded hangar. Everyone who'd made it to the installation had their own transport, though none of them had made many excursions off-planet since then, apart from the Tothiat. Jane didn't sound confident any of their vessels would be able to make it into space without some serious maintenance. Even within the shelter of originator walls, the planet's corroding radiance crept in through the cracks. So, what then? Can we even get a view of who's come knocking? Emeneth demanded. I'm trying. Jane had some eyes up top, but they never lasted, so she was attempting some remote maintenance, rerouting around the damage to find a view. They were in the common room, in the upper levels above the great scaffolded void around the machine. Emeneth, Jane, Idris, Shinandri. Ahab was somewhere below, recharging its cybernetics, or perhaps just indulging in some Neramathi vengeance ritual, or however it spent its spare time. Then Jane, who'd been wrestling with an ungodly mess of a bolted-together console for some time, let out a cry of triumph. She pulled up a screen from it, a rectangle in the air, and he saw a hideously mauled stub of a Partheni ship manage a skidding landing, gouging a scar in the originator stone. The crew piled out of it almost immediately. There were 5 myrmidons and 1 unarmoured figure, a woman he reckoned he'd seen but couldn't place. Emeneth could, apparently. She practically shoved him aside for a better look. Oh, well, she said. Look who it ain't. I thought you said they were friends of yours, Mynheer Int.
They are. Or the ship above is. I'm friends with one of them at least.
They were losing the image, armies of static particles marching across the view and taking up strategic positions. It looked as though the myrmidons were taking cover and waiting, so presumably there was at least one more ship still on its way.
They're Partheni, and I've been working with them. They'll want me back.
She is not Partheni, Emeneth pointed out. She is Broken Harvest, my old crew. And they'll want me back. Not in a good way.
I can't account for that,
Idris admitted. He reckoned he'd seen the shadow of another ship coming down, but then the static surged across the screen and all sight of the dock was lost.
Jane, can we...
he started, but a roaring interrupted him.
Idris!
Resounding from the walls all around.
Telemi, come to me. We must find the truth. There is no time. None must be allowed to prevent us. The machine, Idris!
No! Jane shouted. Ahab, no! We're not ready! Repairs are underway. I'm shoring up the walls. I've got some field generators in place, but they're still calibrating. Ahab,
You'll bring it all down. We have time. Please don't do this.
There is no time,
the walls thundered at them.
They know now. We have felt their fear, Idris, and they will not suffer us. They will make dust of us. We must pierce to their heart before they close their jaws upon us.
Is he saying there's an architect coming? Now?
Jane asked flatly. There was a moment of dead silence in the wake of her words, and then Shinandri let out a dreadful giggle, high and hysterical.
I suppose, yes, there might be, indubitably. You have, after all, rather hooked their attention with your spelunking, if indeed that is the correct term. But rather, if you'll permit me to temper your expectations.
His whole face twitched, a tick too large to permit translation.
It's Ahab,
he went on in a hushed voice, as though the Neramathi wouldn't be able to hear him if he whispered.
It's how Ahab sees the universe, you see.
I don't see, Emaneth told him, though Idris reckoned she did.
The architects are always coming for Ahab,
Dr. Shinandri said sadly.
It will always be running from them, even when it's standing still. With you or without,
Ahab insisted. Perhaps it hadn't heard him, or perhaps his words just didn't translate, not being relevant to the Neramathi's obsession.
I cannot wait.
He's already in the machine, Jane said. She had another screen up, a rough plan of the installation. It was something she'd obviously thrown together herself, and tracking Ahab or her fellow inmates was probably its primary function.
Boss, no!
They heard the shudder and thunder of the shield giving way as the machine activated. Then Ahab started hunting the great dark seas of unspace, the abyss below.
Wait, Idris said. What happens to whoever's up top?
They either get inside right away,
Emaneth confirmed,
or they're fucked.
Solace. The field they'd landed on was not a field, for one. Not even level. It was a great stone shelf, slanted at 15 degrees from the horizontal towards hell. Krikieth's hell. A mountainside overlooking the pits of it. And hell had come up from those pits to glower all around them, impossible to look at directly. Solace's visor could cut the glare to ensure she didn't actually lose her eyes from the exposure to that awful light, and yet she couldn't look. The colours turned her stomach, invaded her skull. Just the first wash of it, as she got out of the remains of the sturgeon, almost led to a misstep that would have had her rolling down the slope and off the edge. One of the myrmidons grabbed her arm and steadied her, and then they were all running for whatever shelter there was, running uphill towards the bleak bulk of the mountain that at least blotted the worst of the light out, towards a scatter of artificial overhangs, a dozen different holes and entryways made in a style she knew all too well. Originator construction, but not just the worn stubs she'd seen before. A castle, from the worst sort of fairy tales, spearing up into the sky, its twisted spires erupting from the glassy black rock. She looked up, following their lines, and almost fell again, The sky was full of those monstrous hell flowers, great glass plate petals and leaves overlapping and poisoning the light, so that it rained on her like visible corruption. Beyond them, smudged and blurred until its fires were filthy, was the great angry ember of the system's sun. The worst planet in the universe. Yet she and her companions weren't dead. The fires of that sun and the radiation it sparked from the foliage hadn't blasted them to dust. Even Heremon was still with them, unsuited, though she had her hands over her eyes and was turned away from it all, any of her snark burnt away. Then the Voyeni shuttle came crashing down, skewing wildly across the sky, so that for a moment she thought they'd missed the landing platform altogether. But it righted itself and ploughed to a halt by the sturgeon's mortal remains. The plan had been for the Partheni to ambush them as they came out, then secure the shuttle for their own exit. It seemed plans didn't last long on Cricketh's Hell. The Voyeni came surging out all at once, because the shuttle had a freight hatch rather than just a narrow bottleneck for personnel. Moreover, they led with a crab hand, the vehicle scuttling out with its accelerator cannon already hot and lashing randomly about the slope of the landing pad. A good half-dozen Voyeni followed it, wearing at least rudimentary combat armour. They also had the shuttle's gravitic drive throwing up a shield to shrug off the initial salvo of shot the Myrmidons sent their way. They didn't have sophisticated enough targeting to overcome their own field, though, and for a moment the landing site was a storm of shot going everywhere except where it was aimed. Heremon was already exploring inside, being the only one without an accelerator. She called out that she'd found a way in, leading deeper into the installation. Solis made the decision that dealing with the Voyeni and having a way off planet was the priority for now. The worry was that Heremon would remember she didn't take orders from any Partheni and just go find Idris or Emeneth or both of them herself. Solis had one of the Myrmidons make target tracker calculations, sending telemetry to everyone's HUDs about where to aim, adjusting for the Voyeni craft's shield. Their exploratory bursts of fire were getting closer, and the enemy weren't adjusting their defences fast enough to compensate. We have them. Then the crab hand had them, and they were forced to retreat after Heremon to get clear of the mad ricochet of accelerator fire as it pitched a barrelful through their doorway. Solis took a nick across the helmet, and one of the Myrmidons reported a single pellet through the arm, wound sealed and painkillers administered. Then the telemetrist came up with a firing solution for them. Solis braced herself to get back out there and bring the rest of the Voyeni down. Heremon was shouting at her, though. "The light! The light!" And for a moment, she just didn't want to listen to the woman, a civilian, a criminal, getting in the way of her nice, clean war. But her own HUD readouts were telling her the same thing. Something was happening to the glare out there. It was getting stronger, breaking through. She hadn't even realised anything was holding it back, but now this became appallingly obvious. The Voyeni had stopped shooting. One of the Myrmidons threw out a remote eye to observe them, and Solis linked to it. They were running for another of the openings, pelting full tilt into its shadow, not for fear of anything Solis's people could do to them, to get out of the light. As she tracked them, she realised the advance of Cricketh's killer radiance across the field was slow enough for her eyes to register its progress. It nipped at their enemies' heels, and then it caught the crab hand, which had been covering their retreat. Its crew was still trying to climb out of it, but she saw the metal warp and glow. It wasn't the glow of heat. There was no cherry red or incandescent white there. The glow ran through greens and yellows, and then into eye-wrenching hues she couldn't name and would see in her nightmares. The machine sagged, then parts of it exploded. Other parts were being twisted, as though invisible hands were rending them. She couldn't watch, and felt bile rise in her mouth. The crab hand crew fared the same, too late to find cover. Before the remote eye was blinded, she saw their shuttle and the sturgeon begin their own fatal rendering down. No way off planet now. Except people were on planet. Idris and Emaneth, and this Shinandri. They must have a ship somewhere. She gave quick orders to her people. Whoever we find, keep them alive. They were in a low corridor with rounded edges, curving off to the left and downwards. Someone had installed a great metal door across it, plainly not part of the original construction. Everything around them seemed to be shaking, and she could see a spiderwork of cracks through the originator stone. Her head was full of a thunder that wasn't in her ears, just the sense of a constant assault on everything around them. "Get this!" she started, but Haramon had the door open even as she said it, ducking inside without looking back. Solis and her troops rushed after her, finding blessed shade, lit only by a series of lamps stapled unevenly to the walls. The tunnel sloped down into darkness, but right then she reckoned darkness was a good friend compared to the sunny day getting into its stride outside. Everything was still shaking, and it wasn't just her imagination. The place was under attack. She understood suddenly that the well was down again. Whatever generated it also held this place out of the fires of hell, and right now it wasn't working. All very fascinating, but where's Idris? There was a makeshift terminal by the door they'd just passed through, and one of her myrmidons was already trying to patch into it. Minimal security, just like the door. Whoever set all this up hadn't been too worried about intruders. Given conditions outside, Solis could appreciate that. Not the sort of place anyone was likely to just stumble across. "What have we got?" she asked. "A network, Mother," came the report. "All very colonial." By which the myrmidon meant the sort of rough and unlovely lash-up that spacers relied on. Solis had come to respect that kind of engineering, but it wouldn't win any prizes for aesthetics, and no two versions of it ever worked in quite the same way. "Colossal energy drain, from the planet itself. The life outside. A display stuttered into being, projected from the console. Solis couldn't make it out, but apparently it represented some complex power harvesting system. Rotating collectors dipped into the poison well of Krikiath's hell and were then repaired. Plenty of energy, if you could survive it. Doing what, though? She was wondering if all of this was just an archaeologist's jolly, given she'd never seen originator buildings so complete. If Trine turned out to be the mastermind behind this, she wouldn't be happy. "Here." They had a map, or at least a network of power lines that presumably shadowed actual physical space. It was huge, burrowing into the mountain. She could see dense packed layers up top where they were, and then some vast cavernous space beyond, where the points of power were spread thinly. And down at the bottom, well, she had no idea, but that was where all the energy went. It was being sucked down there right now. Whatever the current residents' purpose was on this world, they were doing it there, in the depths. "Find me a way down," she said, wondering if the surviving Voyeni had a tech with them, and if they'd be following the same breadcrumbs downwards. Chapter 30. Ollie. The Raptorid danced round them as they came on. Ollie tracked the spiral shifting of their course as Kittering did his best to get close, but the Magden yacht kept space effortlessly between them. They were far enough out in the void that the human eye would have seen only a glint. It was trying to put distance between itself and the Partheni too, and the pair of them were drifting out of the fray as the Intrepid took up the invader's attention. Then, just as she was about to tear her hair out in frustration at how they were being played, the Raptorid's next course correction didn't happen. They just continued coasting on a predictable line, and the distance between her and the vulture god was being eaten up second by second. Kittering opened the claws, in readiness to latch on. Hevea gave a little grunt of satisfaction. "That your pal again, huh?" Ollie asked him. "Colbert?" "Colvari," he confirmed. "Says they've locked the Magdens out of their Bricator drive, but not for long. Oscaro has override keys they won't be able to get past. They're trying to box off the main hatch so they can open up for us when we're on it. After that, they'll only have access to a few trivial systems, and it'll be as much as they can do to turn a few lights off and on." "It's enough," Ollie decided. She was tracking Kit's approach, because he wasn't the greatest pilot in the galaxy, but right now the Raptorid was a sitting duck. "You got a gun, mordant man?" He did. A little magnetic piece he'd been keeping who knew where. Hopefully, it packed a bigger punch than its size suggested. The Voyeni would have some decent kit, she was sure, but they'd also be aboard their own ship, so probably wouldn't be breaking out the accelerators if they had any worries about hull integrity. Similarly, unless she was banking on Chris being able to hold her breath really well, she didn't want to go wild with the heavy armaments herself. Also, Hevea just had a standard suit on, and though it was puncture-resistant and rugged, it wouldn't keep out a determined knife thrust, let alone a bullet. And it wasn't as if they'd been making much of a sneaky entrance. The Voyeni would be ready for them when they broke in. "OK," Ollie decided. "This is how we do it." Far too many slow minutes later, she saw the energy flare in the other ship's systems as they got their drives back online. This meant Colvari was now locked out of anything that would be really useful to them. By then, it was too late for the Raptorid, though. The god was right on them. The one accelerator cannon the Magdens could bring around in time, now they had their weapons control again, chewed a nasty scar along the salvage vessel's hull. Damage control said it was all cosmetic, and they'd given up winning beauty contests a long time ago. Ollie sent a message to Hevea, checking he was ready at the umbilical. The god landed, Kit erring on the side of enthusiasm, so that the impact shuddered through the ship. Ollie's display showed her 20 new red lights, which meant 20 brand new jobs to go onto the maintenance to-do list. No time to chew Kit out for clumsy flying, though. He had the docking claws latched onto the Raptorid, and that meant the only way the ships would be going their separate ways was by means of the god's control pod, or after a hell of a lot of cutting work. Kit hadn't exactly positioned them bang on the Magden ship's own hatch, but the umbilical was flexible. Hörveja jockeyed it in a series of scraping lurches along the other ship's hull, until its low-grade AI recognised a door, and it locked on. "Your friend still has the door?" Ollie asked him, alone down there. She took his tense grunt as confirmation. "Get me eyes in there!" The image feed flashed up on her display a moment later. She saw 3 Voyeni, all in light armour, waiting in the cover of the hatch bulkheads. They had chemical propellant pistols, low power enough not to damage the hull, but they would put holes in Hörveja easily enough. They each had an axe in their off-hand too, which was a nasty little trick. The weapons had beak-like heads, and Ollie reckoned they had some kind of explosive kick to them as well, to punch through inconvenient obstacles like people. The 3rd Voyeni had taken a whole panel off the wall, and was going at it with a toolkit and extreme prejudice. They knew they'd lost the door control, but they'd have it back shortly. Until then, they were ready for whatever came out of the god at them. "Hey, Mordaunt," she signalled down to Hörveja. "Have your hiver fight them over control of the door. Make it loud. Strip the servos. Whatever you can do to distract them." "You had better be able to pull this off, Timo," he told her flatly. He could see the same images, of course, and he didn't fancy his chances. A contested entry of 1 against 3. She had wasted a couple of moments considering whether to let that happen, maybe being late to the party for her part of the plan. He was a spook after all, and not to be trusted, and they were going to have to fight over Idris at some point. But she reckoned right now a live Mundi was more use than a corpse, and she didn't fancy his hiver spook pal hacking her ass in revenge. So much for that. The door started to open, and Ollie saw the 2 gunmen tense, ready to shoot or just pile in with axes as the situation warranted. The hatch was shuddering and sparking, though, and she could see the Voyeni tech frowning because it wasn't down to anything he'd done. Kolvari was making a big show of fighting their own efforts to access the doorway with all the showmanship Ollie could have asked for. Ollie herself was outside. She'd moved out onto the god's hull during the approach, and now had herself positioned right above the hatch. The Scorpion was basically a fancy cutting tool with attitude, and so she cut. The Raptorid was just a yacht, too. No armour plate or explosive hull sections. Ollie had been carving her way into ships for years, and this one folded like tinfoil. There was a momentary rush of atmosphere from below, but the yacht's gravitic field caught that soon enough, sealing over the breach to prevent explosive decompression. The turbulence shook the Voyeni about, though, and Ollie managed to peel back enough hull to drop down in the middle of them. She had a number of limbs tipped with drills, saws and pincers, and even more deconstruction implements on the suit's whipping tail. She didn't hold back. She'd been angry and frustrated about a number of things for quite some time, ever since losing Idris on Ark Palator, or ever since she'd ended up in bed with the fucking Partheni for that matter, or possibly ever since she'd been born. Despite the alleged rough and tumble of a spacer's life, it wasn't often she got to express to the universe just how pissed off she was at how shit most of it was. When the hatch through to the umbilical did actually open, Hörveja stepped gingerly out onto a deck that was slippery with stuff that had formerly been inside Voyeni. He glanced from Ollie to the hole above that she'd made. He'd probably seen some things, being who he was and who he worked for, but she reckoned she'd just added something new and nasty to his portfolio of professional experiences. "Right then," he said. "Lead on." "Your boy got anything else for us?" she asked him. "Locked out of anything but the small stuff," he confirmed. "Unless you can think of some combat use for a hairdryer or something. We're on our own." His eyes, behind the visor of his helmet, kept wandering over the mess she'd made. Good, Ollie decided, and set the Scorpion lumbering to the next door, her saws and torches already firing up. Solace. The originator architecture wasn't the half of it, and the displays they'd captured didn't really reflect the current layout of this place. The vast riveted sections of floor and far too big hatchways were striking uneasy feelings in Solace's gut regarding who or what exactly had made a home here. At the same time, there was a lot of extra scaffolding and ladderwork fit for her own scale, so maybe Emaneth was big on home improvements. She'd tried hailing Idris, but whatever was happening to the place around them was fritzing their comms as well. The channels were filled with screaming ghost voices that she connected with the deadly glass flowers outside, as though they were howling to get in. Maybe Idris wouldn't respond anyway, given the conversations they'd had with him from the vulture god. He sounded like he'd gone native the worst way. They were ambushed by the Voyeni just once. They dropped down into a vast metal-lined space, a layer between floors that seemed untenanted, held up by metre-thick struts, leaning at crazy angles. These were shuddering too. The air between the iron resounded, as though someone was panel-beating the whole place. Ever since the glare had driven them inside, everything had felt as though it was under attack. Dust sifted from every rivet and join, where the different technologies met. Then it just spun in the air, in serpents of glittering motes, as though gravity wasn't sure what to do about it. Solace could feel the gravity shift as well, its hold lessening, as they descended towards whatever the power signatures were below them. Then, out across this slice of space, the Voyeni appeared and opened fire on them, getting the same treatment right back. Both sides dived for whatever cover the struts could give against the scythe of accelerator shot. Solace wondered if they were about to just cut to pieces all the supports for the upper floors. She braced for the colossal weight of metal ceiling to come down on them like a factory press. After a protracted few seconds, when the singing sounds of the weapons on both sides echoed eerily down the canted space, Solace realised they weren't being hit, and nor were the enemy. The nearest pillars were practically fuzzy with accelerator shot, the little pellets clustering about them. Their own had been similarly caught. She could feel no magnetic pull on her suit, or any other part of her, and her instruments showed no active fields. And yet they, and the Voyeni, had just burned through half their ammunition to absolutely no avail. For a moment, the Partheni and the Magdans just stared dumbly at each other. Then the Voyeni were moving, descending hurriedly to the next level and leaving this witchcraft behind them. Solace didn't fancy using the same hatch, in case the anti-acceleration field abruptly shut off on the next level. "Find a way down," she ordered, and one of the myrmidons had already identified a likely hatch, 5 meters across, dropping into an uncertain abyss. There were lights down there, and walls, rings and circles, and whole orreries of walls. It twisted her eyes to look at it. The lights were in a constellation connected by a webwork of wires, clearly old-fashioned spacer tech. Everything just stapled together, all anyhow, to the ancient originator construction. Walls and rings and deconstructed spheres, none of it seemed to be supported by much of anything, and the darkness was impenetrable beyond. Gravity was playing hob with everything too. Solace really didn't fancy the descent right then. If it was vertigo of the soul. There was something about the dimensions and proportions and sheer physics of this place that her mind revolted at. And yet it was all leading somewhere. The arrangement drew the eye. It had a centre, and once she'd realised that, it was hard not to think of the whole static assembly as orbiting it. That matched up with where the power all led, with where the activity was. If I'm making the wrong call, we might be rushing into a power core gone critical, or a bomb or something. Prêt à combattre? She asked her myrmidons, because she sure as hell didn't feel she was. But, prête, mother, they answered, and then she was looking to find a path that would let them intercept the hurrying band. Chris was aware they'd been in a fight for some time. She'd heard the odd alarm and had the impression the yacht had taken a couple of trivial hits. With the high class and reliable artificial gravity, she had no sense of what manoeuvres the vessel was being put through. This was in contrast to the old vulture god, where she always felt there was a bit of a lurch in her gut whenever Idris or Ollie slung them around. The screens and consoles wouldn't respond to her touch or queries. She was discovering that captivity could go from life-threatening to simply frustrating very quickly. Admittedly, she was still in a small stateroom, so it wasn't as though her circumstances were excruciatingly uncomfortable. The room's little printer had a limited repertoire, but she'd managed to get some little cakes out of it and a glass of decent heated wine. Not the sort of glass she could smash and thereafter threaten people with, however. It just crumpled when she tried it. Then Peter Ascaro turned up, looking as though he'd been eating lemons. He had added a holstered pistol and a scabbarded knife to his ensemble, and a pair of voyeni were at his back. Chris made her expression one of innocent inquiry. The boyarin stared at her suspiciously, and then one of his men went all over the room, checking every possible point where she could have interacted with the ship. Chris watched this blankly, moving about the room to stay clear of whatever they were doing. It all seemed very thorough, and Ascaro was twitchy, glowering at her, looking for an excuse. Your Elegance, if I knew what you were looking for, perhaps I could help, she suggested, then took 2 rapid steps back as he practically lunged at her. He caught her wrist and yanked her close, snarling.
I don't know what you think you're doing,
he began. But then his man started reporting.
Nothing, sir. No systems access. I can see she's tried, but there's nothing here. Then she's covering her tracks.
Still holding her wrist, he straight-armed her down onto the bed, about to accuse her of who knew what. She waited, because if he actually accused her of it, Then she'd at least know what it was she was supposed to have done. He saw in her face, too, that she was less worried about him than she was curious. For a moment, she thought he would hit her, out of sheer aggravation, a man used to getting his own way, and for whom the universe was not behaving properly. If he did, she'd go at him right back, she decided, surprised at how clear her head was. She'd go tooth and nail, try to get his knife out of that fiddly button-down scabbard, bite his nose off, something, because she reckoned he was the sort of man who enjoyed beating people who couldn't fight back, and she wanted to make it clear she wasn't in that category. He'd have had the voyeni hold her down while he went to get the whip, no doubt, but something in her face dissuaded him from starting down that road. He stepped back, face twitching with anger, and then the three of them stormed out. She checked the door just in case, but Ascaro's annoyance hadn't led to him overlooking the lock. So what was all that? They'd thought she was getting into the ship's systems, which meant that someone had been. She'd have loved to claim the credit, but that kind of monkeying wasn't her forte. It must have been the little voice that had come to her before. An associate of Mundy, the mordant houseman, it had claimed, and she'd given it some level of access to the ship. After all, Mundy was, at least for now and however nominally, her ally. A little while later, a colossal shudder ran through the hull of the Raptorid. She recognised it from being on the other end of it, the sort of gung-ho docking the vulture god made with ships that were, usually, unoccupied and ripe for salvage. If she was lucky, they were here to salvage her. Which was all very well, but the Raptorid was packed with thugs, as far as Chris knew. Should Ollie and the others make any headway then, unless Mundy's friend had some fairly spectacular control over ship's systems, this was going to put her in a tricky position. Her role could go from prisoner to hostage very quickly, and she reckoned Peter Ascaro was exactly the man to take that option. A series of distant shocks went through the hull that could have been anything from explosions to enthusiastic engineering. Her initial bad feeling, as to the odds of her crewmates pulling anything useful off, started to lift, or at least turn into other kinds of bad feelings. There were more vibrations, the whole of the ship a telltale, informing her that, whatever was going on, it hadn't just been put down with extreme prejudice by the voyeni. The door slid open again a moment later, and Peter Ascaro's unwelcome face hooked round it, staring at her with far more venom than their respective positions would normally have inspired. He seemed about to say something, and she saw he had his pistol in his hand. Then his features clenched, and he withdrew. She checked the door. Locked once more. Was it too much to expect a little slipshod practice from her enemies in her time of need? She reckoned the clock was fast moving towards hostage hour, and that was unlikely to go well for her. A couple of burly voyeni would probably end any effective chance she had of changing her role to one more empowered. Something suddenly bleeped at her. She scanned the stateroom quickly. A message? The room was overdressed, rather than being spacer functional, and she took too long to realise the printer was blinking its lights in a little pattern. It wasn't built to be communicative, but she found a concealed maintenance flap in its side and uncovered a little diagnostics panel. The simple screen there started scrolling letters the moment she exposed it. reduced to trivial systems, it read. Our only input to your location. Please hold. She had no idea if she might be heard, but there was a receiver on the diagnostics panel that looked calibrated for verbal commands. I don't suppose the door counts as trivial. They've locked us out of the doors already. We had fun with them, but... There was no more to the sentence, and she thought she must have lost even that little thread of hope. But then the letters started up again. We are very busy with somewhat more pressing negotiations right now, Mesdames Almier. Probably we should leave you to your fate. Thanks. However, as a sop to our contract with Menhir Mundi, we will attempt to do right by you. The printer was now busy making, its internal shuttles passing back and forth furiously as they built something up from component molecules. You're giving me a last meal? She asked it dryly. No, came the little string of text. Cutlery, though. The printer finished up, and a little silvered tray extended. On it was a knife, Scintilla dueling standard, made out of hard plastic. Chris picked it up and slipped it into her sleeve, feeling disproportionate comfort from its slight weight. She then heard running feet and shouting voices, not too many doors away from hers. Bring it, she thought. Things were about to get litigious. Idris was most of the way to the machine when Emineth's head jerked up. They're coming right after us, she hissed. Who are? Jane asked. How could they even? Whoever came down the well. They got inside in time. The Tothiat had stopped, staring up through the hatch they'd just used. And how? Jane, you rigged this place so everything points at the machine. Because everything does point at the machine. It's the only reason you clowns are all here. You wanted it that way, Jane shouted at her. Idris recalled she'd been a resident before Ahab, and wondered what on earth she'd been doing on Cricket's Hell prior to being co-opted for the Neramath's single-minded purpose. I'm going to sort them out, Emineth decided. No, Idris heard himself say, and forced himself not to flinch back when she rounded on him. They're my friends, he explained. Caught sight of a pack of combat armour way up there, Emineth accused. There's some punchy friends you've got. I reckon that's Mordaunt House, here for me. Or worse. It's my friends. That's their ship. I'm going.
But, Menhir Delemier, we do rather need you in the hot seat.
Dr. Shenandri was already halfway through the next hatch, one of the yawning gaps built to fit Ahab. Get the machine ready for me, Idris told them. I'm not skipping out on you, but my friends are no pushovers. If they turn up and Emineth starts throwing punches while I'm under, then a lot of complicated things we need working are going to get wrecked. He glowered at Emineth, armoured in a sense of his own usefulness, until she actually scowled and looked away. I'm going with you, she told him. Not like you'd be much use throwing switches, jabbed Jane. Idris just shrugged and started climbing back up.
I'm really not sure,
Shenandri started again, but Idris kept going, rung after rung, feeling the infinitesimal weight of thickening gravity piling on his shoulders as he ascended, the weird inverse field that meant he was near weightless in the machine's seat, but would be under 1G and more up on the outermost levels. Emineth was doggedly at his heels. Her face, when he glanced back, was thunder, but she kept her mouth shut at least. Why? he asked suddenly, not breaking the rhythm of his hands and feet.
What? You keep saying what a bad person you are. You killed people for Mordaunt House, and then you killed people for Broken Harvest after they did the Tothiat thing to you. It hurt so bad, you tried to get yourself killed, and then you come here to incinerate yourself, and suddenly you're best pals with the universe and want to help fight the architects.
She'd stopped climbing, and he gained a whole ladder on her before she scrambled to catch up. Jane explained to me what they were doing here, what Ahab was seeking, what Shinandri wanted, she said. Then she showed me where I could just walk out into the light and die. I stood there for a long time, believe me, and I'll go back there, probably, to take that last step. But for now, I thought I could do something to help.
Help Ahab?
Help the universe. Because nothing I ever did for Hugh or the Broken Harvest ever did. And that was what I wanted to get away from. Government wet work or just murdering people for some crazy gangster. But here I could... You never understood. A new voice burst out. Idris skittered aside as someone descended on them much faster than was wise. Emineth had a gun out now, but she didn't bother to shoot. It wouldn't have done any good. There was more movement, much higher up, more people coming down, but leading the charge was a woman he didn't know. No suit, not even a weapon drawn, and she looked furious. You had everything, the woman spat at Emineth. He took you from the herd, and he remade you. We are the chosen, Em. We live forever. And you came here to die? Belatedly, Idris noticed the articulated symbiote bulking out the newcomer's spine. Another Tothiat. Haramon, Emineth named her. You dragged your feet tracking me down, didn't you? She cocked an eye up at the squad of myrmidons that were making their descent. Idris was trying to see if any of them was Solace, but in their armour they were even more similar than when out of it. Every time I killed for Mordaunt House, I thought about ending it, Emineth said softly. A day, give or take, each time, when I couldn't live with myself. Then I signed the Devil's Pact with the Unspeakable, and I realised I'd never have that option again. Pain all the time. But my life wasn't my own to take anymore. In the end, I found something better than death. A purpose worth staying alive just a little longer for. But I'd rather death than to live forever as a gangster's pet monster. You never understood. And Haramon was genuinely, inexplicably upset at her, as though Emineth's betrayal threatened her entire world-view. The Razor is not a criminal. It's an angel, a fallen angel cast down from heaven to do the things that the Essiel are forbidden to do. You make it sound like what Mordaunt House is to Hugh, Emineth said derisively. Just someone to do the dirty work. We'll make you understand, Haramon told her hotly. You'll come back to us. By the time Aklu finishes with you... You won't make me go back to it, Emineth promised her. How long do you think you can even hold on to me? Then myrmidons were dropping down from above, weapons levelled at Emineth, who yanked Idris behind her. We may not be able to kill you, one stated flatly, but we can beat you down to the point you can't stop us. Solace? Idris asked, and was suddenly worried in case Solace wasn't actually among them. Where precisely did he stand with her sisters in her absence? Then another myrmidon had dropped down. This one had her weapon slung rather than levelled, and she stood there for a moment, just staring. Idris? Even through the suit's speakers, he knew the voice. He ducked under Emineth's arm to close the distance halfway. "Look," he said, and then she lunged forwards. He flinched, and he felt Emineth grab for him too, but Solace got there first. Not a grapple, nor an attempt to secure control of an asset, just sweeping him into her arms for a hug that bruised his ribs and drove the breath out of him. A moment later, she'd stepped hurriedly back, and he had the impression she hadn't meant to do that at all. Her cohorts seemed to be giving her some very unmilitary looks. "Come on," she told him. "I can't," he replied. At least this part of their meeting was going to plan. "Idris, we need to get out of here right now. This place, it's coming apart."
Yes, it is," he agreed. "And until it stops doing that, nobody's leaving."
"There must be ships here we can leave on."
"There is no way out of the atmosphere right now that any ship could survive. The machine is active, so the shielding is down. The planet is trying to take this place apart, and there's no corridor into space," he told her, getting it all out as hurriedly as possible. "So come with me. I can fix this. I just need to go back under."
"Under what?" she demanded. The hug had been nice, but would she just stop asking questions now?
"Come on, tell you on the way. Solace, it's this. We're really—"
Tugging at her, tugging at Emineth, trying to get everyone moving, like herding heavily armed and pugnacious cats. Shinandri and Jane were waiting below, the former suited up, and the latter with Idris's own suit ready for him. They were decidedly leery when the myrmidons trooped down and held them at gunpoint, but at least neither was the fight-starting type. Then Idris was in the midst of them, already struggling into the encounter suit, getting his fingers and toes snagged in the thick rubbery fabric. "Why the suits?" Solace asked, mystified. "I mean, we're short on gravity here, but the atmosphere's fine."
"I'm going somewhere. I'm travelling."
Even as he said it, he was articulating a truth he'd never quite put together before.
"I'm going to sit at the very border of unspace."
He had a sudden vertiginous feeling, lurching into Jane as she connected his hoses. A sense of the machine's original purpose came to him. Not the gubbins Ahab had put in, or the human-scale additions of Jane, but the originator's real intent for it. All this engine, this insane physics-bending tech, just for some kind of reverse telescope into nowhere? Of course there was more it could do. What Shinandri and Ahab were using it for was just a sideshow, some unintended offshoot of the complex's true purpose.
"Even though I'm still here, I'm exposed. The suit protects me. A little. All that it can."
"Idris, what is this?" He squared up to her, suit to armoured suit.
"The only working originator base we've ever found. And we are looking into unspace. We're finding out what's sending the architects after us, me and Ahab. Because Ahab wants revenge. He wants to hunt them down and destroy them. This is it, Solace. This is where we learn how to strike back.
He sounded ridiculous to his own ears, but Solace and the Myrmidons went quiet and still. He caught Harem on nodding slightly.
Not impressed? Not even surprised? Are Tothiat just really hard to shock, or... Most of all, right now, though, I need to connect to Ahab and talk him into coming out, because he's hunting down there alone, and while the machine's on, the shield's off. Nobody fight anyone until I'm out again.
There was a sudden clatter from above, as of someone slipping down a ladder too quickly.
No promises, Solace said. There are a pack of Voyeni out there, and they'll be in here soon enough, if they can navigate worth a damn.
Why did you bring Voyeni?
Idris demanded.
Believe me, we did our very best to bring as few of them as possible.
Her Myrmidons were now spreading out, guns levelled upwards. Then there was a colossal retort that shook all the walls around them and seemed to go on forever, echoing into the cavernous depths. Jane swore.
I think that was something structural. Go get Ahab, Telemie. I can't patch this place until he's out, if it's even possible.
Then he was in the chair, and in the machine, and nothing else mattered. There was a second, perhaps, when the presence of Solace snagged at his conscience, but unspace beckoned, and in this seat he had a leverage over it that a spaceship never gave him. In the lion's den, but he had a whip. Ahab, already sunk deep, called to him,
Come! We must understand!
In the heart of that cluster of organisation and energy that they'd found, and which had so baffled them both. Right then, Idris had no thought for the installation or its longevity, for Jane's repairs, the vulture god, any of it. He needed to know. He had to discover the truth behind the architects and their masters, though he'd tell himself it was to save the universe from them. In reality, he just wanted to know. He joined Ahab and the assemblage of activity and motion deep in unspace. Abruptly they were there. The architects, their intelligences. They brushed against the pair of explorers, flinching away, and were already in motion, he realised. They were coming for Krikiath's hell, to test themselves against the planet's fires. They would burn up their crystal soldiers in an attempt to excise the installation. Anything to prevent Idris and Ahab from making their discovery. He had moments of connection, like needles in his brain. They were terrified of him in that moment. They were terrified of Ahab too. They, who could reshape planets. Data shuttled back and forth, Idris to Ahab and back. The Neramathi's long life, experience, and driving purpose, Idris's intermediary perspective that unpacked unspace like an opening flower. Then he knew. And it wasn't what he'd thought. He felt leaden and bitter, even as Ahab exulted that the universe had finally given up its secrets. Chapter 31. Solace. Metal shrilled and squealed somewhere above, and Solace winced. Light assault armour was all very well and covered a multitude of threats, but nothing she had would stave off the radiant life of this planet. Her myrmidons stayed very still, and she was proud of them for it. Right now, she could feel the local gravity tugging and shifting around her, and the air was full of distant thunder, coming closer. The local biosphere was savaging the outside of this place for the temerity of even existing. She'd had the lowdown from the cyborg called Tokamak Jane about why this was here. So the old originators had run into something on Krikieth's hell even they couldn't deal with, which meant that this planet wasn't just a death world now. It had been like that however many hundreds of millions of years ago too, and got no less deathy since. So, what were they actually doing? She asked, because right now, talking lent her the illusion of having some control of the situation. Say what now? Jane asked. The originators. I mean, they were all over, and the universe and unspace are vast. Why here? Just an engineer, Jane told her with a shrug. I don't do the big picture stuff. Then Shinandri's voice rose from the seat he was occupying, from the faceless visor of his helmet.
It isn't known, precisely. A mystery, as it were, but we can guess.
She'd thought he was under, like Idris, but apparently his role was some sort of halfway house, monitoring what was going on without actually submerging himself in it.
From the data brought back, from the structure of this place, from everything indeed we know about both the originators and how manipulation of unspace works.
Solace waited, but apparently that was supposed to be enough. So she kicked the overbuilt couch he was in to Jane's alarmed squawk. Meaning what?
Sometimes it's all about the precise spatial relationship.
Shinandri's voice floated to her, as though from far away.
Not the walls, but the spaces in between. So they came here simply because they needed part of their overarching device here, because being here was the point. The part of the plan that actually does things isn't the points, but the arrangement of the points. A plan as big as the universe. I hypothesized as much in my early academia types. They still have them on death knell, if you fancy some reading.
Solace suspected that kind of reading was above her pay grade. Any further questions she might have pressed were obliterated when something else colossal gave way far above. She couldn't see any rent in the metal sky directly, but there was an abrupt and hideously lurid glare up there, the outside leaking in. These plants, the nasty ones, she said, they move about?
They grow,
Jane said flatly. She was absolutely motionless, staring up, and frightened, very obviously frightened. Given she'd lived with this horror for decades, apparently, that fear communicated itself readily to Solace.
Fast? This is possibly the highest energy ecology known to humanity, Jane said. They can grow as fast as you can run.
Then there was a much closer disturbance, a clattering of boots on ladders. Just in case she didn't have enough to worry about, the Voyeni were finally making their move. When we fought these clowns before, she said, our shot just ended up magnetised to the walls or something.
It does that sometimes, when the machine's on. Plays hob with the electromagnetic fields,
Jane confirmed. still staring up. Only sometimes.
We're basically standing at the edge of a raw wound, between unspace and the real. There's a lot of fluctuation we don't fully understand. Interference in the basic substructure of the matter universe,
the cyborg offered, which was a lot of words to not really enlighten Solace any further. One of her myrmidons let fly, with a burst of accelerator shot, then suppressive fire up through the hatch above. Solace's eyes hurt as she saw not the shot itself, which was too fast to see, but a flare of bluish energy twisting the air along its path. The hatch rim ended up studded and pocked with spent shot. It clustered here and there unevenly, in something that her mind kept trying to make into a pattern. When she started seeing it as writing, she looked away. This is a mad place. It will make us all crazy. Another shudder racked the structure around them, and she felt a lurch in her stomach, as though the whole assembly of walls, platforms, and Jane's makeshift ladders had dropped 5 meters. Which of course it hadn't, but the gravitic fields were shifting, or possibly failing. Unless they had dropped, and this whole shitshow was about to just plummet into the bowels of Cricketh's hell, or else contract into a supergravitational mass the size of a fist and crush them all to death. So many ways to die on this planet, and the glare from above was brighter now, in all its eye-offending glory. Then there was shouting. It came from above, voices in Kolval, with Magdan accents. For a moment she couldn't work out what they were saying. A challenge, surely. Rough demands from the Oscaro's elite bully boys. Except it wasn't. Except things had got too much, even for men who got whipped for a living and learned to like it.
"We're coming down," they were yelling. "We surrender. You have a way to leave here?"
The soldier within her was urging her to just kill them, gun them down, if the physics would even let her, or keep them up there, closer to where the death was. But she'd been among civilians and colonials a long time. Also, she'd been taught to think that the Parthenon were the right and the good. And rather than that meaning they got to do what they liked, and their actions would be whitewashed as right and good because of who they were, it meant they had to actually do right and good things. Active virtue, defending humanity and never, ever giving in to the temptation that Dr. Parsifal had strewn in their path when she'd cooked up her perfect vat-born warrior angels. If these angels were ever to fall, we would be such a force for evil in the universe. It was a terrible thing to look into the heart of your culture and know that you were intended for monstrosity, and only an active devotion to the good of others would keep you from it, even when those others hated you. "Discard your weapons and come down," she ordered. "Shinandri, tell me Idris is just about done, because otherwise I think this whole place is."
"I think he is in communion with Ahab. That would be my very best guess," came the voice from the man's helm. "I think they have made a discovery."
"This is not the time for discoveries," Solace snapped at him.
My very goodness."
Shinandri's voice was hushed.
"They've done it."
But up in the space above, her gaze threading the needle through a series of holes and portals, she saw a twisting tendril, advancing in a series of sharp-edged turns, like a living lightning bolt. It shimmered in hues that were like screams on the retina. Then the Voyeni were rushing down, 4 of them and no guns in sight, cumbersome in their own armour. Things were getting crowded around the machine couches now. There was no real room to hold them at gunpoint. "You two, make yourselves useful," Solis said to Emaneth and Heremon, who'd been maintaining a brooding silence until then. "Any of these clowns start anything, break all their arms." Then Idris gasped and half sat up, flailing in the folds of his oversized suit. He bounced his helmet hard off one of the couch supports and half fell from the seat before Solis caught him. Across from him, Shinandri sat up gingerly. "Idris." She tried to get his helmet off, then gave way to Jane. "He's clear. Turn the machine off." Around them, the grind and thunder of the angry planet was growing ever louder. "It is already," Jane said. "The moment he came back to himself, I turned it off." She had the helmet off him now too, and Idris's face looked pasty and agonised, sheened with sweat. "It's not what we thought," he got out. "I don't care," Solis told him. "Focus, Idris. We have to get out of here. Turn it off." "It is off." "How's Ahab?" Jane asked.
"I don't know," Shinandri confessed. "I believe they're disconnected, but I seem unable to communicate."
"Then why isn't the shield up?" Emaneth asked. Calm. Quiet even. Of course, she'd come here to die, so her peace of mind wasn't a reliable litmus. Jane moved over to a console that was mostly a mess of exposed wiring and loose displays. "The field is up," she said flatly. Another thunderous retort from above seemed to give the lie to that. "Using the machine damages this installation, and we've just crossed a threshold," Jane explained. "There was damage to the originator structure when we arrived. Cracks in the walls where the roots got in. The field is actually holding most of the plants back right now, but the cracks are spreading faster and faster and—" She had a display turned towards them, pulling up complex figures into the air that nobody else could make sense of. "The corridor's awry, intermittent." "Corridor?" Solis echoed dumbly. "The one leading into orbit. The safe approach you snuck in by the skin of your teeth," Jane said. "It's like a corkscrew right now. A corkscrew that's not even there half the time. Unless I can fix it, there's no way off planet." Chris was leaning against the printer when the two of them piled in, Oscaro Senior and Junior, plus only a single Voyeni to guard them. She could hear something going wrong elsewhere on the ship, and her feet transmitted little shocks and thunders to her. She had a whole host of times from the last several years when she could have cursed out Ollie furiously for overreacting to some slight or other, but this wasn't one of them. On the downside, the man they had with them, the particularly big and nasty-looking thug, was Bayon, last seen being whipped on Ark Palator before having escaped that doomed world with his master. "Gentlemen," she said sweetly, although the goon's reappearance in her life had thrown her a little. True, the whole whipping business had been aimed at Solis, but Chris had been given a front-row seat to it nonetheless. The Morzarin Ravin Okosh Oscaro didn't appear his usual debonair self, and nor did he look on her with much love. A flick of his fingers sent Bayon lumbering forwards with the clear intent of seizing her for nefarious purposes. Human shield was probably the best of those, and Chris was fed up with auditioning for that role. If she had been a sneakier son of a bitch, as per Spacer standard, she'd probably just have let herself be dragged over to the two noblemen, so she could flip the tables on the old hostage routine and get her blade up to Ravin's throat. Bayon and Peter both had a gun and knife, but they probably couldn't draw them quickly enough to stop her. It would have been all very daring-do, and she could probably have pulled it off. Something inside her kicked at it, though. The scintilla graduate, follower of rules, adherent of the law, or at least some laws, whichever held jurisdiction, as appropriate. So the knife came out early, wavering right before Bayon's nose and making a few deft circles as he tried to grab it. He then went for her. No patience and little enough finesse. She reckoned there was a whole school of unarmed combat they got taught to make the most of their sheer size and strength. It did require him to actually get his hands on her, though, and her own training was all about remaining as hands-free as possible. There was, she had to admit, an ugly little scuffle and a clash of styles. By the time they'd parted, she was breathing heavily, and Bayon's hands were short, 2 fingers. The plastic knife Kolvari had printed was insanely sharp. If she'd realised it was quite that keen, she wouldn't have had it in her sleeve. "Now," she told them, "let's have some alternative dispute resolution." She was in her duelling stance, making sure the knife was between her and Bayon. The big man looked incandescent, rage overwriting the pain. The blood had stopped almost immediately, suggesting that the favoured servants of the Ascaro clan got a little combat mod surgery. He was reassessing her, though. She'd gone, at least, from helpless civilian to credible threat.
Mesdames Almier,
Ravin snapped.
enough of this nonsense. There has been a considerable change in circumstances.
A change in circumstances, Chris echoed. It was a good description of what Ollie usually wreaked on the universe. I'm sure. I'm afraid, Your Elegance, that I'm not particularly minded to cooperate with you anymore, so I'll be walking out the door right about now. Ravin's eyes flicked from her to the knife. She could see the calculations behind them, the possible leverage from holding on to her against the extra damage that might accrue. At last, he stepped back from the doorway with as much of his elegance as he could muster, tugging at his nephew's arm. Bayon was growling, low and insistent, and she couldn't quite make herself waltz blithely past within arm's reach of him. She made the best grace she could of a curving path around the room to the door. And there, as she knew, even with the words passing her lips, she pushed her luck. "I will," she said, "be pressing charges. There will be recorded evidence of my kidnap on Death Knell, and you managed to burn your bridges there, so they'll be only too glad to help. Your Elegances, I'll be seeing you in court." Ravin, older and wiser, just rolled his eyes at the bravado, but she hadn't realised just how tightly wound Peter was. This, apparently, was one turn too many, and he snapped. When he went for her, she'd been so much into her own patter, she wasn't ready for it. He actually managed to get a hand on her knife arm, but not a grip, and her reflexes reasserted themselves. A moment later, she was 3 paces away and out of his reach. But back inside the room. Ravin shouted at his nephew to leave her and control himself, but Peter was evidently past the point of familial correction.
You said yourself it's all up, he snarled. You as good as told me we're fucked now, that they know everything. If we're going down, it won't be so this jumped-up little clock can laugh at us.
That meant literally nothing to Chris, except that apparently Ollie tearing their ship up wasn't the change of circumstances they'd meant. She had so many questions right then, but unfortunately Peter had his own knife out. Not his gun, even, but his knife, because he wanted to make this personal, and that meant physical contact. And Ravin was shouting, and now Bayon was moving in again, and this was a long way from a Scintilla Dueling Society bout. But what it was like, just a little, was one of the illegal honour matches the law school had simultaneously outlawed and covertly encouraged, where you could be arrested by the Beadles any moment, and where people died. Where she'd ruined her career. Bayon wasn't going to be stopped by the threat of a blade, nor a little pain. She went for him first, letting Peter chase her round the room. She didn't aim for his wounded hand, which would be so flooded with painkillers he wouldn't have felt it being amputated. She let her feet tap through the odd little jink she'd won several matches with, and rather than just threaten his throat, she slashed him across the face. Hard to slow down a man as inured to pain as all that, but the knife's razor edge did a lot of nasty work in that one pass. The blood was in his eyes, and he was sucking in air through a new hole in his cheek. Ravin, still shouting, tried to get in the way, so that Bayon's next blundering lunge actually ended up knocking his master down. The change in the big man was instant, from brute to cringing cur. He was out of the fight, at least for now, helping Ravin up, whimpering, apologising, all with his face a mask of blood and carved flesh. Peter came on past them, vaulting over the tangle of their limbs and almost landing a textbook impale right into her shoulder. A convulsive twist of her body turned it into a thin, cold line of pain, and for a moment she stopped, because that was a hit, and she had to concede it. Her adherence to formalities almost got her killed, as the next thrust went for her ribs. Her off hand slapped it aside, though, even as she registered it. Then she got a shallow, bloody strike across Peter's forearm. 1 for 1. They resumed their distance. She could almost see the reach of his blade as a glinting circle in the air around him, and would have to enter this in order to bring him within the range of her own. She found she was smiling, because this moment was pure nostalgia, the best and the worst of it.
Peter, I insist you stand down, Ravin was shouting at him. Bayon, restrain my idiot nephew.
The big man, his face half wiped of blood, vacillated wretchedly between the pair of them. "We can call that a draw, Your Elegance," Chris invited, "or we can go for a deciding bout." She flourished her little plastic knife at him, a cavalier flip of the wrist she hadn't used in ages. In retrospect, she reckoned it was that gesture that pushed him over. She'd marked him, and he didn't have the same pain suppression as Bayon. For all his airs and the knife scar he bore so proudly, he didn't like being hurt. He brought the pistol awkwardly out with his left hand, dragging it up towards her face. Possibly it was only intended as a threat, a way of asserting dominance that didn't carry the risk of getting any more tears in his hide. If that had been his intent, it failed, abysmally. She did the only thing you could when someone brought a gun to a knife fight. She closed. He was caught up with pointing the gun at her, so she could bat aside his blade and push inside his guard. She was aiming to get her edge alongside his throat, to take control of the situation and put the gun out of play. He didn't cooperate, though, striking her across the head with the weapon's barrel, simultaneously trying an ungainly slash with his own knife. It would have cut up her arm, but without doing serious harm. She jerked forwards, and it was her final duel on Scintilla all over again. Because at the core of law-upholding, ever-so-civilised Kerestina Sulin Almier was someone who really wanted to win. Not even survive, but win. In this case, winning involved driving her knife into Peter Cheva Uscaro's neck, up to the hilt, and it was all she could do not to give him a second one for luck. She jerked back as he fell, and then Bayon really was going for her. That might have progressed all manner of ways if Ollie hadn't come violently in through the door that same moment, carving and crumpling her way through the metal in equal measure. This explosive introduction was enough to send Bayon scurrying back to protect Ravin. Chris descended on Peter instantly, staunching the blood, shouting for the love of God for someone to get her a medical kit. She'd been in this position before, but then everyone had been too terrified about being witness to a duel gone wrong to actually help. It was Herveya Bloody Monday, late of Mordaunt House, who actually got a compress applied and painkillers and regenerative agents and all the rest. Peter was ashen by then, unconscious, and Chris still wasn't sure if he'd make it or not. Or if he did, what sort of scar he'd carry with him. Magda was sure to keep the colony's very best tissue replacement for its boyarin, but she'd made a hell of a mess, and they were a long way from the Oscaros' home. "These two going to be trouble?" Ollie asked, indicating Ravin and the snarling Bayon. "They could have an accident, maybe more than one." "No, it's fine. You came for me. We'll go now," Chris said, feeling exhausted as all the adrenaline drained out of her. "Listen, though, what's going on? What's happening out there?" "What?" Ollie blinked at her. "Kit was saying," Mundy grunted, still applying everything he could find in the Oscaro's medkit, "that we need to hurry and get out." "Oh, right. Was a bit distracted fighting these clowns," Ollie said.
"I was attempting to inform you,"
Ravin Oscaro said frostily, and somewhat disingenuously in Chris's opinion, as he hadn't been.
"The circumstances out there have changed. The fighting between the Intrepid and your Patheni friends,"
quite the spitting tone over that,
"has ended. There's been a new arrival."
Chapter 32. Idris. Idris saw Solace take a moment to digest the news about the disintegrating corridor. Then she said, "Erratic doesn't mean impossible," just like he knew she would. He also knew she was wrong this time. There was no way to climb out of Krikieth's gravity well. Not now. The hideous ecology was having its last laugh at the rest of the universe. Shinandri had his hoses detached, sitting sideways on his couch.
Is it possible we might prepare some sort of beacon to jettison what we've discovered into orbit, where it might be found, do you think? Because,
he met Idris's gaze,
we have found. At last, at this last moment, we have understood what we were seeing. I suppose is a...
And then another rending shriek from above stopped his flow of words. Everyone flinched. Partheni and Voyeni and Tothiat, the lot. No amount of toughness or tech was going to save them from what was coming. The same went for any attempt at a beacon.
Doc, Jane said, the originators couldn't build something to endure in this place without their gravity field bending the rads away. You reckon we can get a capsule up out of the atmosphere without it turning into free atoms?
Then the voice came.
No!
Booming from every wall and failing strut, as though it was the planet speaking to them, the hungry ecosystem itself.
No! What we have found must not be buried.
Ahab, Emaneth whispered. The Neramathi's words were so distorted, Idris hadn't recognised the speaker.
You know what we have found, Idris. You know!
The mad-sounding series of exclamations that were all the translator could make of Ahab's thoughts.
The knowledge must survive!
Yes, I know what we found.
Idris resisted the urge to shout back. The angsty fit that might get his pitiful rage up wasn't on him right now. Just a terrible sadness.
It's not what we thought.
It is enough! The crusade continues!
Ahab boomed.
It must be preserved.
What? Solis demanded suddenly. What must be preserved? You stole Idris, brought him here to this hell, shoved him into your machine. Why? What's so important? She practically rammed Mr. Punch up Shenandri's nose, leaving him spluttering around a lack of explanation. Saving them all was up to Idris, of course. It always seemed to come down to that.
I thought we'd find the thing that enslaved the architects,
he said dully.
That was what I was looking for, in unspace. There was something, and we had to... It's like solving an equation. We had to interpret it, squint through the numbers, until we worked out what we were looking at. And we did, in the end. It just wasn't what we thought.
Idris, said Solis levelly, I love you dearly and I am glad I found you alive, but you have to learn to get to the point.
It's not their masters, he said heavily. We found where architects form, deep in unspace.
Miraculous,
Shenandri breathed. And this means, Solis prompted,
we could theoretically find a way to assault them there, to destroy their breeding grounds, their nursery or their probability field, whatever it is, to murder their children.
Yes!
Ahab roared all around them.
Rightful revenge for all that was lost.
And Idris sympathised. He really did. He saw the same thought in Solis, too. In all of them. Why not? He would answer,
Because they're slaves and being forced to attack us. But nobody would care.
Maybe, Jane had her eyes closed to keep the maths in, I could actually rig a signal, a big enough signal to get the data out. Maybe. Somehow. He saw her lips move after the words stopped, arguing the practicalities with herself.
No!
Ahab barked.
The engine must be preserved. We cannot surrender it. It is the point of our spear, our weapon.
Boss, Jane called into the groaning, creaking void. This place ain't going to be here long, machine and all. If you made your big damn discovery, then maybe I don't even know if I can...
No!
Again. That blind refusal in the face of the universe that had got Ahab this far.
Idris, you have lived within the engine's heart. You have seen what is here on this world. You understand the universe's sole truth. Nothing matters.
Ahab's voice vibrated the floor and walls.
That is the secret. Nothing matters.
Oh, fuck, Emineth said quietly in the echo of that. Nihilism. A philosophy I can get behind. Great. No, said Idris. He lay back down in the couch. Jane, I need to go in again. You go in and even the half-ass shield we've got is going to fail, she pointed out. You know it doesn't change anything but how fast the clock runs, he argued. Idris, wait. We can... Solace's helmet looked up to the hatch above, the growing glare that seemed to eat at the edge of it. She wanted so badly to do what the Partheni always did. He knew. Grab him and battle through the worst Krikieth's hell could throw at them, get on a ship, get off the world, save the day. But that light up there, that was the day. Nobody was saving them from that.
Nothing matters,
Shinandri echoed, but in a different tone, a speculative one. He understood. Unspace, the originator walls, the throughways, the universe, from the void between the stars to the whirling emptiness of atoms, it was all about the nothing and how you arranged it. Which meant that there were no walls at all, if you could just bend the pieces of nothing the right way. This was what a ship's gravitic drive did every time it passed into or out of unspace. Even reality was subordinate to nothing. You could take a vessel and make it a dream, and then throw that dream across the universe and make it real again around another star. The machine was an eye into unspace, but it was such by virtue of being a gravitic engine, focusing its might upon the very boundary between real and unreal. This won't work, Idris declared. And then he was back in the focus of the machine, staring into the wastes of unspace. Feeling the presence down there, sluggishly registering his intrusion. Feeling the far-off arrangement of energy and information, the place where the architects were born, and the guilty weight that knowledge carried. Feeling the distortion of Krikieth's hell's gravity well, that the machine used to focus its immaterial eye. Finally, there was the universe itself, in its precisely strung-out scatter of tiny distortions, to the nothing that were stars and planets ad infinitum, all set out to some plan or no plan or
some plan,
he thought, helplessly losing traction against the funnel of nothing, with the presence rising beneath him.
Ahab is right. Nothing matters. Shinandri is right. It's the precise arrangement of all the nothing, the spaces, and not the things. There is a plan. And right now, I'm distorting that plan just by applying my mind to unspace. I am bringing ruin to something perfect.
He was about to do far worse, because Ahab understood. They'd got what they needed from the eye of Cricketh's hell. Now it was time to leave.
This can't work,
he said, because if it could, then the originators wouldn't have just left this jewel of their vanished crown encysted like a pearl in the killing radiation of Cricketh's hell.
If I can do this, they could have done.
Except he could see the equations as clearly as if someone had engraved them onto his retinas with a razor blade. How you could manipulate the graphitic fields from here, but not if you were
in unspace. The originators were working from the other side of the boundary. All their ruins, all their works, were just the tiniest intrusion into the real. Their civilization was never a real thing, and perhaps that's where they went, in the end. They ceased, and left only the throughways, and whatever litter they hadn't been able to reclaim.
Impossible. Patently impossible. Nothing could live in unspace. Except the architects, of course, and the thing that lived in unspace. Was it the originator's inheritor, or predator, or the adult form they'd pupated into, or perhaps there was a whole imaginary bestiary in the unreal, and nobody had ever guessed. But there wasn't time or space left for any more speculations. It was time to go. He wanted to tell them to brace themselves, to warn everyone this wouldn't work, and that he was just about to accelerate the end of all of them. Or he might possibly murder half the planet, themselves included, through some spectacular release of energy. Or he'd accomplish nothing at all. He wanted to say goodbye to Solace, who'd come for him despite everything. He didn't deserve the friends he had, and they certainly didn't deserve to get themselves killed on his account. But none of that was possible, and the claws of Cricketh's hell were tearing up the base even now, so he'd better do what he came here to do. Since Ahab had put the idea in his head, he was able to see how it could be done. Like, he thought, flicking a marble out of a basin. Tricky to stop it just rolling back down the gradient, in this case, the planet's gravity. Also tricky because once the marble was in motion, its natural inclination would be to vanish down the drain. And this marble was also sitting on the very boundary of a vast energy discontinuity, the real versus the unreal. One issue regular marbles didn't have to deal with was a catastrophic reality dysfunction when you flicked them. He'd seen it done before, though. The Essiel had managed it on Arc Palator, when they'd snatched their faithful from the jaws of death, ripping the entire temple from the ground to place it safely elsewhere. He'd observed the blueprint of it in the way the originator city there had shouted back to the sky, twisting the boundary between real and unreal, even though it had been nothing but a dead ruin. And this installation here was alive. He would have to trust that his subconscious could make the calculations. Sighting up on the marble that he was actually inside, he applied his mind. He dug his fingernails into the substance of the cosmos, the nothing of unspace, and twisted all the curves and gradients off every point of the compass. Then the presence was rising, like the kraken, because he really had its attention now. He knew it of old, but never before had Idris actually managed to piss it off like this. It was rising, jaws agape, and although the thing he was moving was vast, as big as any ship he'd ever piloted, the whole would have fit within the circumference of those teeth, with plenty of nothing to spare. Except, of course, it wasn't the teeth. It was the nothingness between them that would devour you. Everyone else would feel the same, he knew. He hoped they'd be able to stand it. It would only be for a second and a half, though for him, balancing all the energy and mass of the universe on the head of a pin, it seemed to last for 100 years. They were then out of the presence's reach, and he was disconnecting from the machine, emerging to find a terrible wailing of tortured air whistling away from them in every direction. The machine, and a ragged chunk of the originator installation, was now sitting in orbit above Krikieth's hell. He panicked for a moment, because he honestly hadn't thought beyond the exit part of the plan. Re-entry into hard vacuum and zero-G was way outside his contemplation. He jackknifed up in the couch, and then Jane killed the power to the machine, even over the screaming of the air. This lessened, not, as he might reasonably have feared, from running out of air, but because something of the facility's field snapped back into place the moment the machine died. The atmosphere around them shuddered, shouldering back and forth through the spaces of the de-installed installation as flaws in the field began to erratically siphon it off. The gravity was back, but it too was unreliable, its strength fluctuating from 1/2 to 3/4 of Earth standard, by Idris's professional assessment. It was also complicated by the fact that the torn-out piece of facility was spinning. The outwards pull of the spin was at around 70 degrees to the actual gravitic plane the facility's engines were trying to instate.
Some stability, Jane, please.
Dr. Shenandri was sitting on his own couch, clinging on for dear life. He had his helmet off, but Jane was forcing it back on.
I have no control over this, she was saying. We might lose atmosphere any moment. Just suit up. Everyone that's got one, keep wearing it.
Idris realised that she was the only one who hadn't. Not that his and the doctor's suits were intended for space, exactly, but they were better than nothing. The two Tothiat were definitely spacer casual for protective gear, but then vacuum wouldn't kill them. Solis's people and the Voyeni had all come loaded for hard vacuum, which left...
Ahab, he got out. Where's Ahab?
Not here,
Jane said shortly, still fiddling with Shenandri's suit.
Tried to raise him, but comms are fritzed right now. The field is screwing with them, and half the tech I put in is still down on the surface. That, she added, was something. I will be talking to you about what you just did, Mynheer Telemier. It was a thing. Right, Doc, you're good.
We need to get out of here, Solis said. Can you broadcast?
I can try, Jane said. What's your play?
Call our ship. Get them over here, if they're even out there still. There was a war going on when we left.
Idris could hear the strain in her voice.
Let me...
Jane was then over at another console. More of the tech she'd bolted to the tech Ahab had stapled to her original systems, which themselves were just parasites off the originator originals. These were bleeding out into space right now, for all he knew. He felt a dreadful longing to get back on the couch and turn the machine on, despite all the many reasons that would be a terrible idea. Unspace had always horrified him, an enemy he set himself against every time he did his job. But now he heard the sirens calling from those unreal depths. What truths you could learn. The machine had turned his entire perspective inside out. His hands were shaking just thinking about it. They made me an addict to revelation.
I have something,
Jane said. For a moment, there'd been a screen projected up from her console, showing a scatter of ships. Apparently, she'd scavenged some data from it because she went on,
"The salvage ship was yours? She's still there. I'm signalling. Can't open a voice channel, but I'm using spacer on-offs."
Meaning that the most she could get out was a stream of signal, non-signal, little more than zeros and ones. Spacers had been getting themselves into dumbass death traps like this for generations since the polyaspora, though. There were long-established codes. Now, Jane watched her console hawkishly, and everyone, absolutely everyone, was utterly silent, waiting for her.
"Received response," she said at last. "Coming for us."
She looked up, eyes seeing not their immediate surroundings, but the wider structure of what Idris had wrested from the ground.
"OK then, I have absolutely no idea what's intact between here and open space, but I'm lighting a beacon at the edge of where my network reaches. We'll just have to hope that's the outside, and it's somewhere your ship can reach. Doc, you're up to walking?"
"I would prefer it to eventually running out of air,"
he agreed, and she helped him off the couch, lurching in the weird gravity and the unquiet air.
"Give me the route," Solace ordered.
Jane flicked an eyebrow at that, but nodded.
"Just bear in mind what's between here and there may not match the maps anymore, after what your boy pulled."
"Do you have a suit?" Idris asked her. She gave him a small smile.
"Well, I'm not exactly proofed for vacuum, but..."
and rapped on her cybernetic torso.
"I'll cope, until I don't."
Before she'd let them set off, she tried calling Ahab again, more than once. But there was nothing.
"His machine terminal should still be within this piece of installation you've left us with," she muttered. "Come on, boss."
At last, she gave up, because Solace was clearly just going to leave without her. Moving through the wreck of the installation was a nightmare of three-dimensional navigation. Gravity was no longer their tame dog, and every open space became a battleground for changing weather, winds that scoured past them and tore people from their feet, or tried to suck them away into the abyss. The air pressure was declining too, not swiftly, but enough that Idris could sense it. He had no idea whether they were even in a stable orbit, and the odds were that the whole salvaged chunk of installation would end up plummeting cataclysmically back into Kriketh's lethal radiation sphere. He wondered if any of it would survive to actually hit the ground. "I've saved nothing. I'm sorry, Ahab." Ahab, who he hadn't saved either. They passed through a section of the wreck where the air was howling away into nowhere, and the gravity followed a spiral across walls and ceiling, shifting as the chunk of facility rotated. Jane faltered then, the thin atmosphere frosting her face and hands, and Idris and Shenandri had to help her. He saw her internal mechanisms working furiously, all those artificial organs in her torso putting in overtime to defrost her blood and keep her brain oxygenated, while her remaining skin went blue. Then Emeneth shouldered him aside. There was a cold sheen across the Tothiat's face, and her eyes were frozen open, but she didn't seem to care. She just grabbed Jane and leapt across the chamber, landing hard and badly, eye-twistingly on the wrong wall, but springing back up, even as her knees reset themselves. Heremon hared right after her, in case all this was some kind of escape attempt. They all bundled into the next section, and Shenandri got a hatch cover shut that stopped the most urgent egress of air, but not all the other intermittent leaks that were yanking the atmosphere left and right. The two Tothiat were glowering at each other, on the brink of having it out, but then Emeneth sneered and dismissed the other woman, pointedly turning her back. What is Heremon going to do, after all? Punch her? "Will you two just—" Solis started, and then stopped. "I had comms, just for a moment." "From who?" Jane asked faintly. Colour was coming back to her face, now they were back on the right side of freezing again. "Sounded like kittering." "I'm not getting anything." Then they clambered out through a Nairamathi-sized hatch into a big, open level, and the gravity shifted sideways just as the wind started. Abruptly, they were all sliding away down a suddenly sloping floor. Idris grappled Shenandri as the doctor lost his grip, and then he was in freefall himself, until one of the Voyeni unexpectedly snagged the pair of them. They were only slowing their tumble, though, using magnetised boots and suits that turned a headlong fall into a weirdly stop-and-start descent, along an incline that couldn't make up its mind where down was supposed to be. In the middle of all this, he heard a clear voice issuing from Solis's suit. Static lashed across it, but Kit's translator was clearly recognisable for all that. "Docking has been accomplished," the Hanny was saying. Solis clamped down on the floor, which was becoming more flat than slope, as the artificial gravity began to behave again. "Say again?" "Hearing your voice is always welcome. The beacon is ours. Course to be maintained until we are reached." Idris saw Solis take stock. Everyone was still with them. The world was not quite as mad as it had been a moment ago, but teetering on the edge. Down was still darting about beneath them, like an anxious fish under ice. "Are you safe? What about the Intrepid?" Solis pressed. "Are we coming out into a firefight?" No. Fighting discontinued," came Kit's distant, scratchy voice. "A change of circumstances occurred. There is a scythe." "Repeat?" Solis asked blankly. "I thought you said there was a scythe." Idris actually registered the change in Heremon and Emeneth, but didn't have the context to understand it. "Ship identified as the almighty scythe of morning," Kit reported. "A standoff is currently occurring." "The harvest is here. What do they—" Solis's gaze twitched over to Emeneth. "Surely not just for—" Emeneth hadn't cared that Heremon had come for her, right up until then. "You'll never hold me," she'd said, and so the other Tothiat had just been a complication. But her lord and former master had come for her in person, and that changed a lot. She had her gun still, and immediately emptied the magazine into Heremon, tearing the woman's torso open, enough fatal wounds for a dozen. A moment later, she straight-armed the woman in her broken chest with enough force to fling her backwards. Idris saw the bones of Emeneth's own arms shatter with the force. Then she was springing away, and gravity chose that moment to skew, sending them all scattering down the rivet-studded iron jigsaw of the floor. Emeneth slammed into a bulkhead ahead of them. Idris saw half her body deform round it, but snap back into shape just as quickly. She cast one glance at them as they scrabbled or tumbled towards her, and then set her fingers into the seams between plates. "No!" Jane was yelling, already ahead of her. "Sorry," Emeneth shouted back, and then tore the wall open. There must have been only half as much atmospheric pressure beyond the wall, because everyone took a violent left turn, ripped from their holds, and sucked into the next section of the wreck. Emeneth was bounding ahead, followed by Heremon, skin still knitting back together, giving chase. The hand holding on to Idris's belt then suddenly yanked him into a close hold. He craned back to see the faceplate of one of the Voyeni. He could just make out the man's narrow, scarred face, see his lips move as he spoke into his own comms. Then he was off, Idris bundled under his arm like a package. His fellows were with him, kicking out across the open space, heading away from the trail that the two Tothiat had taken, and leaving the Partheni behind. Chapter 33. Idris.
Just once, it would be good to be strong, he thought.
Hereditary spacers with 3 generations of bad nutrition and close quarters tended towards the skinny, though, and Idris was a dwarfish scarecrow, even for them. The Voyeni, on the other hand, were presumably recruited out of the very beefiest that long-settled Magda could offer, and then fattened up on red meat and steroids. Kick and struggle as much as he wanted, Idris was doing nothing more than putting the man slightly off his bounding course. He heard the high singing notes of accelerators behind him and winced, even though his flinching would be coming solid moments after any shock might have found him. It hit something, though. There was an explosive moment just out of sight that sent a ragged skirt of blood lashing past his view, curling weirdly in the unreliable gravity. One of the other Voyeni running fatal interference, he guessed, or just getting in the way.
"You can't win this time,"
he shouted at his captor's armpit. The "this time" was wearily felt. How many chances had these goons missed to grab him?
"I'm probably not even important anymore."
Events had, after all, moved on. But the Voyeni only had his last orders to go on, and they were here to get Idris.
"I am not," he insisted, "worth your life. Look, the ship coming to get us is my ship, with my friends on it. You could have just walked aboard and been repatriated. Now you're going to meet Ollie, and she will pull your goddamn head off."
Shut up.
The man abruptly had him at arm's length, shaking him like a doll.
Failure is not an option.
He sounded as though he were close to tears. Idris caught sight of his face through the visor. Pop-eyed, veins bulging, panicked beyond reason. A man who'd been big and strong all his life, who'd picked what he thought was the winning side, and that had always been enough. Now this, on the run through a dying chunk of labyrinth and alien tech, chased by an implacable enemy, and with nowhere to go. There was more shouting from behind, the Partheni hot on his trail.
"I'll kill you,"
the Voyeni said,
"rather than let them have you."
He was fumbling in some pocket of his suit, even as he yanked Idris along like a toy balloon. The gravity was abruptly almost gone, and then a great howling rush of air had both of them in its teeth, bundling them end over end, off course, and ramming into walls. Idris was clinging onto the man's arm now, letting the Voyeni blaze that particular trail and cushion the blows. The waves and fluctuations of the installation's fields were coming to him mind first, then body, his senses receiving briefings from the unspace boundary they rippled across. He saw the man's faceplate crack with one impact, and another tore open the pouch he was trying to open. A scatter of tools leapt out into the air and were immediately yanked sideways towards a metallic wall, along with both men. Every ferrous part of their suits had abruptly magnetized, dragging them there, along with the little toolkit and knife the man had surely been seeking. The Voyeni tried to prise the blade loose, but found it practically welded to the clunky Neramathi ironwork. With a snarl, he grabbed for Idris's throat, but Idris had been letting the shifting field whisper to him. Now. Now. When he took the knife, it flew upwards to his hand, like a pet bird. The Voyeni made a gargling noise, and Idris drove the blade into the man's elbow, between the plates of his suit. The puncture would have sealed instantly, except that Idris left the knife in there, jammed between armour and bones both. He then kicked off, anticipating the waxing gravity, so that from a near float he ended up on his feet. The Voyeni stared at him, apoplectic, lit by a weird light, backing away. That light, glaring across the man's visor, reflecting back from every shiny surface on his suit, colouring the very walls. A green light, a yellow and purple and orange light, all at once, jangling the eyes, screaming into the visual centres of the brain. Idris had seen that light before, but only with some serious layers of protection between him and the things that made it. He turned around and saw, coming through the ceiling, a barbed, snaking tendril that glowed and seared and wept with that light. The flora of Krikieth's hell hadn't been wholly left behind on the planet. Some of it had still been attached. It twisted and writhed, lunging forwards in sudden starts, branching, weaving in the air. And it wasn't moving, he realised. It wasn't a serpent, but a root, growing as fast as he could scrabble back from it. A severed but still living thing, flooding the air with its deadly radiation, mindlessly questing for whatever the hell it was that these monstrous plants desired. The Voyeni had moved well back, climbing down the slope of the wall as though it was a steep hill. Idris was trying to do the same, but the sight of the creeper was hypnotic. A primal part of him felt that if he turned away, it would rush forwards, seize him, impale him. And it was getting closer. Much closer. All the alarms in his suit, or the few that Jane had left functional, were screaming about the radiation exposure, and yet he couldn't let the thing out of his sight. Even as all the air about him shuddered and shunted off, another breach sucking it from the dying installation, even as that angry, radiant tendril grew ever nearer to him. Then Harriman was rushed into the room with a turbulent shift of atmosphere, sending him along the floor too, in a direction that was momentarily both down and up. Emineth came right after her, landing on her enemy and delivering 3 blows that destroyed ribs and jaw, as well as her own hands, with every injury seething back together a moment later. Idris was shouting at them. He wasn't sure what he shouted, to be honest. Just raw emotions, mostly. Just, "Don't be so stupid, this isn't the time," sort of noise. They were gone out of his sight a heartbeat later, and he could see nothing but that root and its poisonous light. He thrust out a hand to ward it off, and felt a fierce, fiery pain from the fingers of that hand, then down the arm to the elbow. He would have run then, except the gravity was back, pinning him to the floor. He had no strength left. He felt sick, and probably he was sick, just from being so near the thing. Someone then took hold of him, and just dragged him away by his nominally good arm, putting the shoulder well out of its socket. He screamed from the pain as he went skidding away across the floor, hitting every rivet and plate edge as he did so. His suit became a ruin, and he felt the cold, thin air on his skin and in his lungs. He ended up on his stomach, one arm shrieking agony at him from a shoulder that would click back into place readily enough. The other was terrifyingly numb, even though there was nothing much left of it, past the charred stump of his elbow. The charred stump. He just stared at that for a second, trying to understand what he was seeing. Then he looked back and saw the end of it. Emineth was the one who had hauled him away from the route. Her last service for the Cricket's Hell research operation. Or possibly she had simply been getting him off that particular cross so she could take his place. The root had pierced her through the abdomen, a sudden access of speed in its blind questing. Her body arched backwards, fingers clawing at the iron walls. For a moment, it seemed that her monstrous metabolism could survive even this. Then, it was incinerating her. She just flaked away into ash below the ribs. Idris saw her eyes close and her face go slack, and he had no idea if this was what she had really wanted or not. Heremon was screaming, though. Not rage, as he first thought. Grief. Screaming at the death of a sister, getting as close as she dared, trying to steal from death's own table. She came back, her skin blistered and cracked, one eye gone, but she was clutching something to herself, shielding it from the terrible glare. The Tothia, he realised, the chitinous symbiote that had been part of what Emineth had become. He had no idea if it was still alive or not. He lurched further away from the root, not wanting to see it work its way through the rest of Emineth's human remains, not wanting to see what Heremon did next, not wanting anything to do with any of it. Every movement was agony, but the field was still telling him how it was going to shift and change, so he tried to let the air and the gravity do the walking for him. The Voyeni then kicked him hard in the stomach, and he went over, landing on the arm that was mostly gone now. He blacked out for a moment, but then he was on his back, staring up at the man. The knife was still wedged between the plates of his elbow, but otherwise the Voyeni was in a better state than Idris, which wasn't saying much. For a moment, they just stared at each other, and Idris wondered if there were some words he might say, if he could only find them, that would get through the pain and rage and 20 years of abusive training to bring the man round to the side of sanity. Then, one big Voyeni boot was up in the air, ready to come down on any part of Idris that fell into its shadow. But there was a larger shadow. A serpent that loomed over the Voyeni. Not the glazing deathlight of the Cricket's tendril, but a thing of dark scarred flesh and metal. The Voyeni must have seen the movement reflected in Idris's battered visor, because he hesitated, looking up, and in that moment the thing fell on him, thundering down like a fist. It struck and seized, a half-dozen tentacles and manipulator arms taking hold of the man. There were no jaws. If Ahab had ever possessed such a feature, it was long gone, behind its cybernetic additions. It didn't need them, though, shaking the Voyeni like a dog with a rat, and then throwing him at the tendril. Idris felt the shift of gravity coming in time to dig his heels into the floor. For a brief moment, that writhing root was the centre of their little universe, and the Voyeni hurtled screaming towards it. He was destroyed, utterly. Nothing left that was visible to the eye. Then Ahab grabbed Idris and hauled him away, and Heremon was hurrying after, cradling the curled-up lobster thing, which was all that was left of Emineth. Solace and her myrmidons found them soon after, Jane and Shinandri still gamely following along. By then, the atmosphere was thin enough that Idris was having difficulty breathing and couldn't move under his own power, even after Haramon had unsympathetically reset his shoulder. They were within a last dash of the vulture god by then, though, bundling one after another into its umbilical, with the steady gravity and atmosphere that came with it. Ollie's expression, when she saw just how many passengers she'd inherited, was a picture. Her look at Ahab was one of sheer panic. The Neramathi barely fit down the umbilical, and could only just be crammed into the drone bay. Then Solace was getting Idris to the Vulture's rudimentary med bay, to start what tissue repair was even possible. In the end, they had to move Idris over to one of the Partheni ships, because the gods' facilities were entirely inadequate. The medical officer there told him they'd need to flush his blood out entire and seed his bone marrow with regenerative nanos to even start repairing the radiation damage. The telltales around his heart said the organ had done its best just to stop dead during his encounter with the tendril, but the little knot of Trine's units there had gamely soldiered on and kept it beating for him. He hadn't even realised he had telltales. He remembered thinking that he wanted to be strong when the Voyeni had him. Looking back on what he'd survived in his life, he wondered if all those pieces came together into a kind of strength, despite himself. And as for the Partheni, nobody seemed to know entirely what was going on. The actual crew of the ship he'd ended up on, the Amina Muhammad, wouldn't speak to him. They seemed to find having a colonial aboard massively socially awkward, given that they were on a war footing. It took Solace's visit to start the Enlightenment process, after she'd liaised with her superiors and been briefed herself. The Intrepid was still sitting in orbit around Krikieth's Hell, as well as the flight of Partheni vessels and the original gunboat and escorts the Orichork naval base had sent out. The two factions were all keeping a politic amount of the planet's curve between them. Most of the vessels were cut up, and there had been deaths on both sides from the early fighting, but right now nobody was shooting. The most obvious reason for this was the almighty Scythe of Morning, the flagship of a hegemonic gangster, which was somehow sitting unmolested here, in the heart of the colonies. A vessel more than capable of holding off both little flotillas at once, if it so chose. Not, Idris considered, more than capable of holding off everything currently docked at Orichork, though. He'd have expected the naval base to be launching everything it had to clear the system of all foreign armed presence. Solace agreed, and yet they weren't doing that. The Partheni weren't just getting out with Idris either, which would seem to have been the sensible decision. Whatever was going on was doing so at a level above Solace's head. It was, she said, aspirate business, and apparently unfit for anyone below Monitor Superior.
"They're going to put me under soon," Idris told her glumly. "I don't like it. Been happening a lot recently. I'm out of the habit of having slices of time I don't remember. Freaks me out."
"You need it. I've seen the full list of repairs your body requires. You don't want to be awake for that. And they can't even get you a prosthetic here. They're not able to restore enough nerve throughput to your arm. We'll have to get you to a specialist ward for that."
"I was hoping for a tissue graft rather than a fake," grumbled Idris.
That was probably complicated for the Partheni, who were used to working with a narrow range of genetic variants for the purposes of tissue rejection.
"I guess I'll take what I can get right now," So, what next, basically?
We're still waiting for the what, was all Solace could say. All the drives are hot and ready to go, if it looks like this is going to turn into a shooting war again. Until then, high-ups are talking, and you get to have your blood replaced.
Well, I never liked it anyway. Mongrel spacer stuff. Maybe they can give me better blood. Make me heir to a kingdom or something,
Idris said vaguely. The others had come to see him, one at a time. Ollie was on a high, having apparently trashed a very expensive yacht. Chris was as low as he'd ever seen her, having very nearly killed a very expensive Magdan nobleman. She'd killed before, he knew. Killing someone at knife point was exactly why she wasn't enjoying a lucrative legal career on some fancy core world somewhere. But she still had the shudders about it, and now it had almost happened again. Because it was something she was very good at, and because, Idris suspected, there was a part of her that came out of its cave and exulted in such things, and she hated that about herself. Kittering was fretting about the future, as he did. He was a planner by nature, and right now they just didn't have the information to plan. Harriman and Agent Mundy hadn't put in an appearance, and Idris wasn't particularly sorry for that. They had both ended up on the Scythe, apparently. The Raptorid, or what Ollie had left of it, was docked with the Intrepid for the same reasons they'd brought Idris to the Amina Muhammad. Peter Ascaro had needed more work than his own medbay could handle. Very shortly, before they put him under, he received a call. It didn't come through the Partheni comms officer, nor did it apparently register on their system, or leave a record of its coming and going. It was just a familiar voice, issuing out of the speaker beside his bed, taking its moment when none of the crew were around.
Idris, do I find you well?
Idris stared at the grey-blue of the ceiling.
Ash. None other.
He pictured the alien, its inhuman form crammed into a robe in the universe's least successful attempt at mimicry. Ash, speaking all languages, bearing ominous warnings, a Cassandra whom people had learned soon enough to heed.
I'm alive. That's probably enough for now,
he said to the air around him. In truth, he was feeling exceptionally sick, even pumped full of drugs.
And you were successful?
He had no idea if the emotion, as heard in Ash's voice, was something real or just a show the creature put on. Right now, it sounded tremulously eager. Idris himself only felt bitter, but he forced himself to confirm,
Yes, Ahab and I found it, and understood it.
That's marvellous, Idris.
Is it?
Idris, I have been looking for a way to strike against the architects for a long time, far longer even than Ahab. This is the first indication that such a thing is even possible.
Except, Idris told it, the architects are not the problem. There's something out there that wants to kill us, or at least to wreck all our worlds, and it's not the architects. They're innocent. They're under duress. I thought we'd find the masters, but instead we found where architects come from, Ash. We found their children.
And will you put these children's lives
before every human and Hani and Castigar, and all the other species in the universe, Idris? Ash asked.
No, Idris whispered. But where are they, Ash?
A silence on the channel.
The architects know where we are and what we found. Why haven't they just turned up to twist us into pretzels? We're a threat now, one which they have the power to remove.
He continued, not leaving Ash time to speculate.
They're terrified of what we might do, too. I felt it down there. Yet, they haven't come to slap us, because that's something they only do when their masters force them. I learned that before. I don't even know if they've told their masters what we're up to. Maybe they can't. Maybe that channel only goes one way.
He started to think that the link to Ash, wherever Ash even was, had died. But at last the voice came back to him.
We still have to stop them, Idris. Billions of lives are at stake. All the lives and thinking minds in the universe.
And Idris broke in before he could stop himself.
What are you, Ash?
Another silence.
Because you know what? You're right. All the thinking minds. Thought is the thing, isn't it? Thought distorts unspace. I'm living proof of that. When I was in the machine, I could see all those thoughts of all those sentient beings pulling at the structure of everything just by virtue of existing. But you already knew that. Are you the last originator?
Ash laughed. It sounded exactly like a human laughing.
That would be satisfying, wouldn't it?
There was another long pause that Idris didn't feel able to break into.
Did Ahab live, by the way? Reports are contradictory. We got it out, Idris confirmed, as well as Shinandri and Tokamak Jane. Emineth died. Or most of her did.
You actually transported a large piece of the originator mechanism into orbit.
Let me guess. You can use that?
Most certainly we can. You've really done very, very well, Idris. Then the Partheni medics were coming in, and Ash's voice was gone so abruptly he wondered if he'd just hallucinated the whole business. And then they put him under. Havea. Havea Mundi didn't much care for hegemonic interior ship design, but that was nothing compared to his feelings about the unspeakable Aklu, the razor and the hook. The SEL hovered in the centre of a star-shaped chamber there, lording it over the universe, with a half-dozen thugs in attendance. Heramon had already been repatriated to his side, though Havea had no idea what had happened to the Tothir part of Emineth. Also in attendance at this gathering of factions were a handful of men and women he recognised from Mordaunt House. Not the flashy high flyers, but competent agents, people he'd worked with, people who had been on Chief Larry's shortlist for doing the dirty jobs and getting out with clean hands, like him. Kolvari was present too. Delegate Kolvari, as the hiver had apparently been promoted to, sitting off to one side, looking like nothing very much,
except for their antique legs. Not the same Kolvari he'd hired after Hismin's moon, really. The reinstantiation meant that they had the same memories and the same designation, but no continuation of self. In human terms, the Kolvari he'd known had given up its life so that this more useful Kolvari could come into being. The thought still vaguely depressed him. And there was Ash. Hörveja didn't trust Ash, despite the alien's semi-benevolent history. Ash was, as far as he could tell, doing its best to pretend the whole business had been its plan all along. Hörveja reckoned it was adapting to what was, though. It had something to do with whatever the hell had been on the planet, and was now in unstable orbit above it. Ash's retinue currently consisted of a cyborg, some kind of academic, and an aeromathy that looked like it had gone through a serial autopsy. And yet, they'd apparently made some kind of grand discovery together, which was Ash's leverage for a seat at this table. Finally, rounding out the conspiracy, Chief Larry, standing right by Aklu, as though that was a reasonable thing for anyone to accept. She was wearing a Berlenhof-style suit, bulked out by an exoskeleton to support her stick-insect frame. She'd just given an address, not just to the naval base at Orichalk and the little knot of Partheni, but to the whole of Hugh and the Parthenon, and possibly the entire hegemony into the bargain. "My name is Adela Larry," she'd said. Hörveja had been wrong-footed a moment before remembering that, yes, she did have a first name. "Formerly of the Intervention Board. Possibly still of, depending on how people feel like taking this. But frankly, the distinction is of supreme indifference to me right now." She seemed simultaneously exhausted and strung tight as a wire, and Hörveja wondered what cocktail of drugs she was on right then. "I am speaking to you as the human element in a new alliance that has come together to deal with the threat the architects pose to all life. The majority shareholder in this alliance is the Hiver Assembly in Aggregate, which has come to the conclusion that neither the Parthenon nor the Council of Human Interests is in a position to take the required steps. The Assembly is assisted by certain elements of the hegemony that are permitted to take such actions." Because the Essiel did not fight the architects, of course. They'd worked out their own détente, hiding behind the fragments and ruins of the originators. This strategy had stopped working, of course, when the architects had begun taking their toys back. So much for the almighty Essiel hegemony, except, built into the Byzantine and occult hegemonic structure, was their state-sanctioned devil. The maverick that could, by its very nature, do the things Essiel were forbidden to do, or perhaps were unable even to conceive of. Given Larry had deliberately delivered Hörveja right into Heramon's lap on Matachin below, he could only assume this particular partnership had been a fixture for a worryingly long time.
"Following recent developments," Larry explained, "we are now in possession of a means to strike against the architects for the first time. We will be making overtures to both Hugh and Parthenon as to what assistance they can each provide to develop this weapon. Until then, the Assembly in Aggregate is calling on both sides to at least suspend hostilities, or in any event to tender what assistance we ask for while you go about killing one another
After her speech, she'd beckoned Hevea over, looking profoundly pleased with herself, more than ready to start flexing the muscles her new allies were lending her. "First order of business," she'd told him. "Thanks to you, we happen to know that certain elements in Hugh have begun constructing a prototype arc fleet. Strikes me that's just the sort of ship frame we might have a use for, to house the new weapons we'll be developing. I feel some manner of confiscation is in order." He'd looked into her sere, gaunt face and wondered just how many scores Chief Larry was about to settle with the universe at large. But that, apparently, was that. The Hiver Assembly in aggregate, which had been a compliant partner to Hugh and the Parthenon through all the years since it had won its independence from human control, had decided to wake up and flex its muscles. Its factories and orbitals were spread throughout human-controlled space. A great many military and civilian leaders would right now be considering just how bad things might get if the Hivers weren't on their side anymore. Idris. When Idris woke up, he had new blood. It felt just like the old blood. They'd patched up about 1,000,000 other problems too, but he was still without one arm from mid-bicep, which was, by half an upper arm, fewer arms than he'd had when he went under. Apparently, what they'd left him with was everything that could be saved. Someone would be along to talk to him about replacements later, they told him, as if he'd lost a pair of shoes. At least the only pain was a faint background buzz that wasn't much different to everyday life. He had visitors, they told him. He was expecting Solace and the crew, but instead he got a room full of Partheni and one ebullient Hiver. "Trine?" "Just arrived, my old friend and adopted sibling," the archaeologist agreed cheerily. "They tell me you've been having adventures. You should stop that. It obviously fails to agree with you. I, on the other hand, have been summoned both for my inarguable expertise on the subject of originator remains and my new diplomatic authority. And you, my dear colleague and good old friend, have found me an intact originator site." "Mostly intact," Idris agreed weakly. Then one of the Partheni pointedly coughed for attention. "Delegate, if you will." "If I will?" Trine turned their holographic face on the speaker. "Well, I suppose I must." "Mynheer Telemier, I am—" "Monitor Superior Tact," Idris filled in for her. "Solace's boss." "Even so," she agreed. "I am here to take you back to Partheni space, now the diplomatic niceties have been ironed out." "You mean you've decided who owns me?" "Actually, a great deal more than that," she said, not wrong-footed in the least. "It's not all about you, Mynheer Telemier. We are having something of a war, you may have heard." "Solace told me. A beat. The series. How bad was it?" Remembering the ship he'd lived on for several months, the women he'd lived amongst. "The programme." Tact nodded, appreciating that he'd thought to ask. "There was considerable loss of life," she stated. "However, the bulk of our first class, the potential intermediaries, were off-ship at the time, undergoing unspace exposure. We will rebuild. With your help." She couldn't quite shut that down without the slightest hint of a question mark at the end of it. They couldn't force him after all. "And the war?" he asked her.
"Is complicated. There has been a declaration and an invitation of sorts from a third party. We're still waiting to see what Hugh and our High Command will say in response."
Idris got to hear Larry's declaration later, when they finally repatriated him to the vulture god. He was there under Solace's watch, and the god was right in the middle of the Partheni expeditionary force. But it was still a gesture of trust, tact trying to put him at his ease. He watched, hearing the withered old mordant housewoman tell the universe about the new alliance, how things were going to be.
"This," Ollie told him, "is some fucked-up mess we're all in. Hugh must be crapping themselves about the new players in town, and your lot must be too,"
poking Solace's ankle with one leg of her walking frame. Ash will be there in the centre of it all, Idris thought, pursuing his own ancient mission, of which Ahab's crusade is maybe just a part. That's a lot to take in, he admitted.
"Truly the dawn of a new golden age," Trine declared happily,
to nobody's particular agreement.
"Yeah, well," Ollie decided, "this new alliance can just get on with things, the lot of them, right?"
"It won't be that simple," Solace said quietly, and apparently this was news to everyone else, as well as Idris. "They need us to go there too, to their new base. The Partheni INT program is relocating there for starters."
"Why?"
he demanded. "Because it's neutral ground and safe, and because they'll need Partheni pilots for the ships they're building or converting from these arcs. If Tact and Larry and the others have us all working together right now, we need to make the most of it before something goes wrong. And their alliance will really need you to work with those pilots, to help as many of them survive becoming intermediaries as possible." It was unfair for her to put that on him, to hit him right where he was most vulnerable. But it was true as well. He didn't want to take the war to the architects. He didn't want to be any part of what might be genocide. But neither the universe nor the war was done with him yet. Thank you for listening to this audio production of Eyes of the Void by Adrian Tchaikovsky, read by Sophie Aldred. If you enjoyed this audiobook, you might also enjoy Empire in Black and Gold, the first book in Adrian Tchaikovsky's Shadows of the Apt series. Published by Tor, an imprint of Pan Macmillan, a division of Macmillan Publishers International Limited. Text copyright Adrian Tchaikovsky, 2022. Recording copyright Macmillan Publishers International Limited, 2022. The right of Adrian Tchaikovsky to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted by him in accordance with the Copyright, Designs and Patents Act, 1988. All rights reserved. Directed by Mary Price. Production and post-production by the Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London. Sound editing by Steve Jones.